Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Avengers, Infinite Wars in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 51, Lost Travelers. Life is very strange. It can be hard and very cruel to many who are undeserving. But at times, life can give you moments of joy and kindness where you can simply appreciate being alive and in the moment. Unfortunately, for this individual standing in a cave with blood used as ink for a message on the wall, he fell into the more negative description of life. This man has lived in a time of strife and conflict where his world was engulfed in a war that he voluntarily went in knowing he most likely would not come back alive. There was a point where he truly believed that. Then his best friend in the whole world came to save his life, and for a while, though the war was brutal, it was unforgiving, and they did some things that they knew wouldn't make them sleep so well at night. There was a strange peace that he had. He fought side by side with his best friend in a ragtag group of some of the best men he ever knew. And then it all fell apart. Surviving a fall that should have killed him, the last thing he could remember was waking up with a metal arm and then nothingness. That was until it all started coming back to him. He woke up in an era that wasn't his own. Memories that began bombarding him on the daily, and nightmares of him standing atop corpses whilst also being restrained by them. It was a slow process, but eventually, they all came back to him. The horrors he inflicted upon the world for the organization he once dedicated his life to taking down. Some might say that it wasn't him. Never him. But he still did it. Those were his hands he saw pulling the trigger, stabbing, bashing and neck-breaking to kill any and all he was directed to. Thankfully, it had been over a year by this point since he had been under ice, and by this point he had one mission. To find the people who did this to him, take and kill them so they can never use him to harm innocent people ever again. That red book told him a lot since finding it. A series of codes and phrases to make him completely and utterly subservient to whomever utters them in his presence. Which led him on a global journey to multiple old bases that were and were not empty. The were-nots have a lot of bodies that most likely will not be cleaned up for quite a while in hindsight. But eventually, every single place he raided got him what he was searching for, and now he was here. Inside a Hydra base deep within the cold tundra of Siberia. James Buchanan Bucky Barnes, otherwise known as the Winter Soldier, was still at a bit of a loss as to what to do here. He had just inadvertently awoken a woman who had apparently been kept inside what she called a sarcophagus, which was just a highly advanced cryopod. She kept muttering something about a Sith Lord, whoever that was, and kept a hand trailing over the strange necklace around her neck. Bucky figured it would be better that they not dwell in this creepy-ass base and find a place where they can both speak with each other more plainly. When he said it was best that they leave this place, she was hesitant at first, but upon taking a quick glance over at the wall that had a bloody message on it, she was quick to agree. She called herself Celeste Morn. An odd name for sure, Bucky, but names aren't all that strange in the world he lives in. When he asked if she needed to take anything with her, all she did was pat around the belt she wore and slumped in slight relief as her hand settled upon some metal cylinder hanging from her waist. Stating that she has everything she needed, Bucky nodded, and was guiding her to the exit of the base when he noticed her shivering. The old-fashioned gentleman from the 40s cringed at this oversight of his. When one spends a great deal of time under ice in a cryopod, one tends to develop a strong degree of resistance to the cold without realizing it. But Celeste appeared to have been kept in stasis through different means, so not as resistant. It took a bit of time, but he eventually found a puffy enough coat for her to wear. He made sure to rip off the red-skulled tentacled patches on its shoulders before she wore it. Eventually, Bucky had taken Celeste to a quaint Russian village that he had stopped at one point on his way to the Russian Hydra base. Currently the two strange companions sat adjacent to one another in a small little tavern and had steaming cups of hot coffee in hand. "What is this drink?" Morn asked in open wonder, taking her fourth sip of coffee. "It doesn't have the best taste, but I just can't stop drinking it." Bucky couldn't help but snort at her awe of such a simple drink. "Coffee," Bucky said, raising his cup slightly as faux toast. "The drink that keeps ya going when ya need it most." "I see," Celeste murmured, having a much larger gulp this time. "Can I have more?" "Can have the whole pot," James stated. "Feels like we'll need it." "Please," Morn said almost too excitedly, further amusing the hardened soldier. After receiving said pot of coffee and meals Bucky had ordered for the two of them, there was a period of silence between them both as they ate their meals. Eventually, however, "How did you find me?" Celeste asked softly. "Where even am I?" To answer that, it's a bit of a complicated process, Bucky said with his arms crossed and leaning back in his seat. "I've been on what you can call a journey of self-rediscovery. Finding you wasn't something I planned." Celeste tilted her head slightly at this explanation. "But freeing you?" Bucky rubbed his chin with his right hand. "I was a bit hesitant. I had no idea who you were. Hydra had next to no records about your existence, and even the files I found in the base that kept you didn't tell me much." "Hydra?" Celeste repeated in confusion. "Yeah, Hydra," Bucky said as if it were the most obvious thing. "Let's just say they're Nazis on a whole other level of evil and bad." "Nazis?" the woman in front of him said, once more showing confusion. This gave Bucky a momentary pause, making him remember the woman with him would not know what a Nazi was to begin with. "All right, how's about this?" Barnes propped his arms on the table as he leaned forward slightly. "Let's start from the beginning for the both of us. Tell our sides of the stories and what led us to our pods that made us sleep for God knows how long. Sound good?" Celeste, who was in the middle of biting a sandwich, nodded slowly with Bucky returning the gesture. "Okay then, ladies first." The strange woman gave a slight smirk at the war veteran and took a moment to collect her thoughts. "My name is Celeste Morn." The woman reintroduced herself. "Jedi Shadow of the Jedi Order and Galactic Republic." Bucky slowly nodded with a blank look. "Right. Jedi Order," he repeated. "Galactic Republic. So then, are you from outer space or something?" Celeste Morn certainly wasn't expecting a question like that, with her brow being raised in a quizzical manner. "Er." The Jedi Shadow was slightly confused by the question. "Yeah, I guess." "Wait, do you know about the Jedi Order?" Bucky shook his head in the negative. Celeste proceeded to rattle off a number of names and terms to see if any of them sounded familiar to the former Hydra assassin. "The Sith. The Galactic Republic. The Mandalorians. Zane Carrick. Ravan and Malak." All of which were met with the same response as before. "No." Celeste was really confused now. What planet am I on?" she found herself asking. "Earth." Celeste gave a bewildered look. "I'm on a planet called Dirt? What kind of planet is named after dirt?" Bucky couldn't contain his loud snort, as that was certainly something he had not been expected to be asked about. "Don't know, couldn't tell ya even if I could," he said with an amused smirk. "Take it up with the scientists who gave it the name, not me." The Jedi chuckled slightly at his comment with a shake of her head. "So," she hummed aloud. "From the beginning." Bucky gestured with his hand as the go-ahead. "By all means." Celeste proceeded to explain to the best of abilities a simplified version of both her life, what she had been going through, the Mandalorian Wars, the Jedi Order, the Sith, and something called the Force that apparently tied it all together. Barnes tried his best to keep up with everything that she was talking about. This all sounded familiar as it did strange. War was something he knew all too well, and was rather disappointed, though not by much, to learn that a majority of the universe still abided by this conflict. Then again, the alien invasion that took place 3 years ago in 2012 should have been enough of a red flag of what's out there. "So these Jedi sound sorta like a magical cult," Bucky commented a few seconds after Celeste finished telling her story. The Jedi Shadow nearly dropped her head down to the table. "They're not a cult," Morn argued back with an amused laugh. "You sure about that?" Bucky asked in a mock-serious voice. "Mystic mumbo-jumbo of this energy that's everywhere and has a will of its own? Sounds cultish to me." "Well, it's not," Celeste said with a shake of her head, a more distant look appearing on her face. "The Jedi Order has been the defenders of peace for thousands of years now. We may be loyal to the Galactic Republic, but our duty is to the galaxy and the Force above all else." "Duty, huh?" The World War II veteran leaned back in his chair with a slight somber look as he turned his head towards a nearby window. The two were quiet for several moments until Celeste spoke up. What of you, James Barnes? Celeste said inquisitively. What is your story? Bucky released a tired sigh, expression changing into one of a more weathered and weary look. Too much shit to say the least, he said quietly. Celeste leaned, folded her arms upon the table and inclined forward. Tell me, she said softly. And so he did. Scene cut. What's this? Celeste asked, holding up a purple fruit. A plum, Bucky said, already paying for it to the vendor. It's a fruit. Plum, Celeste repeated in a low voice, taking an experimental whiff of the spherical fruit before taking a large bite out of it. She instantly let out a high-pitched squeal of delight, whirling towards an amused Bucky who held a bag full of the purple fruit. The Jedi shadow practically beamed in his direction, spinning about as she walked forward whilst her chaperone turned back to the vendor and nodded at him in thanks. Currently, the duo were walking through a bustling bazaar within the European country of Germany. They had come a long way since the Siberia, Russian wilderness, going through several other European countries like Poland, Belarus, and the Czech Republic. For Celeste, this was quite the experience in seeing such a variety of cultures that both were alien and familiar to her all at once. For Bucky, it was rather surreal for the war veteran to be standing in a country he was once at war with. There were a few moments where Bucky's perspective shifted into that of a battlefield, standing amongst rubble and ruin, and by his side were friends of a bygone era. An era that neither he nor his closest friend was ever able to truly live through. Where to next? Celeste asked aloud, shaking in excitement. The war veteran gave the Jedi a bemused smile. Didn't you say you wanted to dash? What's that? Celeste abruptly pointed out, instantly going over to what caught her attention. Bucky was frozen in place, arms raised slightly with his mouth agape before he slumped a bit dramatically. He then laughed to himself as he moved to catch up to the strange woman he had been traveling with for some time now. When he first met her and got to know her, she seemed guarded, and it was easy for him to tell how jaded she was. A lot like him, almost eerily so. Almost as if he was staring into a mirror in terms of similarities. And yet she had this sense of innocent wonderment whenever they traveled together. Though for argument's sake, the same could be said the other way around if he were brought to territories Celeste was familiar with, despite whatever amount of time passed. Shaking his head, he moved to catch up to the Jedi, who was examining several individuals behind a glass window setting up a familiar tree with a multitude of lights and decorations. What are they doing? Celeste asked. They're setting up a Christmas tree. And that is a holiday where it's all about gift giving, he answered. Just giving gifts to people you care for and all. Nothing too complicated. Gift giving, Celeste murmured. Bucky then snorted with a mirthful smile, making Morn look at him. What is it? Just thinking about the last time I celebrated Christmas, Bucky said, a far-off look in his eyes. It was 1941. America was dragged into war, and I knew it would be a matter of time until I got deployed. That was the last true Christmas I had. Me and my best bud. After that, well, I wouldn't mind giving it a try again someday. Celeste already knew to whom it was Bucky was referring to and placed a gentle hand upon his arm. You'll see Captain Rogers again someday, Celeste said softly. I can only hope, Bucky said with a shake of his head. Until then, how do you want to celebrate? Bucky thought back to many of the past Christmases he had celebrated. More so when he reached adulthood. Some of those times were focused on being with Steve and family friends. Other than them, he tried thinking of how she personally celebrated, which might not be appropriate to bring up as it may no doubt ruin the present mood. Well, we still have a few days out until Christmas rolls around, Bucky mused aloud. Can figure something out for the two of us. Can be your proper welcome to Earth sort of celebration. Celeste laughed heartily at that. I'd like that very much. Scene cut. Within a hotel room that the two were staying in, Celeste stood upon a balcony and watched fireworks going off from afar. Apparently, this was the celebration of the new year, with the year going into 2016 AD now. They had long since left Germany, now being in Denmark, and were now on their way north. Why were they traveling north, one may ask? Celeste, being a Jedi, had enlightened Bucky Barnes further on just what exactly it means and what it allows her to do above all else. There were the basic abilities practically all Force users are capable of using, such as push and pull. Then of course there were some of the more esoteric, strangers and deadly abilities like mind persuasion, lightning, and healing. Currently, she was utilizing a feeling as a guide of sorts towards a destination in Northern Europe. Which was also rather strange because Celeste spoke of how bizarre Bucky's planet was. She described it to be both present and void in the Force in the beginning. That of course only confused the simple-minded soldier, so she had to give it some thought. At first, it took a few days which turned into weeks as they traveled together until she was able to formulate a proper answer. Eventually, the best she was able to describe it as something similar yet different. All she got in response was an even more confused look out of Bucky, with her more or less giving up at that point. To her, he was at least willing to go along with her feeling and see where it would lead them both. He kept commenting on her perhaps being a wizard and if she knew Gandalf, and currently, The Hobbit is becoming a favorite of hers to read. Its sequel series will be something she'll be looking forward to in the near future. But right now, she was more focused on the dazzling display of explosive lights off in the distance with cheers and celebration going on all around them outside their hotel. Not used to seeing fireworks? Bucky asked from his bed. Strange to see them used for celebration, she said, not looking away from the display in the sky. Sometimes the ones I saw back where I came from were often used for signaling a number of things. I can imagine. Hardly saw them myself during the Second World War when one was deployed. After that, I can recollect seeing them through moments I wish didn't happen. Celeste can clearly understand what he meant by that. Bringing a hand to the ugly piece of jewelry strapped around her neck, she thought back to a whole number of instances in which she had no way of controlling her actions. You know, you never did tell me just what that thing around your neck is. Bucky spoke up. I see it on you all the time and I've never seen you take it off. Celeste didn't respond at first, instead having leaned herself against the railings and grasped at them tightly. What is it, Celeste? Bucky asked, tone far more subdued as he saw her very much troubled demeanor. The Jedi Shadow released a shaky and haggard sigh as she turned to face the man she had grown to call a friend. A curse is the best description I can summarize with. She spat out in anger. A parasite I wish to part with but can't do all that well. Bucky looked troubled. Can't you just pry or cut it off? Morn only scoffed at that suggestion. If only it were that simple. So what is that thing then exactly? Bucky asked, now positioning himself to sit on the edge of his bed. An ancient creation made from twisted and dark means through the Force. Within this talisman resides the spirit of one of the ancient and first Sith Lords of the galaxy. Celeste said quietly. His name is Karnus Muur. He created this vile trinket in order to seek immortality and galactic conquest. And this comes with a far more terrifying and deadlier ability. Being. Creating a monstrous army which can be unleashed and controlled by the one bearing this talisman. An army which can infect others through bites or scratches which would painfully transform the person within 48 hours with no cure at all. Worst thing is, when one least expects it, Muur would surface and take over the wearer to suit his own needs. What's this infection? What Karnus created was something that would be called the Rock Howl Plague. Celeste revealed. Calling it dangerous would be putting it mildly. Right, you told me it spreads like crazy with bites and shit. Bucky nodded. Celeste placed her hand atop the talisman again. The Rock Howl Plague has devastated the galaxy for countless centuries. Morn stated. So many lives had perished due to this blasted talisman and the evil man who created it. How'd you get it? Bucky asked, making Celeste tense up. She was silent for several moments until she exhaled. The previous owner brought it to a Mandalorian-held world, Jebel, and unleashed the plague so it would be easier to conquer. Unfortunately, it went off prematurely with everyone on his ship getting infected. It crash-landed and the plague almost infected every Mandalorian and Neo-Crusader occupying Jebel. I was able to acquire it after battling for so long. And in order to keep everyone safe from the Rock Howl Plague, I took on the burden of keeping it with me and locked myself away in the sarcophagus you found me in. Bucky now held a more guarded and troubled expression. So you're telling me that thing can go off at any given second? Celeste nodded her head. It's why we need to find a way to remove it from me and either destroy it or bury it in a location no one will find it. Celeste said, a more desperate tone. It has been so long since I last felt like who I once was, and it has something to do with this planet. I don't know what it is, what caused it, but it's given me this chance. And Bucky was in front of her in an instant and took both her hands into his own. Her breathing was erratic with tears now streaming down her face. Without hesitation, the Winter Soldier brought the Jedi into a tender hug. She latched onto him soon after as her arms were holding him tightly with all these emotions surfacing after so long. I keep seeing them. Celeste whispered to him. The things Muir did to all those people, the experiments, they're screaming. I hear them every night when I sleep. Bucky's eyes widened slightly before holding her a bit tighter than before. She kept on speaking, not even registering what he did. Force, I tried to resist him. Morn was now weeping. I wanted to use its power to help people, but I ended up doing the opposite. I failed as a Jedi Knight. I failed as a friend to those who came with me. She could say no more as she held on to Bucky and simply cried. The two remained this way, with the Jedi eventually calming down with her arms wrapped tightly around the Winter Soldier. His shirt was thoroughly drenched by this point, yet neither minded, with her leaning her head upon his chest, feeling his chin atop her head. Feelin' better? Bucky asked quietly, feeling her move her head up and down in a nod. If Mur were to surface again and unleash the plague, I need you to kill me. Bucky jolted and placed both his hands on her shoulders and pushed her away, yet still held her. What? You heard me, Bucky, I dash. No. Was his instant response. Celeste frowned. Bucky, you can't dash. I'll take the risk needed to get this shit off you. Bucky promised. What if you can't? Morn shot back, voice rising. Bucky, this thing is extremely dangerous. This whole planet can be consumed by its evil nature. You said it yourself, this planet is different from the others you've been to, dash. That doesn't make it safe. Celeste retorted. If there is a chance, that's wonderful, but we have to look at the bigger picture, Bucky. Didn't you just tell me this thing has a will of its own? Killing me would at least slow it down. But it'll eventually act on its own accord. Why are you arguing with me right now about this? Celeste asked with a more frustrated tone now. I just told you how dangerous this is. I know that, but that doesn't mean you have to die. Bucky said. Why? Because I don't want you to die. Bucky now shouted. Is it too hard to believe I care about you? Celeste was rather surprised by this outburst and had her mouth opened to respond, only to find that she couldn't find the words needed to reply to him. The two stood like this for a few moments until Barnes spoke up. I was a soldier. Bucky said. Celeste gave him a confused look, as she had already heard this story before. A veteran of this planet's Second World War that occurred many decades ago. It was easy for the Jedi to assume the man was something special due to him appearing to have not aged as much as most would have. He mentioned something about cryosleep before. It was something that always made Celeste think about just who Bucky was to have been constantly preserved. In 1945, I, along with the others of the Howling Commandos, went to the Austrian Alps to raid a train carrying Dr. Armin Zola, Hydra's chief scientist and engineer at the time. If we captured him, we would be one step closer to taking down Hydra's founder and leader at the time, Johann Schmidt. Things didn't go as planned, as I was basically blasted out of it and fell to my apparent death. And why would you say dash? 'Cause sometime beforehand, I experimented on with a failed variant of the super soldier formula by Zola. They didn't surface at the time of the fall, but the serum was enough to let me survive the deep cold I went through when I fell into the river. Bucky held up his left arm as he gazed at it. Didn't survive unscathed, though. Celeste looked at the mechanical arm as Bucky resumed his tale. Didn't know how long I drifted for, but I was found by both agents of Hydra and the Soviet Union. I was soon recognized, and as their own form of revenge, they placed me through an untold number of experiments after grafting this arm and scrambling my brain to be their obedient attack dog for the next 70 years. It was only some time before I found you did I get out through Steve's help. The Jedi was silent as she was processing this reveal with her traveling companion. I know exactly what you're going through, Celeste. Bucky paused for a moment. Okay, not exactly dash. Celeste giggled at that. But I understand it. He stated. And I know that feeling of just wanting it to end, to kill yourself just so other people won't suffer by your own actions. Bucky momentarily gazed down upon his metal arm and clenched it tightly. But, my best friend, he was in the same position as you were. He said with a strained voice. I could feel it in my head, him wanting to just kill me so I can never be used again. A small smile wormed its way onto his face. He refused. He still saw me and wanted to help me. Celeste was silent as the man before her held a pensive look. Course I up and left before anything could be done. Bucky admitted offhandedly, eliciting a small, amused laugh out of Celeste. I needed to find out who I was again. When that happened, I went about raiding Hydra holdouts across the world. Took me a while. I can tell ya that much. And in that time I remembered my whole life. All of it. Everything I did before the end of the war. He raised his metal arm. And everything that came afterwards. Silence befell the two as they simply stood there with Bucky's hand resting upon Celeste's shoulders and hers on his chest. What a pair we are, huh? Morn remarked, garnering an amused scoff from the Winter Soldier. You know, since being freed from all that crap, I learned about this weird thing called reality television. Bucky stated. Think if we approach the right people, we can turn it into something. I've seen enough television here on this planet to know that's a bad idea. Celeste snorted. You're probably right on that one. The Jedi hummed aloud. So what happens now? Take one step at a time. Go with the flow. See whatever happens along the way. I can work with that. Scene cut. Bucky walked down the path of a village buried in snow. He stopped in the middle of an intersection and took a moment to inhale the cold air with a feeling of satisfaction. Strange how much he could find comfort in natural cold compared to the artificial hell trap of cryosleep. He heard the crunching of boots on the snowy ground behind him and he turned to see a bundled-up Celeste Morn. She was clearly shivering with her teeth comically chattering against one another. Think we should have gotten you a thicker coat? Bucky commented. Yeah, think. Celeste sarcastically retorted, trying her best to stave off the blistering cold. How are you not see cold? That B barely qualifies as a JJ jacket. Bucky simply shrugged. After a certain amount of time, the cold hardly bothers me anymore. Just got used to it. Even with your arm. Even with it. Lucky bastard. The Winter Soldier merely chuckled. Come on. He wrapped his arm around her shoulder and she responded in kind by leaning against him entirely, hoping to use his own body heat to warm herself up. Where did they tell us to go again? Bucky scrunched up his face in thought, looking around the village. It was February of 2016 already. Celeste and himself had traveled far up north in Norway. They had come here due to Celeste's feeling in the Force, with it apparently pointing her in the direction of this village here. Currently, they had been exploring the Lofoten Islands for the past few weeks, following Celeste's Force abilities and trying to pinpoint just what it was that led her here. When they drew closer, she spoke of how the Force had a powerful presence here. But it was also not the Force but something else entirely. Something that seems to have a connection to the Force but not one she recognized. Whatever it was, Celeste described it as unimaginably powerful. Something she had never felt before. The Jedi Shadow figured that maybe the locals would know something about this, though Bucky was slightly skeptical of this. Still, he followed her lead and the two went from village to village, asking about anything strange that they had seen recently. While the first village came up with nothing, the second one mentioned that they had noticed an unusual crop yield last year. This confused the two, but they pressed on, and an elderly gentleman spoke of meeting with someone around his age that gave him knowledge that would help in getting them more food for their village and others to trade with. When going to the next village, the answer they got was of a wandering old man in a hood who advised many who needed words of wisdom or came to him asking for it. This continued as they went from island to island, village to village, asking about this strange man that seemed to pop up everywhere on these islands, until an old man directed them to a lone island with no one who lives there. He even loaned them his small boat for the two to make their way over to this lone island. So now they were on their way to the port of the town where they would take their borrowed boat towards what felt to be the last island of their journey here. Is this it? Bucky asked, looking around. I don't know. Celeste said. What do you mean you don't know? Barnes turned to her. Aren't we here cause of what you felt? The Force can only tell me so much, Bucky. Celeste said with a roll of her eyes. It doesn't tell me everything. Yeah, but I would have thought dash. Ah, visitors. What a pleasant surprise. Bucky and Celeste spun about to see an aged man with a worn-out eye patch approaching them both. Who the dash? It's not often I get people coming by here, but they are always welcomed when they stop by. The eye patch wearing man said with a pleasant, fatherly smile. Who dash? Am I? He finished for them. Just an old man seeing a place he used to call home a long time ago. Much has changed, but I am glad to find this place be the same as it once was. The man's single eye gazed off into the distance with a content and admiring look as he looked off onto the horizon. Are you the stranger everyone's been speaking of? Celeste found herself asking. Stranger? The man said in an innocent tone. I would have thought they would have figured it out by now. Some of them seemed to know me, though they are more familiar with my kind compared to the youth of the villages. He chuckled to himself. After all, I'm more familiar with their heritage than they believe. He said to them with a tired sigh. I have been waiting for a while now. For what? Bucky asked in a guarded manner. Whom? He corrected. I've been waiting for my sons. Wanting to perhaps see them one more time before I reunite with my wife in the afterlife. Afterlife. Bucky repeated slowly, to make sure he wasn't mishearing the man. The elderly man simply nodded. I'm old. Very old. Older than either of you two can imagine. And my time is slowly coming to an end. I can feel it. Celeste whispered in awe. You have great power emanating from you. It's like a beacon in the Force. The man regarded the woman in surprise. The Force. Oh, that takes me back to my younger years. You know of the Force? The Jedi asked. He nodded. You are ways away from your galaxy, my lady. Celeste's eyes nearly bulged out. Galaxy. I'm not in my own galaxy anymore. The elder merely nodded once again. Bucky, all the while, was still rather lost in all this and remained on guard before this stranger. No need for that. The man said, turning to the Winter Soldier. I mean neither of you any harm. In fact, I am quite glad to have company after being by myself for some time. One misses simple conversations in isolation. Who are you? Celeste finally asked. Instead of answering, the man turned to the cliff sides and proceeded to walk towards it. He turned back and gestured for them to follow after him. Bucky and Celeste were reluctant with the request, but what else did they have in doing at this time? Once standing beside the one-eyed man, they heard him speak. I have gone by many names, titles, and monikers, too long a list to recite before you two. The man spoke slowly. So I shall give you the simplest of ones. All-Father, Wise One, Lord of the Hanged. I have as many names as there are winds. As many titles as there are ways to die. Celeste was rather captivated by all this. But Bucky. I am or was, the former king of Asgard. Bucky's eyes widened considerably upon hearing that last tidbit. After 2012, the whole world was made aware of the heroic group known as the Avengers. And amongst their group was a figure of Norse mythology known to many as Thor. In that time, the old pantheon had become quite popular around the world, with many reading up on the mythology. You. Bucky murmured in realization. You're Dash. Odin. The one-eyed man revealed. And you two are my honored guests at this time. Celeste took notice of Bucky's reaction, soon asking him the obvious question. You know who this is? He's a god. Bucky replied straight away, Celeste's eyes widening considerably. A god. Most people had revered my fellow Asgardians and I as deities. Others have known us as a highly advanced society to be mistaken as gods. It's quite understandable to see the confusion and misconceptions, especially with our long-lasting lifespans. Still sounds like a god to me. If you know magic and shit next to science, makes you a god in my book. Bucky remarked, making Odin laugh. Well, I never denied the title. Odin said in good humor. Gods and goddesses seem apt titles given the many specialties and abilities my people all have. So you truly are a god then? Celeste inquired in disbelief. Odin merely shrugged. I am what you need me to be. That doesn't really answer anything. Bucky said flatly. The Norse deity didn't regard the Winter Soldier in the response, only choosing something else to focus on. Oh. Odin gazed down upon the talisman clasped firmly around Celeste's neck. Perhaps, that is why you came to me. Bucky and Celeste looked down to the Muir talisman as Odin stood before the Jedi and raised his hand. It hovered in front of it, his single eye closed in concentration. This is an item of great darkness. The All-Father spoke slowly. An ancient corruption that is an affront on life itself. Celeste's eyes widened considerably, watching as Odin went on. Ah yes, it has been many centuries since I last encountered these sorts of beings. The elder god hummed aloud. Ghastly individuals who know not of their own doomed path. The Sith never learned from their mistakes, did they? You seem to know much about the Sith. Celeste said, eyeing Odin suspiciously. As I do the Jedi. Odin remarked. There is much more I know of, but that knowledge can be found elsewhere on this planet. Why can't you just tell us this now? The Winter Soldier asked. Because it is not my duty to do so. Odin replied simply. There are others here in this world that can explain in far greater detail and can teach you more than you already know. The Force is only the beginning. What is that supposed to mean? Celeste asked. You shall learn in time, my child. Odin said kindly. But before you depart. With the simplest touch, the Sith relic around the Jedi's neck started to glow. Across its surface, ancient Nordic runes started appearing in an intricate manner along with other glyphs and symbols. Before long, the light died down as everything seemingly went back to normal. What did you do? Celeste asked, eyes wide with a hand upon the talisman. I helped you, even if for a short while. He informed them. If I had more power, what I placed on this ghastly thing would have lasted far longer. So what did ya do then? Bucky inquired for better clarity. The spirit within that object was beginning to stir. Odin elaborated. Whilst there is a great deal of explaining how it works, what I can tell you in the simplest terms is I placed a binding spell upon this talisman. He who resides within will not be getting out any time soon. Celeste gazed down slightly, seeing the tip of the talisman. I see. But I can do the next best thing for you, Celeste. Being what? Direction dash. Please don't tell us any philosophical crap, Odin. Bucky said with a slight groan. Odin chuckled at the veteran's demeanor. Nothing of the sort, but legitimate directions leading to a place which will help in your present endeavors. And where might this place be exactly? Celeste asked. Nepal, more specifically the city of Kathmandu. And are you sure this place you're sending us to, it'll help Celeste? One can only hope. Can we have an idea who we're looking for? She asked. Odin shook his head. Come your arrival there, they will be made well aware of your presence. My power coupled with what resides within the talisman is enough of a beacon to lead them directly to you. That's reassuring. Celeste exhaled, sending a thankful look towards Odin. It is important for the past to help the present in order for there to be a future. The All-Father said, placing a comforting hand upon her shoulder. You two need to believe in your own capabilities and each other and you will succeed where many have failed. To Bucky, he wasn't exactly sure what Odin was getting at, but to Celeste. It felt like an old Jedi Master speaking to her, only this one was far wiser and held a greater degree of power that she could only fathom. But why help us at all? Morn asked. We're strangers to you. Odin didn't respond for a moment, gazing upon the troubled young Jedi. When my son came to this world, I had sent him here to teach him a lesson in restraint, control, and humility. He stated. But in that time, Thor came back with something more. Something that I had waned in during these last few years. I realized my mistakes, and while I wished I could correct them, I can at least do what I can here and now to help rectify what is to come. There is a great power in faith and in hope. Both are what makes us strong. It is why so many are here in existence. It is what we fight with when all else is lost. Scene cut. They had traveled for a number of weeks by now, well into spring as they entered the Asian territories. Celeste and Bucky were currently staying in India, with the latter having booked a bus ride that would take them into Nepal, where they would finally find the place Odin had directed them to. It honestly would have been easier to get an exact location within Kathmandu, but he didn't go beyond the city limits. Currently, they were staying in a small cottage of sorts that they purchased via favors and odd jobs that they did around the place they stayed at for the time being. Celeste was resting at the cottage whilst Bucky went about gathering food and such that they would be taking with them on their ride over to Nepal. "Thanks," Bucky muttered to the vendor where he had gotten a large number of fruits and vegetables from. He made his way back to their cottage and opened the door to find Celeste sitting in the center of the small room with her legs crossed. She had her eyes closed with her hands resting upon her knees with her lightsaber before her. It was floating in the air as she used the force to dismantle it earlier. She was cleaning the last piece of it for the maintenance process. He set aside the food and sat down on a nearby chair and simply observed as she put her saber back together. "How was it?" "It's getting better, more fluid," Celeste noted. "Perhaps it has to do with our proximity to the place Odin sent us to." "Maybe," Bucky said. "Your guess is as good as mine." Celeste shot the man an amused smile. "In all our time of me explaining all this to you, I feel like you have retained barely anything." "Who, me?" Bucky placed a hand on his chest in faux disbelief. "I'll have you know I retained everything you said about the magic and all that mumbo-jumbo. I just selectively choose what I want to remember. To me, I believe you're merely peering through an itty-bitty hole with not the full understanding of what you've learned. Too afraid to grasp the full reality when looking beyond the hole." Bucky gave her a deadpan look. "You do realize I live on a planet where literal gods who control the weather exist, right? And I'm from the past, like you basically. I think." Celeste snorted. "What do you think we'll even find when we get there?" he asked, making her frown in thought. I don't know," Morn said. "This isn't like my time in the Order where I at least have some knowledge to go off of. This planet is all new to me." James only nodded as he stood up from his seat and walked over to her and offered her his hand. "Well, least you're not alone in all this," the Winter Soldier told her in a kind manner. She gave him an appreciative smile, taking his hand as he pulled her up to her feet. He smirked at her before turning to grab the food he brought recently when he felt Celeste's hold on his hand remain. Turning back to her with an inquisitive look, Bucky was slightly surprised at her stepping directly up to him, standing only an inch apart. "Celeste dash. I never got to thank you, you know," she said quietly. "You found me, freed me from that sarcophagus dash. That was more of an accidental find in hindsight," Bucky admitted, though Celeste shook her head. "No." Morn was more firm this time. "It may not be the same, but I feel it was the will of the Force. I was perhaps meant to be here, to find you. You who understands me on a level perhaps no one ever truly will. You found me, saved me, gave me hope where I was ready to die should the worst come to pass." Bucky's expressions softened upon hearing that. "Hey, that's what I'm here for," he said in a low voice. "You got my back and I have yours. Not really what I thought would happen, but glad I found you, Celeste." The Jedi Shadow gave him a bright smile that he returned only for hers to fall away after a moment. Confused by this, Bucky was about to ask what was wrong when Celeste moved her head up to him. He blinked at the gesture, though a moment later, he responded in kind. The two met with a chaste kiss that lingered for a few seconds before pulling away from each other. Both stared at each other before they leaned in to kiss once again. At first, it was the same as their first one, yet it took a few moments for it to become far more passionate and intense than the last one. This went on between them both, Celeste throwing her arms around Bucky's shoulders while he wrapped his arms around her waist. Eventually, after a few prolonged seconds, they pulled apart, gasping for air with their foreheads leaning against each other. "That was something," Celeste whispered, gulping in air. "Why yeah," Bucky said, equally out of breath. Things were indeed going to be awkward in their relationship from here on out. Have you ever dash? Not really. Celeste replied. The two remained silent for a brief moment until Celeste pulled Bucky down for another, far more sensual kiss with Bucky quickly hefting her up. She responded by wrapping her arms and legs around him whilst he held her up. He walked over to their bed and she leaned forward, making them both fall to the single bed in the small cottage, and soon after, it became a desperate scramble to see who could get their clothes off fastest. Scene cut. The morning rays had risen some hours ago as the pair were walking through Kathmandu. The sounds of travel, conversing, machinery and so much more blared through the air. It was quite crowded here with very little wiggle room in certain areas to walk around. Bucky had long ditched his more heavy clothing and wore nothing more than a long black sleeve shirt with cargo pants and boots. He wore a glove to conceal his metal hand with him, rather not drawing any more attention than necessary. Celeste was back in the clothing she had when he found her, minus the armored shoulder padding. Her long hair was tied in its usual white cloth with her lightsaber strapped to her belt. Where even is this place? Bucky asked aloud, looking around. Remember what Odin said, they will find us. Just give it time. Yeah, but any of these buildings could be the place we're looking for. Bucky pointed out. They got that old-timey feel to it. Old. Celeste remarked in amusement. James scoffed, eye-rolling in faux annoyance. You know what I mean. Celeste chuckled to herself, leaning up to quickly peck him on his cheek before they both continued on. They had soon found themselves walking into an alleyway where there were far less people present. Is your force powers correct in leading us here? I believe so. Celeste said, humming in thought as she closed her eyes for a moment and stretched out her connection to the omnipresent energy field. Well, let's hope it's not near here. Bucky said with an edge to his voice. Celeste's eyes snapped open and saw that several individuals garbed in elaborate robes and their faces obscured by hoods appeared around them. Are we really doing this? Bucky asked aloud, sounding almost bored. Celeste tensed up, eyeing the people who had just appeared and were now surrounding them. There were 4 in total with them on all sides of the duo. Do you really want to try us? Bucky held up his gloved hand and promptly removed the glove to reveal his metal hand. James Buchanan Barnes. One of them abruptly spoke up, wearing dark green robes. The Winter Soldier froze up as the one who spoke removed his hood to reveal a dark-skinned man gazing at them both in clear interest. And, a user of an ancient ability beyond the stars and yet can be found close to home. You seem to know of us and yet we know squat about you. Bucky quickly pointed out. Apologies. The man bowed forward slightly. It shouldn't come as a surprise with you, Mr. Barnes. You're quite well known the world over both for the good and the bad you have committed on the world. For argument's sake, that last part was heavily unintentional. The man smirked slightly, nodding his head. Of which we are well aware of. Hydra and its many secretive deeds were made public to the world 2 years ago. We like to keep ourselves informed of the goings-on in the world. Celeste and Bucky glanced at one another before back to the strange man. My name is Carl Mordo. And if you two will follow us, we will take you to the Ancient One at once. The Ancient One. Celeste and Bucky said in unison. Yes. Mordo said, gesturing his hand for them to follow, which they promptly did. The Sorcerer Supreme and leader of our order. And what is your order? Morn inquired, now far more intrigued. Defenders of magical and interdimensional threats. Wait, what? Bucky said in clear confusion. So you guys are, legit wizards. Sorcerers and masters of the mystic arts, Sergeant Barnes. Mordo corrected him. So where's your walking stick and pointy hat? The World War II veteran asked. You already have the robes for it. If you think Gandalf is a good representation of us. Mordo said cheekily. Well. I rather like Gandalf, so I'll take that as a compliment. Still, I am surprised, Sergeant Barnes, that you know who Gandalf even is. Yeah, I read The Hobbit, in 1937 when it first came out. A sorcerer is a wizard without a hat. Mordo remarked. And where I came from, my order had been considered sorcerers as well. Celeste stated. Celeste, you're not helping my argument here. His lover only shot him a mischievous smile before turning back to Mordo. So this Ancient One, the leader of your order. Who is he? Or she? She is the master of order, as I have said. Mordo said. She is centuries old, having been the vanguard of our world against mystical and magical threats and the premier user of magic across all dimensions. Dimensions? Bucky said in clear confusion. Other worlds, other universes, and realities. Mordo revealed. What? Celeste's eyes widened considerably. What can you tell us about her then? Bucky asked, becoming more interested in this strange and apparently powerful individual. More will be spoken once we arrive. And where's this destination of ours? Celeste asked. Camartage. With a wave of his hands, an orange ethereal light appeared in the air. It soon followed his hand movement as a large circle was formed. From the space within the conjured circle shifted to another location entirely. Holy! Think Gandalf has something like that up his sleeve? Mordo couldn't help but rhetorically ask. Why yeah. Bucky retorted. I think he does, just less showmanship. Mordo laughed at that as he walked forward with Bucky and Celeste quickly following after him. Entering inside, they were greeted with a lavish yet simple hall with many intricate designs and symbols found along pillars, walls, and hanging tapestry. Welcome to Camartage, Mordo said with a grand sweep of his arms. Escorting the group through the hallways, the Jedi Shadow came across an open window. There she saw a magnificent sight of a large assortment of exotic trees and structures built within the very mountainscape. To Celeste, Camartage greatly reminded her of one of the Jedi temples she had lived in back in her youth. It was serene and tranquil. And after a very long time, she felt at peace. This place is... Celeste lost her train of thought as she couldn't place it into words to best describe it. Mordo looked back at her with an amused smirk whilst Bucky interlaced his hand with hers and gave it a small squeeze. Eventually, Carl guided them to a single room where a lone, bald Caucasian sat, currently looking over a scroll of some kind. Master. Mordo spoke up, bowing in respect. I brought them both as you asked. The Ancient One looked up from her scroll and with a quick snap of her fingers, it rolled itself back up and floated away to a nearby shelf of other scrolls which it neatly slotted itself into. Greetings to you both. She greeted politely. I hope you had a pleasant enough trip in coming here. It was pleasant enough, Ancient One. Celeste said with clear respect, bowing to her as she would to a Jedi Master. At this point, Bucky was analyzing nearly every detail of her. A habit he had hated ever since Hydra programmed him into their unwilling servant. When hearing the name, Ancient One, I'm somewhat drawn to the idea you'd be an old Tibetan monk, not someone who I think is of Celtic descent. No offense. None taken. A common misconception, Mr. Barnes. The title had been passed down onto me from my predecessor, who was indeed Tibetan. The Master said with a small laugh. And very astute of you. I didn't think you'd be able to guess my place of origin. War made me meet a lot of people. Bucky said. Being the Winter Soldier, a lot more. Of course. Odin sent us here if you were wondering. Bucky revealed. Ah, figured as much. I am glad to hear he is still alive and well, said the Sorcerer Supreme as she soon gazed at the Jedi Shadow. I can sense the spell placed on that object around her neck. Celeste's hands instinctively went up to said object with a conflicted look appearing on her face. So, this place. Bucky said, feeling a bit awkward. You guys teach magic here? More or less. The Ancient One said, walking around the desk she was behind to stand before the two of them. This order was founded upon the understanding of greater forms of power beyond our simple understanding. With that understanding of course came the eventual realization of greater threats, greater dangers to the world that can overtake it at any given time and moment. Upon learning of these threats, the masters of the mystic arts were formed. Our objective was simple. To protect the Earth from threats of the mystical and interdimensional. I can more or less understand what you said, ma'am. Bucky nudged his head towards Celeste. Would have been lost on most of that if it weren't for me knowing about her. Yes, with the Force and their Jedi Order if I'm not mistaken. How much do you know of my order? Celeste inquired. A great deal, Jedi Celeste Morn. The Ancient One stated. There was a time where a greater connection was held between this world and the galaxy of which to herald from. A connection that has since been lost to time yet lingered, waiting to be found once again. So, is there a way of me getting back to my galaxy? Celeste asked, clearly unsure now. Bucky looked at her, a conflicted expression on his own face, yet he didn't speak up. That will be for you to decide, said the Ancient One. Before we proceed any further. With a wave of her hands, an orange magical glyph appeared in the air before the Ancient One. The light intensified as it soon became smaller. It was then placed upon the Mar talisman. A second later, the Sith relic unclamped from Celeste's neck and fell towards the ground. Before it had the chance to touch it, a magic circle appeared under it before it surrounded the object. We will place this horrid thing elsewhere for the time being until we can find a way to properly dispose of it, said the Celtic woman as she had the object disappear a moment later. Celeste gasped, hand reaching up to her neck as tears appeared out of the corner of her eyes. Why you dash? Rest easy, Celeste Morn. The Ancient One said with a smile. Your curse has been removed. Tears began streaming down her face as she fell to her knees and felt a weight upon her entire being exit her body. She cried pure tears of joy and relief, and a moment later felt the comforting hands of Bucky around her. She reacted instinctively, wrapping her arms around him and burying her face into his neck as she wept. It's gone, she whispered in near disbelief. It's finally gone. I can't feel him anymore. Told ya we'd find a way. Bucky said softly. I love you, Celeste said, pulling back to kiss him passionately. I love you so much. Love you too, Celeste, Bucky said with a small smile. The Jedi laughed tearfully, turning back to the Ancient One. Your thanks are unneeded, she quickly said. And if you believe there to be a debt, perhaps you learning about our order can serve enough as one. Perhaps in time we can help both of you. The Master of the Order gave Bucky a hard look, the Winter Soldier realizing what she may be implying. Bucky then realized something she had said. Both. Celeste is still troubled with the horrors she experienced and needs to heal from them. You, however, still have an issue that needs to be rectified. This didn't sit well with him on what's being implied. Come. Mordo spoke up. I'll show you both to your room. Helping Celeste to her feet, Bucky got her to follow Mordo to their quarters during their stay at Camartage. A great change is upon us now, muttered the Sorcerer Supreme. One that is very uncertain. She departed from the room, and with a flick of her wrist, the lights dimmed with the sound of soft footsteps being heard as she walked further away. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 52, Things Can Only Get Stranger. If one were to tell a Jedi Shadow that she would be possessed by a Sith spirit and then entombed in a stasis pod for God knows how long to somehow wind up in an entirely different galaxy where she discovers a higher form of power known as sorcery to be real, well, that statement in and of itself is ridiculous enough to hear as is. Celeste Morn, Jedi Shadow of the Jedi Order, has lived one of the strangest lives one could fathom. Raised in the ways of the Force, participated in the Mandalorian Wars, got possessed by an ancient Sith spirit only then to be laid into a stasis pod to be found on an unknown planet by a man with a severe case of trauma and brainwashing, and well, she's learned a great deal of madness that appears to exist on this planet. Gods apparently are real. The Force isn't what it is here. In fact, she felt as though she can't even call it the Force. And now she's seated before a bald woman who is apparently a centuries-old sorcerer and the premier magic user of not the universe but the multiverse. The idea of universes and realities existing outside the one she currently resided in was a mind-bending one, to be sure. But the Force has shown her that anything is possible, and whilst this wasn't the Force, it was still something Celeste was quite open to. So this order of yours defends Earth from mystical threats? Celeste stated, more as a fact rather than a statement. That is correct. The Ancient One nodded. Our order was founded thousands of years ago by the first Master and Sorcerer Supreme, Agamotto. It was he that learned of the ancient secrets of the mystic arts and taught those on this planet how to tap into this greater power that exists within this plane and the vast and infinite multiverse. As the Ancient One spoke, She began rotating her hands and angling her fingers with streaks of a glowing orange energy appearing after her motions. Celeste watched on in rapt attention with her eyes following the sorcerer's movements. Agamotto taught his many pupils to harness and tap into the energies from other dimensions of the multiverse, to weave them together in casting spells, crafting weapons, and conjuring shields to make magic. The Ancient One had finished the series of symbols, circles, and squares to produce an eldritch conjuring that vibrated before the Jedi before it dispersed. Celeste only looked on in awe as she witnessed the Sorcerer Supreme conjure another series of symbols and shaped it into a fan that then transformed into a sword and so on and so forth. Magic is limitless in its capabilities as it can reshape and reform reality to your desire, said the Ancient One. Being a wielder of the Force, you have an inherent advantage over most that have come to Camartage. How then? Morn asked, intrigue clear as day to see upon her face. The Force isn't as present as I know it here. That's because the Force as you and your kin know it to be is only the tip of the iceberg, the Ancient One stated. Your kind tapped into a higher, omnipresent power thousands of years ago and have only managed to utilize a fraction of this power. To you it is called the Force, an all-encompassing energy field that surrounds all and binds us together. Celeste only nodded as the Ancient One went on. To the rest of the universe. The bald mystic made a circular motion above her head and the entire room darkened and shifted into a reflection of them sitting in the cosmos. It is a power that came with the start of the birth of this universe. It is the originator of where you draw your power in the Force. Around the two, energy swirled, shifted and changed before them as they saw stars being born and die all at once before its embers fueled rebirth and regrowth. This power is as wondrous as it is dangerous, yet it is power made pure as it can be changed and shifted into a variety of forms and appearances. The Ancient One continued, snapping her fingers as a litany of bright cosmic lights continued moving around them. To wield such a power is to be in touch with every other living thing at once. The Ancient One stated. Your predecessors took this concept and unlocked a higher understanding of the energy that binds us all. The living universe unto itself. She finished this by holding out her hand towards Celeste and in it was a swirling galaxy. You call it the Force? The Sorcerer Supreme said. The rest of the universe calls it the power cosmic. The power cosmic. Celeste repeated, reaching out to the small galaxy in the Ancient One's hand and to her surprise, found it easy to grasp this construct. The Jedi stared at the small galaxy floating in the palm of her hand in wonder and awe before it dispersed and the room reverted back to normal. She looked up to see the sorcerer had stood and gestured for her to do the same. Come. The Ancient One said, waving her hand at the Force user to follow after her. Celeste walked a step behind the Ancient One, passing by several students and masters who all bowed in respect whenever they saw the leader of the order. Eventually, Celeste was guided towards a large door that appeared to be the entrance to a vault. The Ancient One placed her hand upon the center of the door and a moment later, it vanished into dust. Wow! Celeste murmured, entering into the large room with her turning her head in every direction to try to see everything stored within what was undoubtedly a vault. She saw a whole cavalcade of mystical items and relics she wasn't able to discern or make out. They came in all shapes and sizes from basic objects like chalices and staffs to weird, multi-pronged, and angled items she couldn't even begin to describe. As I have just told you, our power and magic comes from our ability of drawing upon energy from other realities and universes to perform a litany of tasks and abilities when needed. The Ancient One held a hand out and from one of the walls came a staff that looked like it had iron straps all along its grip with two similarly shaped horned heads on both ends. But there are certain magics and powers that are so powerful and dangerous that human bodies, unless they have a degree of endurance higher than the average man, will be overwhelmed and destroyed by them. She held the staff before Celeste which glowed brightly along its many indents and lines of the straps. In order to work around this little problem, we have specific items and relics imbued with this otherworldly power in order to use a different means of utilizing this great power. The sorcerer explained. The Ancient One grasped it with both hands and a moment later, a fully dome yellow shield appeared around her. Behold! She said, smirking slightly at Celeste's amazed expression. The Wand of Wadum. A powerful relic that is imbued with the powers of the entity known as Wadum of the Eternal Winds. Wow! The shadow murmured. Every master of the mystic arts, when the time comes, gets the chance for them to choose a relic or perhaps several that befits their style and assist them in a number of tasks. The Ancient One elaborated. Or perhaps, the relic itself will choose you. So why bring me here then? Celeste asked in slight confusion. The Sorcerer Supreme turned away and walked towards a wall that she waved her hand at. The wall with its many relics shifted about and many flipped over to reveal even more different relics and items. One in particular being a blue robe of some kind that immediately caught Celeste's attention. She squinted at it momentarily, getting a feeling of familiarity emanating from this robe. The Ancient One tilted her head and smirked at Celeste's attention on the blue robe. I should have figured that would be the first relic to draw your attention. The sorceress stated with a knowing smile. You can feel it, can't you? Celeste walked over to the blue robe draped over a pedestal and had her hand hover over it. The Force. The Jedi whispered in recognition. The Force is strong within this relic. The Ancient One held up her hand and the robe began levitating off its stand and floated in front of Celeste. These garments were left behind by a long-dead race that came to this planet thousands of years ago when Agamotto first founded our order. The Ancient One explains, holding out her hand with runic symbols appearing around her wrists. She twisted her arm and glowing particles fluttered off from her hand and went towards the blue robes. The particles formed and combined underneath the robes, filling out the empty space to form a bipedal saurian of some kind that Celeste didn't recognize. This ancient creature before you was known as the Qua. Tao, the Ancient One, revealed. This robe belonged to someone who was the last of his kind. They came to this planet when Agamotto created the first sanctum here and they were taken in by our founder. With him, they uncovered the deeper secrets of the mystic arts and were the foundation of which we stand upon today. The Qua. Celeste murmured. They knew the Force. In ways lost to the both of us. Tao said, standing by the Jedi now. How old was Agamotto? Celeste found herself asking. How old is this order? Tao only shrugged her shoulders slightly. As old as it needs to be. As old as man first took their steps out of their caves and discovered the use of tools themselves. That doesn't really answer my question. Morn said in a flat voice. Not everything can be answered. Tao said, turning to the Jedi. Not everything has to be. Some questions perhaps never will be answered. What does matter is the moments that are our constant present. Celeste was silent, pondering on these words with a contemplative frown. There is no death, there is the Force. She said after a time. The last line in the Jedi Code. Celeste clarified. It speaks of how no matter what happens, we all die in the end and become one with the Force or, after learning about what you told me, one with the cosmos itself it seems. Makes me realize, we need to make the most of what we have to make it matter for others. When turning to the Sorcerer Supreme, she was met with an approving smile and after a quick flourish of her hands, the saurian figure disintegrated away and the blue robes found themselves placed upon her shoulders. I do believe this will be better suited staying with you than in this vault collecting dust. Tao said definitively, patting her on the shoulder before leaving the Jedi shadow to pat down the robe with a growing sense of excitement. The Force, the energy, the magic was practically humming off this garment and it made her feel lighter and stronger. Giggling to herself, she couldn't help the dramatic spin with the robes swishing in the air before settling down around her which only served to make her even more jittery with excitement. Celeste departed from the relic vault and made her way to the room that she had been given to stay in while she was here in Camartage. Opening the door, she found Bucky in bed with a book in hand. Lord of the Rings again? Celeste asked in clear amusement. Felt appropriate given the environment. The World War II veteran said with a shrug, looking up briefly from the book. Did you know that one of the librarians, Wong I think his name is, apparently got the film trilogy box set extended edition with commentary by cast and director? Oh. The Jedi chuckled. It sounds like you're in love. Absolutely. Barnes said without reservation. I may not like a lot of things about waking up to a time that's not mine but there is one thing I love out of it. The Lord of the Rings. Celeste put on a pained expression. Just one. Bucky snorted, snapped his book shut and got up out of their bed to go over to her. I can think of a few other things. he said in a low voice, wrapping an arm around her waist with her throwing hers around his shoulder. The two gazed at one another for a few moments until, "Where'd you get the new cloak?" Bucky found himself asking, metal hand gliding over the azure fabric. "You like it?" Celeste inquired, holding it up slightly for him to get a better view of it. "The Ancient One gave it to me. Apparently it belonged to an ancient race that used the Force and came to this planet thousands of years ago." "Really?" Bucky murmured. "How is it even being held together?" Celeste shrugged. "Magic. The Force. Both. Both seem plausible," Bucky said with him bobbing his head left and right. Celeste only giggled as she pulled him down for a deep kiss, Bucky returning the favor, and the two remained there for a few minutes until they were both panting for air. The former Hydra thrall let out a laugh, hand brushing up against Celeste's flushed cheek. "Always love seeing you like this," he remarked. "What? Hot, bothered, and wanting to pounce on you?" Celeste rhetorically asked. James only had a wide smirk in place, leaning his forehead against hers. "What about you?" she whispered softly. "You've been here, all by yourself whenever I'm off learning about the greater mysteries of the universe. It's not fair really. Is it?" Bucky asked rhetorically. "You get to learn more about your abilities and all while I get some peace and quiet after all that we've done and all we've been through. I call that a win." Celeste only shakes her head, leaning her body against his as he holds her close. The two were silent for a few moments. Morn's hand trailed over his metal arm and she hummed aloud in thought. "What? I saw some really interesting things in one of the relic vaults today." "Oh? Did you now?" Celeste had her fingers drumming against his metal arm now. "The Ancient One spoke of how certain objects are imbued with magic to make them stronger," Celeste stated. "Maybe dash." Bucky chuckled, cutting her off. "Let's not go there just yet." "Why not?" "Feel like I need to perhaps earn it or something. Can't just accept handouts all that well for just doing nothing," Bucky pointed out. "Besides, I'd rather clear up what's in here," taps his forehead, "before I ask for a new super arm." "Do you think they can do something about it? Aren't we in a place of literal magic?" he rhetorically asked her with a snort. "I'm sure they have something that can get my programming out of my head." Celeste merely nodded as she went back to enjoy the peace and comfort alone with her lover. Scene cut. The Jedi Shadow was in the Grand Library of Camartage, once again having her thoughts absorbed by the wealth of mystic knowledge this place had. It was honestly overwhelming when one considers where she comes from, but Celeste had taken it all in an excited stride. This place was teaching her to tap into a great power, a power perhaps her own ancient Jedi ancestors had when they first began their order. With the small revelation of the Qua being here and bringing their knowledge of the Force, Celeste wanted to know more. Sadly, there was not much information of the ancient Force-sensitive species. One could figure any depictions of them could have been lost to time due to improper storage and record-keeping. Yet the Qua in question had been a part of this mystic order all those years ago. So either information about this person was either deliberately taken out or was requested by the Qua themselves. Such things would have been possible, given what the Jedi Order had done before her self-imprisonment. She glanced over at Bucky, who was with her this time around, and across from him was an unlikely friend he had made in their time here. Master Wong. The duo struck up a strangely fast friendship when they first met, which was only enhanced upon both of their love of Tolkien. For Wong, it was especially interesting to meet someone who had read the first set of books made by the fantasy writer when they had first come out. For Bucky, he was just glad to meet another book reader that wasn't his old friend Steve. Not that he didn't enjoy the film series, Barnes adored them. But there was something special about talking about it with someone else who had read the books as he did. "So this Silmarillion is all the stuff he never released?" Bucky asked in a wide, excited smile. To sum it up, yes. Tolkien had basically added things over time when he was making the Fellowship trilogy novels and helped expand his story universe. Something which most people these days call retcons. "Jesus," Bucky said, grin widening as he held up Wong's copy. "Mint condition," Wong said with pride. "First edition. Keep it in the best shape possible." Magic really does have its wonders. Barnes murmured, flipping open to the middle of the book. I would sooner die than see this book perish. Wong stated. Look at its ending. Bucky turned to the last page of the book and his eyes widened. Though he had only just gotten into learning the language of the elves created by J.R.R. Tolkien, he was able to roughly translate the scribe it said on the back. To all those who journey into Middle-earth, a friend for all time until the day that the sun would set for its last. Bucky murmured in enraptured awe. J.R.R. Tolkien. The last signature he ever made before passing on. Wong smugly said. Holy fucking shit. The Jedi Shadow merely rolled her eyes with a chuckle on their present antics. Yet it goes to show how one is truly passionate about something they love and expressing it in one shape or form. You too, she spoke up, garnering both their attention. Are incorrigible. Both men stared at her for a moment before going back to talking like nerds do. Is it true that when the films for Lord of the Rings came out, there were a few rings made with the inscriptions engraved upon it? Bucky asked. More than that, my friend. Wong looked around for a moment, almost in a conspiratorial manner before leaning over closer to Bucky. The Ancient One got her hands on one of those rings and placed an enchantment of invisibility on it. Bucky's jaw dropped. No fucking way. Wong had a grin that threatened to split his face as he reached into his robes and pulled out a circular gold ring. Way. The master of the mystic arts said, holding out the ring in question and dropping it into Bucky's hand. I don't know if you're just pulling his leg by this point. Was Celeste's skeptical statement as Bucky observed the ring in hand, nearly freaking out at the sight of the black speech of Mordor. Wong only crossed his arms cheekily and waited as the Winter Soldier hesitated for a moment until he slid the ring upon his finger. And disappeared a moment later. It only took a second for him to remove the ring and reappear again with an expression threatening to explode with excitement. Wong! He shouted in absolute glee. Oh, for force sakes. Great, now she was gonna be dealing with this for days. Before the two were able to express more of their excitement over their love of Tolkien's work, the trio heard someone clearing their throat aloud. They turned to gaze upon a man in his mid-30s from the looks of him. He had a small streak of gray hair that was tied back into a small knot and wore a light orangish-brown vest. Beside the man were two other students in maroon robes. Caecilius. Wong said respectfully. Wong. The identified man said with a slight bow. He then regarded the two people seated with Wong and lingered on both of them. New friends. Caecilius remarked. I heard of these new arrivals, but never got the chance to meet them. The magic user narrowed his eyes on Barnes. Can we help you? Bucky said tersely. You look familiar. The strange man stated. I feel like I have seen your face before. In a book. Maybe you have. Caecilius hummed to himself before looking at Celeste once more. And you are, ma'am. The Jedi didn't know what to make of this strange man, but she got a very unnerved feeling from him. The Force may not be as present or in the way that she recognizes on this planet, but she has been learning about it in the past few weeks. Since then she has begun utilizing abilities she could only dream of whilst also enhancing those that she already had during her training as a Jedi. And right now, she was getting an uncomfortable feeling wafting from Caecilius. Just a new student of the Order. Came her polite response. Ah, then I welcome you to our order. Caecilius said in a gracious tone. Celeste only nodded slightly in return when Wong spoke up. What can I do for you, Caecilius? He asked. I require a book. Caecilius said slowly. The Book of the Mirror Dimension. One of my students is ready for the next level. Wong simply directed them to where the book they were looking for might be, and they were on their way, leaving the three as they were. Who's that guy? Bucky asked with suspicion, eyeing the man and his followers as they walked away. Caecilius. Wong answered plainly. One of the masters here and a gifted student. He's been with us for over 20 years now. And the Goon Squad. His personal students. There was something off about him. Celeste spoke up. Bucky snorted. That's one way of putting it. Pardon. Celeste shook her head. In the Jedi Order, whenever we felt that there was something unusual or dark about something or someone, we attributed it to being a disturbance in the Force. Caecilius, he had a darkness to him that I couldn't fully understand. Wang didn't reply right away, dwelling on this matter for a few seconds. Let's just say that Camartage has a tendency of attracting three types of people for the most part. Wang stated. Those who wish to understand a higher power, those that wish to find purpose, and those who are broken, damaged and lost in one way, shape or form. Bucky and Celeste shared a look with one another briefly. I can perhaps understand such things, but what I felt. It's like it's been fermented for years. And nothing has quelled this issue. Wang gave her a hard stare before sighing. Caecilius came here looking for a place to be when he lost all that he cared for. Wang revealed. If you want to know more, I would advise against asking him about it. If you say so. All I ask is perhaps keeping an eye on him. The Jedi suggested. Wang said nothing other than nodding to the both of them and leaving to go about his own duties. Bucky, twirling the ring of power between his fingers, sighed in a dejected fashion. And here I was hoping we found a place with some peace and quiet. Scene cut. Where? Where am I? What is this power? It's everywhere. I've never felt power like this before. Within the relic vault, the ancient Mu'ur talisman started to stir. More specifically, the entity residing within the Sith artifact. It had been asleep for quite some time. Force knows how long it's been since the spirit of Karnus Mu'ur had been aware of his surroundings. When connected to a wearer, Karnus could more or less sense what is around him during his states of hibernation. Only becoming fully aware once possessing his talisman's wearer and influencing them. His last known wearer was the Jedi Shadow Celeste Morn during the Mandalorian Wars. And yet he had been forcefully sedated ever since she went into that cryopod. Even placed in such a state, he still gave the Jedi nightmares for so many years for his bits of enjoyment. There he had slept for Force knows how long until he felt an awakening. Someone had at long last freed him from that blasted pod that had kept him asleep for so long. Yet, something was different. The Force, it was as if it was muted or deafened and he couldn't hear it. He was still able to sense that Celeste was awake, but he had no means of coercing her into his bidding or even communicating with her. This planet that they were on, the Force did not exist here. Or at least that's what he believed at first. He was stuck upon Celeste's neck as the companion she had made was the one who had freed her and in turn grew into the man she now loved. It was sickening for the ancient Sith Lord to say the least. His vessel finding love with another broken creature like her. He wanted to be let out. To be freed. Yet he found his imprisonment increased tenfold by an aged man with powers beyond his comprehension. And to add to this blistering insult, Karnus Mu'ur got sedated once more for a time by this powerful entity. Next thing he knew when he awoke once more was him being bound and placed into some sort of cell soon after once removed from Celeste's neck. How did this happen? How could he have been removed from her neck without him knowing about it? He was Karnus Mu'ur, a Dark Lord of the Sith. To be treated in such a disrespectful manner was beyond insulting to a man of his caliber. He wanted to be noticed. He did not want to be ignored. Thus the Sith spirit mustered as much power as he could before unleashing it with all his might. Even in death, Karnus seemed to feel a state of exhaustion and almost succumbed to slumber once again. Fortunately for him, Karnus detected movement. No, he detected a presence. Several actually, and all of them had this strange new power that he couldn't fully comprehend. Was it Sith sorcery? Perhaps a form of Jedi magic, if he could call it that. What is this thing, Master? He was noticed. Yes, they were looking at him. I do not know. It must be a new addition. But it looks so old. It is. No doubt something uncovered recently. But where could it have come from? I do not recognize the origin of its design. Does it matter? It sought someone like one of the other relics here. Yet it's kept in a case with many protection spells. The one that was the most powerful of this group spoke once more. Yes. His voice drawled. Far too many. Mu'ur felt this powerful being draw closer to him and in an instant, felt many binds and shackles disappear around him. In what felt like forever, the Sith spirit became outright giddy like in his Padawan years. Yes, free me. Slowly, the chains around him were removed and he began to feel his old power course through his spirit. The very moment the last one was unbound, he practically forced his metallic vessel to leap from its placement to the nearest person. Yet a moment after, a golden-orange set of lights bound him mid-air as the stubby metallic limbs of his talisman sought to ensnare anything at all. URK. In an instant, Muir couldn't move whatsoever and found his spirit extracted out from the talisman and was now hovering before a man with a streak of grey in his hair. Come now, you think I would be so foolish as to unshackle you in your entirety? The man that appeared to be the head of this group asked in a taunting fashion. Loathe her as I do at times, the master placed many seals upon you for a reason. And I shall continue to keep them there for my own safety. The Sith spirit merely sneered as he fought ever more to at least get close to any person at all and possess them. More so now so he could at least hit this person bounding him at this time. Muir felt pain jolt through his being and was restrained more firmly this time. Try that again and you'll be locked away once more. The man threatened and begrudgingly, he complied with what the man said. With great reluctance, Muir more or less relaxed but still held a snarl on his expression. And who, or what might you be? Asked the man that had released him. I am the great Dark Lord of the Sith. The spirit said in a grandiose fashion. Carnus Muir. Never heard of one such as you. I believe history sought to be rid of me. The man eyed the spirit with clear skepticism. Perhaps it has. Or perhaps you are in a part of the world where your story has never been told. And where is it in the galaxy have I found myself trapped in? Muir all but snarled. The collection of humans before him all looked at one another in surprise. What do you mean by that, exactly? The head of the group asked. The Sith spirit could only smile in response. Scene cut. It was the dead of night at Camartage. Many slumbered while others made their rounds. One such person was the librarian who sought to protect the contents of the headquarters library. He was putting away books and scrolls in their proper places for those who would come seeking them out should they in time. It was then did he notice someone nearby. He momentarily sighed, thinking it was one of the new students who were more or less bookworms. May I help you? Asked the librarian. His answer wasn't received, only seeing several more people appearing within the chamber. A sense of uneasiness washed over him as they all drew closer. More so when a number of them quickly created magical whips and ensnared his limbs. The librarian screamed in pain as he was hoisted into the air and was being pulled in all directions. By this point, he saw a familiar face in the group approach him as one of his captors placed a cauldron underneath him. Caecilius? Why? He didn't get an answer as the mystic master withdrew a pair of scythe daggers and swiftly cut off his head. In that very instant, at a far-off room of Camartage, the Jedi Shadow gasped awake. No. In an instant, her lover beside her shot up in an alarmed manner and saw Celeste's pale face. Celeste, what's wrong? He asked in concern. She got up out of bed and in an instant, was garbed in her Jedi garments and robe. We need to go, now. Seeing her present state, Bucky complied and quickly slipped on the necessities in record time. By the time he roughly got dressed, he bolted out of their room and ran after Celeste. They heard someone screaming in the distance which only made them run faster, and as they ran into the library of Camartage, they both saw Tao producing a portal with her sling ring. Ah, Celeste, Mr. Barnes. Tao spoke cordially. Please, if you'll follow me, this will make things far easier. Neither said anything else as they followed the Sorcerer Supreme through her conjured portal. Where they wound up next made Bucky realize where they were. London? Why here? They ran without choosing a proper destination in mind. Tao stated. They needed to get away from Camartage. Who? Celeste asked. The answer came in the form of a familiar face to them being flanked by a dozen individuals in maroon robes. Wait. Celeste narrowed her eyes. Caecilius. And his students, apparently. It was then did Tao conjure something rather familiar to many present as it surrounded them all. The mirror dimension. The world around them then shifted into that of a kaleidoscope as the buildings and very air itself was patterned and replicated dozens of times over. Hypocrite! Sneered Caecilius. In an instant, the world around them shifted sideways. Tao and her two allies swiftly leaped into the air so they may land alongside an adjacent building while Caecilius and his acolytes followed suit. In the middle of the group jumping down to the building that was now sideways, Celeste caught sight of something gold within the hands of one of the students. Something she recognized in an instant. "Master!" Celeste shouted. "We mustn't let the talisman get away. If Mu'ur is reawakened, the plague of the rock howl will spread. This entire planet will be threatened. I have no intention of allowing such a threat to run freely upon this world," Tao said, throwing her hands up with eldritch symbols appearing around them. As some acolytes ran towards them, Bucky bolted to intercept. He swiftly ensnared the arm of one and broke it before retrieving their baton-like weapon. Once throwing the man aside, who was soon crushed by the shifting environment, the Winter Soldier started clubbing and bashing some of the zealots. Tao conjured her spells to fend off against a pair of Caecilius men. With them using their enchanted whips to ensnare her legs, she worked around the issue by pulling them back and having them fall forward. She then used the opening to leap over them and created ethereal hand fans to strike them down. Celeste did the same, taking this chance to practice some of the magic she had learned whilst also utilizing her enhanced force abilities to fight off these zealots of Caecilius. Though they were heavily outnumbered, these acolytes were outclassed by the combined skill of these three. Something Caecilius immediately recognized, as he knew that if he were to engage, he would undoubtedly lose. Something a certain spirit that now traveled with them saw as well. "If you are to survive, unleash my power," whispered the voice of Mu'ur into Caecilius' ear. Gritting his teeth, Caecilius whipped out his hand with a glowing whip shooting out from his palm to grab the talisman one of his acolytes carried with her and pulled it over to him. Clasping it tightly, Caecilius removed many of the shackles he had placed upon the golden talisman while having many that were made to protect him in particular and thrust it out. A ghastly, putrid gas of some kind emanated out from the talisman and found its way into the closest zealot. The acolyte didn't even register that gas until it entered into his body entirely, and it was then that he stopped moving. He remained that way for a few seconds until he began twitching and spasming about whilst his expression conveyed nothing but absolute pain. It was at this point did Tao, Bucky, and the many zealots get front row spots of witnessing a horror show. Something which Celeste still has nightmares about. The zealot's body swiftly twisted about with blood leaking from their eyes, mouth, and ears. Their skin soon followed as pigmentation drastically paled as the person rapidly mutated. By the end of his horrific transformation, many witnessed what hadn't been present in the universe for thousands of years. A rock howl. The former acolyte fell to his knees, breathing heavily as all combatants paused to what they were doing to stare at this changed man. After a moment or two, it gave out a beastly roar and charged at Tao and her allies. The Jedi Shadow was swift in getting in the rock howl's line of sight and used the force to push it back before going in on the offensive. The deformed, transforming zealot stumbled back in an attempt to get some distance from Celeste. She slammed her fist into her open palm, eldritch symbols appearing around her hands. Morn slowly pulled her fist away from her palm, and from that motion, the eldritch symbols reshaped and reformed themselves into a glowing sword. She spun her newly constructed blade into a backhanded grip, and with her free hand, the Jedi called upon the Force. The Jedi's lightsaber flew into her open palm and was promptly ignited with her going on the offensive. The rock howl-infected zealot conjured up a domed sphere around himself that deflected the two sabers, though his protective shield flickered. "Oh shit!" Celeste said in horror, realizing this transformed human retained the mystic knowledge it had gained. "Caecilius!" Tao called out, and her two allies looked up in time to see the rogue master conjuring a portal for himself and his students to escape through. "Son of a bitch!" Bucky said aloud as the portal closed on them and the traitors to the Order of the Mystic Arts had escaped. "We have more pressing matters on our hands." Instead of staying in the mirror dimension, the transformed acolyte made its way out and entered London. "What the hell, it can do that!" Bucky yelled out. "It appears this beast is more devious than anticipated," Tao commented, the trio running after the fleeing rock howl. Before getting close enough to the transformed zealot, it swiftly attacked a nearby civilian. Chaos ensued soon after, with many fleeing for their lives. "No!" Celeste screamed out at the sight of the acolyte rock howl biting into the shoulder of an unsuspecting man. Moments after the enemy let go of the harmed civilian, the man rapidly underwent the effects of the rock howl plague. Instead of a span of several days, it happened in less than a minute. Oh hell. When you told me of this plague, I didn't realize it would become a literal zombie-like outbreak. Bucky remarked. We must get this under control. Tao said, tossing a magically conjured disc at a rock howl that was running from the area. There were only several rock howls overall, yet they were jumping from person to person, and with either a bite or a scratch, the plague immediately began a transformation. Son of a bitch. Bucky groused out, using his metal arm to bash away a rock howl that pounced at him. He really wished he had some automatic weapons to help out in this situation. All he had was his arm and his pilfered magical baton, something which he can't really use at all. Around them, more and more people were beginning to instantly transform into more rock howls, with some either running away or attacking them. It is spreading too fast. Tao noted in slight alarm. Some of these people haven't been touched by the others. It can spread just by being close to them. Celeste revealed. Caecilius released the plague on the city without even realizing it. Well, what's gonna happen to us then? Bucky asked in a slight panic. Can't we be affected by this plague? Celeste didn't get a chance to answer as Tao clapped her hands together and conjured a hexagonal eldritch spell that she quickly tossed in the direction of Barnes and Morn. The spell quickly engulfed both of them, shaping itself around their bodies before it dispelled off of them. That should keep you safe for the most part. The Sorcerer Supreme declared. Quickly now, there are many who are running away from us. Mr. Barnes, if you wish to use that staff, I suggest twisting the top of it counterclockwise. He looked at the staff in hand and did as Tao instructed. Turning the top handle counterclockwise, he jolted slightly as the staff in his hand glowed and shifted into a spear that glowed a light before splitting in two. Whoa! Bucky murmured, instincts kicking in as he heard something pouncing at him from behind. Spinning about quickly, he thrusted both his sharp staffs into the rock howl that attempted to get the jump on him, and Bucky's arms widened in horror and remorse. The creature before him was a rock howl that was only halfway through their transformation. It was a young woman in her late teens, her eyes conveying a vicious hunger, but beneath it, agonizing pain that pleaded for help. Oh God! Bucky whispered to himself. He took a moment to look around and saw many young individuals being corrupted and infected by the rock howl plague, and guilt began to skyrocket from within. Celeste. He called out to his lover. Is there no way for us to help them? Celeste spun her lightsaber around and slashed at the chest of a nearby rock howl who collapsed, dead and unmoving. She looked at Bucky with a face of regret and guilt. No. She whispered in remorse. Bucky grit his teeth as he resumed fighting the spreading virus of the Sith spawn. Tao was fighting herself, tossing out portals at any rock howl she saw, sending them to secluded locations so they would not spread this vile plague any further. But it was proving to be somewhat difficult, as the rock howls were fast in attacking any and all that moved. She needed to get this under control, and she needed to do it now. Tao thrust her arms up above her head and in a sweeping motion threw them forward. Around her, reality seemingly cracked, and it began rippling the air towards any and all rock howls within the area. Many abruptly vanished, though some seemed to detect the oncoming magical attack and moved to avoid it. Bucky was relieved of a few that had surrounded him, and he cleared out the leftovers before moving on to take out any others that remained. As Tao moved to conjure another spell, she paused. Her head tilted in confusion as she sensed something. An old presence. A powerful presence. She looked over to Celeste Morn and noticed that she too appeared to detect something. They both locked eyes as what they felt had a more stronger presence. This presence could only be described to be very strong. And very hot. And it was coming in fast. It was then that they heard a roaring tiring wheel with an engine that sounded as though it were exploding whilst driving. Bucky soon heard this, and all three turned to gaze down at the end of the block. Whirling around a street corner, a flaming muscle car crashed and crushed through a number of rock howls and incinerated the infected. Without stopping through a harsh whirl, someone was flung out of its driver's seat with a beastly, metallic roar as it tackled through another rock howl. The rock howl struggled for a brief moment before it was silenced by something wrapping around its neck. It screeched in pain before molten fire engulfed it and turned it to ash. Toa, Celeste, and Bucky then saw just who it was that arrived on the scene. The being bore a flaming, metallic skull with red dots appearing within the abysmal eye sockets. It wore a leather biker attire with a white rectangle on the jacket's chest. And wrapped around one arm was a heated set of chains. The moment the rock owls looked upon the new arrival, they oddly enough paused in momentary instinctual fright. Time to purge this blight. The rock owls focused their attention towards this entity and immediately pounced at it. The flaming skull being simply whirled its arm back and threw the chain whip to cleave through a number of them. The flaming metals burned through them all. One ended up snatched by the throat as fire swiftly coursed through them. It cried out in agony as it became a flaming carcass in mere moments. Who? What the hell is that? Bucky asked in awe and slight fear. I haven't seen him in a long time. Tao murmured wryly. But, if you must know, they are referred to as the Ghost Rider. A spirit of vengeance. This aforementioned Ghost Rider roared aloud in the face of a rock owl, flames erupting from its being that quickly surrounded the infected human who was promptly turned to ash. Okay, that's not terrifying at all. Bucky commented. Do not worry, Mr. Barnes. Tao spoke in an assuring manner. The rider is one who targets those who have wronged the innocent. That doesn't help me at all. Bucky nearly shouted. Come on. Celeste said, wielding her lightsaber. We have to help him. Morn rushed forward with the Sorcerer Supreme joining her a moment later. Bucky remained where he stood for a few seconds, internally berating himself. What have you gotten yourself into, Buck? He said to himself before lightly jogging forward to rejoin the fight. With these 4 combatants, the number of rock owls drastically dwindled. It didn't take long for the remaining rock owls to be quickly tracked down and taken out. As the chaos came to an end, Tao quickly sent the 4 of them into the mirror dimension so they could escape any unwanted attention. We got them all, Bucky said straight away. Only from what we were able to find, Celeste said in a very bitter mood. But even if they have been taken care of, the Mu'ur talisman has been taken by Caecilius. So long as he has the talisman, the rock owl plague threatens this entire planet and can be unleashed anywhere. Then we shall find them and stop them. Tao promised. But first. She turned her head to the newcomer who had stood there silently, its fiery eyes looking at the 3 of them with a gaze that seemed to pierce their very souls. It has been a long time, Zarathos. The Ancient One spoke up and the Ghost Rider turned its head to her. I see you have a new host. It gazed upon her intently before slowly, the flames surrounding the metallic skull dimmed. Muscle and flesh soon appeared and formed to reveal a Hispanic male in his mid-late 20s. He fell slightly to his knees, breathing heavily with exhaustion. Tao walked up to him and assisted him to his feet. And who might you be? She asked the young man. Robbie Reyes, answered the Hispanic host. And I'm this. Zarathos' roommate. Never knew their name, I take it. Until now, yes. Scene cut. Caecilius with his remaining 7 zealots stumbled out of the portal and all nearly collapsed to the ground. Their leader recovered rather quickly and held up the Mu'ur talisman with a piercing gaze as he immediately placed the restrictions it had back on it. This time, however, he made sure it was painful for the spirit residing within it. And much to his sadistic delight, he sensed the moment of anguish the ancient Sith Lord felt when the shackles that bound his spirit to this trinket wrapped themselves tightly around him. You crave news, fool? Mu'ur nearly screamed out. Have you no idea who it is you are dealing with? I am dealing with a pathetic spirit that can be expunged from this talisman and eviscerated in a moment's notice by any competent master. Caecilius coolly responded. Now, you shall tell me just what it was back there that turned one of my pupils into a deformed monstrosity. And should you choose to leave something out due to memory failing you, I'll wring it out myself. Do I make myself clear? If this was any other situation, Mu'ur wouldn't budge in the slightest. Yet the Sith spirit was at a disadvantage with a being which can actually harm him, unlike a number of Force sensitives back in his home galaxy. So, he had no choice but to back down, glaring at the mystic all the while. Save your petty anger, it was one thing for my students to be captured, but what I saw was a fate worse than death. The rogue master threatened. There are always such occurrences. One can never be picky in having a preferred death. I am not in the mood for your riddles, Sith Lord. Caecilius applied a bit of magic to the talisman that made Karnus writhe within. Tell me what that was now. My legacy, Muir proclaimed proudly, despite his pain. What sort of legacy is that supposed to be? My life's work in reaching immortality and control over the galaxy. The master spat on the ground. A perversion. Nothing is perfect, Caecilius. Shrugged the spectre. This was my preferred method. Taking the free will away from a living being. One of the acolytes spoke up. Like you have such a better idea of immortality. Muir shot back, unamused by the younger student's bravado. I very much do. Like what? You don't deserve to hear my method after what you did earlier. Caecilius stated, applying a bit more power upon the talisman that effectively silenced the Sith Lord. Within his talisman/prison, Muir only seethed in burning hatred towards this man. Fine. Let it be that way. He'll find out the old-fashioned way as he views it all from his talisman. He can be patient this time around. He was after all a spectre. It wasn't as if he would die again anytime soon. Scene cut. You know, I thought I've seen it all with the big three. Bucky commented as he sat by a round table with several other occupants. But alien mutant space zombies feel like they deserve their own category. The big three. The newest arrival of Camartage asked in confusion. Androids, aliens, or wizards? Celeste answered for her lover. It is rather accurate when one looks at the history of enhanced conflict on this planet. But what does Mr. Reyes count as? Carl Mordo asked from his seat. A special case. The Ancient One replied for the young man who had been asked to join them here in Camartage. She sat at the center of the table and around her were some of her most trusted confidants such as Carl Mordo and Wong as well as the three masters of these places called sanctums. Are we really talking about this subject? About me of all people? Robbie Reyes asked in a disbelieving manner. More or less. Buck said with a shrug. Mutant alien zombies are one thing, but you. Tao cleared her throat before turning to Robbie. Tell us, why were you in London of all places? Last I checked, you were in America. I've been traveling as of late. Reyes vaguely said. Not by my own volition. Zarathos was never one to be so accommodating to his hosts. The Sorcerer Supreme said with a small sigh. So you really know what this thing inside me is then? Robbie asked with Tao nodding her head. I've crossed paths with the spirit of vengeance on numerous occasions before. Tao revealed. As did the previous master and his master beforehand. He seems to know this place. Robbie said, leaning back in his chair as he gazed around the large hall they were all seated in. Is this Zarathos a friend to the Order? Mordo asked, Robbie snorting in immediate response. You should hear this bastard laughing up in here. Robbie derisively laughs, tapping the side of his forehead. To sum it up, his allegiance is for good, albeit on a more chaotic nature on several occasions. I'd rather not see an upfront example. Daniel Drum, master of the New York Sanctum said aloud. Second it. Agreed Sol Rama, the London Sanctum's master. As it turned out, there were 3 Sanctum bases spread throughout the Earth, New York, London, and Hong Kong. Each was a protective marker to help seal off this world from many threats from beyond the mortal plane. And all 3 were greatly connected to Camartage as a means of fast travel outside the use of sling rings. The 3 masters of the Sanctum had been summoned here due to Caecilius' rebellion on top of the realization that the Mu'ur talisman was now loose in the world. And with it, the Rock Howl Plague. Okay, look. Celeste spoke up, leaning forward upon the table as she looked at everyone who had been gathered in an intense manner. The Mu'ur talisman has been taken. Bucky and the Ancient One have seen firsthand its effects on a living being it gets into contact with. It spreads fast and violently with the only means of containing it being a wipeout of a large population that has the plague. But I take it that is not something any of you are willing to do. The shaking of everyone's heads was enough of an incentive for her to continue. So we need to be on high alert and track Caecilius and the talisman down as soon as we can. The Sanctums have been placed on high alert for the most part. Wong stated firmly. Each will have students working in tandem together to track down the talisman. Whoa, what about that guy? Bucky asked in bewilderment. He's the one who took the talisman. Should we be going after him? After seeing what that thing could do, I don't know he'd want to hold on to something like that. Caecilius will come to us, the Ancient One said with conviction. Whether or not he holds on to the talisman, remains to be seen. If left alone, the rock howl plague is more than capable of spreading on its own. Celeste pointed out in a grim tone. Even with the spells and restrictions Tau placed upon it, it can subconsciously spread it to unsuspecting victims. You think Caecilius would spread the plague willingly? Sol Rama asked. He did so when he fled from us, Celeste reminded them. Bucky rubbed his chin in thought, recalling the talisman being activated. Must have been a spur of the moment cause he clearly didn't realize what the damn thing could do when he infected his acolyte. His desperation tactic was costly yet paid off in his escape. Morn said. The group fell into silence momentarily. There is still one thing I don't understand. Bucky spoke up, having all looked at him. And that is. Bucky turned to face Robbie. Why exactly were you in London of all places? Bucky asked. The Wizard Queen here said you were in America. How'd you get here? The host of the Spirit of Vengeance cleared his throat, placing his folded hands upon the table. The Spirit. Zarathos detected a dark presence a while back. Robbie said quietly. A presence drenched in the blood of the innocent. Something that had been moving all over Europe over the last few months before it seemingly disappeared from his senses. In an instant, Celeste found herself tensing up with her eyes widening and subconsciously, she reached for her neck where the talisman had once been clasped around it. Bucky wordlessly reached over to her and gently grasped her other hand and gave it a squeeze of comfort. The table was silent for a brief few moments until Wong had cleared his throat and spoke up. We mustn't waste the time we have right now. The newly appointed head librarian said in a firm voice. Spells must be enacted that will warn us of the talisman entering within the cities of the sanctum. Caecilius will undoubtedly be targeting them at one point and likely may even still have the talisman on hand when he makes his move. Then we shall begin making barriers from the sanctums. Tau spoke up, rising from her seat. And we must be vigilant for any news or mention of the plague appearing anywhere in the world. We shall not let the innocent suffer such a tragedy and painful death. For now, we must prepare. Meeting adjourned. There were a few murmurs and statements of acknowledgement as the masters departed to their respective sanctums whilst Tau approached Mordo. I'll entrust you with Camartage, Master Mordo. Tau said, placing a hand upon his shoulder with him nodding in respect. It will be done, Master. Tau gave him a small smile before looking at Celeste and Bucky. Celeste, I know you wish to pursue after Muir, but I would find it better that you join Mordo in his endeavor in creating the barrier around Camartage. Tau instructed. This will serve you well in your own training as well. Celeste wanted to argue but she nodded along. And don't worry. Once you are done, I would have you go with Mr. Barnes and Mr. Reyes in seeking out just where the talisman is. Tau assured. If there is anyone who would have the highest probability of locating the talisman, it would be you three. The Jedi gave an appreciative nod at her new master and gave Bucky a quick peck on the cheek before leaving to join Mordo in this task. Tau left a moment later, leaving Bucky and Robbie standing there alone rather awkwardly. Bucky looked about for a moment before his gaze had settled upon a rather grim-looking young man. Everything all right with you, Robbie? Bucky asked. Looking a little pale there. I'm fine. Robbie stammered out. It's the spirit that's not. What do you mean? Bucky was still having a hard time wrapping his head around the whole concept. What's it doing to you right now? The leather jacket-clad man shook his head with his breath coming out in a haggard fashion. It's not telling me, it's making me feel it. Robbie looked at Bucky straight in the eye with a look of torment. James felt like he was going to regret what he was about to ask. Feel what? A dark, haunted look appeared on Reyes' face. Those that have had their souls be corrupted by sin. Was his response, and never before in such a long time did Bucky feel fear completely consume his entire being. He stood rooted on the spot as he watched Robbie turn his back to him and walk away. Shaking, Bucky pulled a chair close to him and promptly sat down with his face being covered by his hands with silent tears streaking down his cheeks moments later. Celeste, who had just reached the exit of Camartage, froze for a moment as she felt her heart clench up and she looked back to the direction of where the meeting she was a part of had taken place. Bucky, was the immediate thought that popped into the Jedi's mind. She placed a hand over her chest. Celeste. She blinked, turning back to see a waiting and slightly confused Mordo. Is everything all right? He asked. Oh, Celeste quickly cleared her throat. Yes, yes. Please, Master Mordo, I'll follow your lead. Mordo regarded her for a brief moment before slowly nodding, and the two exited the building a moment later. So how are we doing this, Master? Celeste asked straight away. How far out do we need to place these markers? Every couple of miles. That'll take a while by foot. Mordo chuckled slightly. Worry not about travel, Celeste. I know my way around every nook and cranny here in Kathmandu. Just follow after me wherever I go. Celeste simply nodded as the two began their work. Over the course of the day, the duo had gone about setting up the barrier and detection spells all over Kathmandu whilst utilizing Mordo's shortcuts to get around faster and to key areas that would be the best place to invoke the protective barriers. This went on for some time, Celeste being shown how to enact this spell and was soon doing it on her own with Mordo never being too far. She walked through a crowd of people, clasping her hands together and murmuring the incantation needed for the spell when Camartage. Hearing the name of her new home, Celeste perked up and looked towards the source. And she wasn't the only one, as Mordo heard this as well. Some distance away, they saw a greatly disheveled man walking by a number of pedestrians. By the look of it, the man was asking for directions yet was unsuccessful. He held up a piece of paper to an elderly fellow who simply shook his head and directed him towards another direction in hopes of helping find what he was looking for. Curious about this stranger, both Celeste and Mordo followed him in order to analyze him. They watched from afar as he went from person to person, with some appearing to know where to point him to go while others waved him off apologetically. What this man hadn't realized is that he was being followed by two hooded figures and soon had several more less savory individuals follow him into a seemingly deserted alleyway. In an instant, upon seeing several men surround him in a manner that trapped him where he stood, the stranger realized what was happening. Look guys, I don't have any money. He almost pleaded. Your watch. One of the men said, gesturing to it. The stranger's expression fell. No, please. It's all I have left. Your watch. The other man repeated once more as he stepped forward with the rest of them following suit. The disheveled man let out a frustrated sigh. All right. A split second later, he punched the man across the face. A moment after, he recoiled in pain as he held his hand. Celeste quirked a brow at this, wondering if this man was outright weak and fragile or he suffered from a previous injury which left him in this present state. Both the sorcerer and Jedi Shadow then witnessed the disheveled man being pummeled by the thugs, with one of them taking the watch in the process. Enough was enough, causing Celeste to move onward with Mordo following after her. In a span of seconds, the pair were quick to disarm the thugs and knocked them out. They were all easily dispatched, with one or two having run away upon the duo's arrival. The stranger saw all this, eyes wide in amazement and relief at being saved, looking at Celeste, who snatched his watch out of one of the mugger's hands and held it out for him to take. Sorry about your watch, said Celeste as she handed back the man's precious possession. The man looked at his timepiece and saw it was heavily cracked on the glass covering. He didn't know if it would ever work again with how bad it was. He slumped, curling his shaking hand around his watch tightly as his face scrunched up in internal pain. You're looking for Camartage, stated Mordo. Seeing the disheveled man nod, the sorcerer silently gestured to him to follow them back to their headquarters. Celeste sensed much confusion and trepidation coming from this man, but there was also something else. A strange feeling of both hope yet also acceptance of defeat at the same time. Strange combination to be sure. Then again, her lover was a brainwashed assassin for a number of decades, so who was she to judge? Eventually, they returned to Camartage with the man still looking around. Really? Sure, we got to the right place, he said before nodding his head towards a nearby stand. That one looks a little more Camartage. Looks can be deceiving, was Celeste's simple response. Carl only chuckled lightly as he looked upon the broken man. What is your name? Stephen. The disheveled man said after a moment. Stephen Strange. The green-robed master placed a hand on his own chest. Carl Mordo. This is Celeste Morn, someone who has also joined our order recently. Stephen Strange simply nodded politely at the Jedi which she returned. Many once stood in your place, me being one of them. Admitted Mordo. And I, too, was disrespectful. So, might I offer you some advice? The man before them merely nodded. Forget everything you think you know. Strange could only blink in utter confusion as Celeste opened the door and ushered him inside Camartage. All right, he said, clearly unsure as to what Mordo meant but went in after him regardless. They walked down the halls of said sanctuary in relative silence for the most part. The sanctuary of our teacher. The Ancient One. Mordo said in a respectful tone. The Ancient One? Asked their disheveled guest. What's his real name? Silence was the only response he got from them. Right. Forget everything I think I know. Sorry. Celeste took a quick peek and saw Master Hamir reading a book at one of the tables. And taking a look at their guest, the Jedi Shadow saw the quick assumptions on his face. Boy was he in for a surprise. A pair of acolytes were quick in taking Stephen's coat, leaving him in his button-up shirt. He was momentarily startled but was quick to recover as he was given a clay cup. Thank you, said Strange. Celeste soon repressed a smile on her face when Tao made her appearance in the room as she poured tea into the clay cup. Thank you, Ancient One, for seeing me, said the newcomer, who soon saw Master Hamir walk out of the room. You're very welcome, said the Celtic woman before she addressed the others in the room. Thank you, Master Hamir. Thank you, Master Mordo. And thank you, Celeste. That will be all. Stephen could only look on in confusion but also slight embarrassment upon realizing his mishap. He was left alone with the Ancient One a moment later, though Mordo and Celeste stood by, waiting in the wings. Mr. Stephen Strange. Tao greeted him. Doctor, actually. Well, no, not anymore, surely. Tao pointed out. Isn't that why you're here? Dr. Strange pulled his lips away from the clay cup as he stared at the bald Celtic woman before him. You've undergone many procedures. 7, right? Yeah. He said awkwardly before wanting to divert attention away for a bit. It's good tea. The Ancient One walked away so she may pour herself her own serving of tea. Strange looked at Celeste and Mordo in a silent question as to what was going on, only for the latter to give him a small smirk. Did you heal a man named Pangborn? A paralyzed man? Strange asked a moment later. Recognition graced Mordo's features upon hearing that name after so long. Something which Celeste noticed. In a way. Tao said offhandedly. You helped him to walk again. Yes. How did you correct a complete C7-C8 spinal cord injury? Strange inquired in slight disbelief. Well, I didn't correct it. He couldn't walk. I convinced him that he could. Stephen tilted his head at that. You're not suggesting it was psychosomatic. When you reattach a severed nerve, is it you who heals it back together or the body? Tao asked him. It's the cells. He responded as if it were the obvious answers. The cells are only programmed to put themselves back together in very specific ways. Right. What if I told you that your own body could be convinced to put itself back together in all sorts of ways? You're talking about cellular regeneration, said the former doctor in astonishment. That's bleeding-edge medical tech. Is that why you're working here? Without a governing medical board? Just how experimental is your treatment? Quite. Tao said plainly. So, you've figured out a way to reprogram nerve cells to self-heal? No, Mr. Strange. I know how to reorient the spirit to better heal the body. Whatever hopes Stephen bore in his eyes quickly died with disbelief replacing them. The spirit to heal the body? He asked in confirmation. That's right. Tao walked away as she sipped her tea. Not wanting to perhaps give up on his last attempt of fixing himself, he tried to play along with this game. Alright. How do we do this? The Ancient One soon came back with a book in hand, opening it to a series of pages showing different medical maps of the body. Ones dealing with chakras, acupuncture, and MRI scans as some examples. By the end of it, Stephen scoffed as frustration slowly took hold of him. "I've seen those in textbooks and gift shops." Seeing his reaction, the Celtic woman gave the former doctor a lecture. Each of those maps was drawn up by someone who could see in part, but not the whole. Stephen could only scoff whilst trying not to pull his own hair off his own head. "I spent my last dollar getting here, a one-way ticket, and you're talking to me about healing through belief?" Strange said, not wanting to hear her answer. The Ancient One merely smiled enigmatically at the man. "You're a man looking at the world through a keyhole," she said, much to Stephen's scoffing in response. "You've spent your whole life trying to widen that keyhole to see more, to know more. Now, on hearing that it can be widened in ways you can't imagine, you reject the possibility." "No, I reject it because I do not believe in fairy tales about chakras or energy or the power of belief." Strange then got up all close and personal to Tao with an outright sneer on his face. "There is no such thing as spirit. We are made of matter and nothing more. You're just another tiny, momentary speck within an indifferent universe. You think too little of yourself." Tao remarked. "Oh, you think you see through me, do you? Well, you don't." The former doctor then began jabbing his finger against Tao's chest repeatedly with each word spoken next. "But I see through you." Getting tired of this, Tao decided to get to the matter at hand. Ensnaring Stephen's arm into a particular hold, she thrusted her available hand into his chest. A split second later, the former surgeon quickly had an outer-body experience for the very first time in the most literal sense of the phrase. For he was now an astral projection staring at his physical body. The spirit of Strange could only look upon his physical body with both Mordo and Celeste already by his side to keep it from falling over. After mere seconds, both his spirit and body reconnected as the former doctor hastily gasped for air. What did you just do to me?" Strange asked with a gasp. "I pushed your astral form out of your physical form," Tao explained. "What's in that tea?" Stephen tried to rationalize. "Psilocybin? LSD. It's just tea, with a little honey." Tao teased slightly. "What just happened?" Strange all but demanded. "For a moment, you entered the astral dimension. A place where the soul exists apart from the body. Why are you doing this to me?" "To show you just how much you don't know," said the Ancient One, soon placing her thumb against the center of his forehead. "Now open your mind." What he went through next outright amazed and terrified him immensely. He was now flying higher and higher into the air, screaming in absolute terror as his body flailed about. "Idiot!" Strange yelled out at the top of his lungs. "This isn't real. This isn't real. This isn't dash." He froze in midair, floating high above planet Earth, and to his astonishment, he saw a butterfly flying by him. Strange reached out to it and touched it before being rocketed forward at high speeds once again. He then found himself flying through what seemed to be a vortex of every color he could and couldn't even fathom all at once. "His heart rate is getting dangerously high." That was the voice of Mordo. "Did you have to go that far, Master?" It was Celeste. A second later, Stephen found himself in a chair with the Ancient One by his side with a coy smile in place. "He looks all right to me," she said teasingly. Celeste snorted. "You look like you're having too much fun on him." "Nonsense." The room around Strange stretched and bended in ways he couldn't fathom before he was plunged back into that psychedelic roller coaster of color and sensation. All the while, the voice of the Ancient One was heard clear as day in his ears. "You think you know how the world works? You think that this material universe is all there is?" Strange felt his entire body shatter into multiple copies of himself, with each one being less and less of himself. A thumping galaxy that was like a large stereo set was beating to the sound of distant chanting pulled him in. What is real? Strange was flying through another vortex, feeling himself get ripped apart on the cellular level only to be forcefully put back together. What mysteries lie beyond the reach of your senses? Strange flew through some kind of world where eruptions were going off and he went into a kaleidoscope object of some kind. At the root of existence, mind and matter meet. Thoughts shape reality. He was now in a place where body parts seemed to rule, and to his horror, he saw hands stemming from his fingers that only grew more hands from their fingers. Hands around him began grasping at him before he realized he was falling into his own eye. This universe is only one of an infinite number. Worlds without end. Some are benevolent and life-giving. Others are filled with malice and hunger. Strange flew through a crystalline shape of some kind before finding himself in a reality he couldn't even begin to describe. Dark places where powers older than time lie ravenous and waiting. To his absolute terror, he saw burning purple eyes glaring at him as he drew in closer before he began screaming, and seemingly an endless tunnel of him screaming followed suit. Just as he exited this realm, Strange found himself floating in a moment of sudden bliss through an endless cosmos. Who are you in this vast multiverse, Mr. Strange? After moments of floating around aimlessly in the utter void, color filled his vision once again. Drastically being pulled and sent back to Camartage. He was shaking and babbling incoherently as he fell through another tunnel that led to Earth, and he saw Camartage getting closer at a rapid rate. Stephen Strange crashed back down into his seat, falling over a moment later onto his hands and knees. He felt his entire body shaking, every cell vibrating from what he had just experienced. "Have you seen that in a gift shop?" Tao rhetorically asked as she watched the former surgeon rise up on his knees. He looked between both his trembling hands until gazing back up to the Sorcerer Supreme in utter disbelief and awe. "Teach me." Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 53, Stranger and Grave Danger. Dr. Stephen Strange. A man of many talents. Master physician and surgeon. Identifier of many old school songs and artists. Photographic memory. And now, a student once again. In particular, a student to an ancient order that dates to over thousands upon thousands of years, that studies in the occult, magic and mysticism of the world. How did he get to where he is now? He glanced down at his trembling hands with the multitude of scars, both accidental and surgical, that had so drastically changed his life. His hands, which had performed countless surgeries, gained fame through his ability to operate with a precision and steadiness that was unrivaled in his field. Now all they do is shake incessantly, fulfilling no purpose other than to be a reminder of what he once had. Of what he once was. Of what he must strive to overcome and heal in this place of magic and mysticism. So here he was failing spectacularly in conjuring a portal with his sling ring, a magical item that allows the mystics of Camartage to traverse anywhere in this and any universe imaginable. Their gateway through the multiverse. That idea alone is enticing enough for him to be here. The fact that the idea of the multiverse is real and not some fanciful sci-fi, make-believe show. Then again, instead of sci-fi, it's magic in this regard, and instead of it being fiction, it was real. If only he can conjure the damn thing. All he's been able to make are pitiful sparks before him that petered out after a few arm rotations with no successful portal conjuration. He stood in the center row of other students that were all undergoing the same training that he just kept failing at. Stephen grit his teeth, going in for another attempt at summoning a portal from his sling ring as he recalled the first few days spent here in Camartage. In his first one-on-one lesson he had with the Ancient One, she likened spells and incantations to codes and programs. The source code that allowed them to harness the magical power of other universes into creating shields, swords, objects, items, and reshape reality to their will. This was the basis in which their iteration of magic stems from. Tao stated that to achieve mastery of such skills it would take the same amount of dedication that he took when he became a surgeon. Study and practice, years of it. Or maybe months. If he could just conjure a damned portal. He grit his teeth in anger and frustration after what felt like the 100th time he spun his hand about in the air to no avail. Ease up on the angry shove there, Strange. Stephen exhaled as he had his hands drop and gave the lady beside him a withering stare. "You're trying too hard," said the woman patiently. "You need to let it just flow through you." "How can I not try hard, Morn?" Strange rhetorically asked. "And don't give me that do or do not bullshit. Everything starts with trying." The Jedi shadow known as Celeste Morn chuckled with mirth. It was still a strange concept for the former surgeon to believe that this woman who stands before him is from space and comes from her own group of wizards and witches. Space Hogwarts, as he called it. She didn't get the reference, yet. You sound like my boyfriend. Really? Strange said dryly. A boyfriend? How'd you pull that off? He only received a flat look in response before he was unceremoniously tripped and found himself on his back. Celeste. Warned a stern voice, though one could detect his hint of amusement. Celeste put on an innocent act as she turned to the instructor of this group, all of whom were now looking at her in strange. Yes, Master Mordo. We do not trip out initiates. Mordo stated with a flat look, lip twitching upwards. Morn conveyed faux confusion. Tripped? Whatever could you possibly mean by such a thing, Master Mordo? Could you not see that Mr. Strange was just feeling frustrated? He just collapsed in annoyance at his failure. In more ways than one, said a calm female voice. In an instant, all save for Strange, who was grumbling as he stood up, turned and faced the Ancient One who came into the courtyard they were all residing in. Master Mordo, Daniel has prepared the next leg of their training. Tao said, looking to Carl first, who nodded and gestured for all to follow. Not you, Strange. The doctor sighed and stopped mid-step as he turned to her. My hands, he said straight away, holding up his scarred limbs. It's not about your hands. Tao quickly cut him off. How can it not be about my hands? Stephen shot back irritably. All I've been doing is waving them in the air. I do that too. Celeste stated, holding up her hand as her lightsaber levitated above it. Didn't the Ancient One tell you on how to achieve such feats? Yes, years worth of study and practice. Strange said with a roll of his eyes. For me, months here and years at the Jedi Temple. But my hands, You are limiting yourself on the physical. Tao cut him off, shaking her head. The mystic arts, while the basis of having a strong physical body does play a role to a degree, is in the end all about your mentality and spirituality. Tao then looked to her left, and standing beside her was a master of Asian descent. Master Hamir, if you would. The master nodded and stepped forward, hands hidden in his sleeves. He pulled them both out and Strange blinked. Stephen was clearly surprised to see the man was handicapped, due to the loss of his left hand. With the wave of his arms, the mystic master was able to conjure an ethereal glyph in the air. Thank you, Master Hamir. Tao said with a pleased smile. He bowed slightly towards her before walking away. See? Celeste said, hand in Hamir's direction. It's all in your mind. Tao continued on. You cannot beat a river into submission. You have to surrender to its current and use its power as your own. Stephen grunted aloud. Celeste already told me the same thing about her and her force thing. How do I control when I surrender to it? That doesn't make any sense. Not everything does. Tao said. Not everything has to. Your intellect has taken you far in life, but it will take you no further. Surrender, Stephen. Celeste then realized what she was about to do. Wait, Master, are you sure that Trust me, Morn. Tao assured with a mischievous smile, conjuring forth a portal. Silence your ego and your power will rise. The Ancient One ushered Stephen to follow her into the portal, leaving Celeste alone in the training yard. She can feel the harsh cold coming from the other side, while barely hearing what's being spoken due to the wind. In less than a minute, Tao walked back through and closed the portal, leaving Stephen behind. The Jedi cringed as she heard the man's cries of terror upon being left there on Everest. Do you think he can pull it off? Celeste asked nervously. You did, didn't you? The Jedi shot her a deadpan look. Master, I have the advantage of the Force and was already taught to be open-minded. Stephen isn't like that. What's going on here? Asked by a curious voice from behind, Mordo returned to stand next to them both. He looked around for a moment. Where is our newest recruit? Dropped off somewhere desolate. Celeste quickly said. If he doesn't succeed, he may perish. He'll be back. Tao quickly said, fanning herself. Any second now. Mordo caught the look in Morn's eyes and slumped slightly. Oh God, not again. Over with Strange, he desperately spun his hands about in an attempt to both summon the portal to Camartage whilst fighting off the freezing cold of Mount Everest. He developed only sparks and yelled in anger and fear. He was going to die here, he was sure of it. Stephen looked around, breathing heavily as he felt his skin literally burn as it fought off the cold. The doctor closed his eyes and was ready to resign himself to his failure and death when a stray memory floated through his mind. The Force? What's that? It's my organization's understanding of the power cosmic, and you could say our version of magic too. It exists in all places across the cosmos and connects and binds us together. When I was being trained as a Jedi, my masters always told me that the Force exists within you. You just need to open yourself to it and let it flow through you freely. Think of it like a power source and you're the conductor. Huh. Stephen opened his mind, body shivering as he gazed back to the area where he came from. Open my mind. Strange internally told himself. Let go, let it go. Let it all go. Back with Celeste, Tao, and Mordo, they had stood on the same spot and waited anxiously for Stephen's return. After another few minutes, Celeste wordlessly prepared to summon her own portal, only for Tao to place her hands atop hers and gently pushed them down. As she did so, Celeste's eyes widened before she found herself grinning at the sight before her. Strange had at last succeeded. He stumbled through the portal and quickly fell into a fetal position, due to how cold he was from his first visit to Everest. Mordo instantly conjured forth a thick blanket and wrapped it around Stephen, who rapidly nodded in appreciation. He gazed up at the Ancient One, who smiled down at him in pride. You've taken your next step, Mr. Strange. The doctor let out a strained laugh as he was helped up to his feet by Carl and Celeste. He was dismissed, Celeste helping him to his room. On the way there, he ran into a man that seemed very much out of place when looking at everything here. He stood a slight bit taller than Strange, had a more rugged look to him with his slight stubble and neck-length hair. But above all else was the metal arm that was plain as all day to see. Love. Celeste greeted serenely, leaving Strange's side to go over to the odd man, who smiled lovingly down at her. Celeste. He murmured, leaning down to kiss her briefly. Having a good day teaching? I have been. Celeste said, wrapping her arms around him. I'd like you to meet the newest student here. Dr. Stephen Strange. An analytical look graced Stephen's face as he gazed at the man before him. There was something familiar about him, but he can't quite place it. He clearly never met the man before in his life, yet he knew him somehow. Bucky moved forward slightly, his regular arm offered in a handshake. Hey there, I'm Dash. Wait. Strange stared intently at Barnes for a few moments. You. I know you. I've seen your face before. Stephen continued to gaze upon the World War II veteran until something clicked in his head. You. Bucky Barnes. James Buchanan Bucky Barnes of the Howling Commandos. The war veteran visibly cringed upon hearing that, facing away from the former surgeon. Celeste frowned, holding her lover tightly, which he quickly reciprocated. I take it you know me? Who doesn't? Stephen rhetorically asked in open astonishment. Everyone grew up on you, Captain Rogers and the Howling Commandos. Your group was a big focus during some history courses when getting into World War II. How are you alive? I thought you died in the Austrian Alps. In a sense. Bucky said distractedly. Did ya have to do that to him? Celeste asked dryly. Stephen winced upon realizing that Bucky's death was a sore subject. I'm terribly sorry, I dash. You don't read the news, do ya? Stephen then turned to another man who seemed incredibly out of place given his jeans, leather jacket, and metal chain wrapped around him. And you are? Like Bucky, a guest. The man said, patting Barnes on the shoulder. A name at least. Stephen said expectantly. The man rolled his eyes at that. Robbie Reyes. Dr. Stephen Strange. Bucky's head tilted. What's with our names? They both looked at the Winter Soldier. Huh. Our names, I can't be the only one who noticed it. Barnes only received blank looks. Ugh, never mind. Come on Robbie, London's waiting for us. You're leaving already? Celeste asked with a frown. But you already went out earlier this week. Muir is still out there with those idiot zealots. Robbie said dismissively. So long as he's out there, bastard's a threat, and that virus of his too. He's right, Celeste. Bucky said. We gotta find them and get Muir and his talisman back here. I can come with you, you know. Morn said. Bucky didn't respond, instead placing his regular hand upon her cheek with a loving gaze. You've got your responsibilities here. James said. You've got training to do for yourself and Strange here. Besides, when we find Muir and Caecilius, you're the first one we'll call. Celeste huffed, poking her lover on the chest. You better, James Buchanan Barnes. Yes, ma'am. Bucky said with a grin. The two shared a quick kiss before he and Robbie left them both. Bucky Barnes is in a place of sorcerers and magic. Stephen said to himself, watching as both men walked away from them. For some reason, that is the weirdest thing I've seen since coming here. Is it really all that strange? A dry look was soon delivered, earning a small smirk. Who's this Mur he was talking about? Asked the former surgeon. A grim look quickly graced her features. A blight on reality. Scene cut. The duo of Bucky Barnes and Robbie Reyes were driving around the darkened streets of London in relative silence. They had been out here for an hour or so by now and they hadn't really talked much for the most part. That was until. So the fiery skull thing. Robbie snorted from the driver's seat, shaking his head at the comment, already having an idea as to where this conversation is going. Were you not paying attention? Robbie rhetorically asked. That mystic bald lady gave the thing that's inside me a name. Zack, yeah, I remember. Bucky remarked. Zarathos. The young drifter corrected with an amused shake of his head. Just heard him shout that in my head. He received an odd look from the soldier. You can talk to him. When he wants to. Robbie said cryptically. Bucky snorted derisively. That's not creepy at all. Reyes could only shrug. It's just the way it is now. And how'd you get him? Bucky asked. Cursed? Deal with the devil gone wrong? That sort of thing. Robbie was silent at first with a haunted look in his eyes. His grip on the wheel tightened, the sound of leather straining and stretching as Reyes tensed up. It was easy for Bucky to recognize the haunted and far-off look Robbie's eyes held. He had seen it 100 if not thousands of times before back during the war. Hell, he saw the same set of eyes every time he looked in the mirror. The eyes of a tired, weary, and broken man. A man who has not known peace in a long time. Summing it up, I got my roommate in order to protect my brother. Robbie deflected, face twitching slightly. Bucky arched a brow up. That's it? That's the best I'm gonna get. Yes. The driver said defensively. Barnes shot him a hard gaze now. You do remember who you're talking to, right? The shit I've seen. The shit I've done. Wasn't it you who told me that thing inside you can detect the sins every soul has on them? Robbie shook his head. You know that's not the same. Of course it's not. Bucky countered. But the feeling is. That feeling of pain. Of guilt. Closing your eyes and remembering the things that you've done. Everyone I ever came for had it coming. Robbie nearly shouted. Every last one of them deserved after the sins that they committed. The look Bucky had upon Robbie intensified. And you're telling me the way you've killed them all doesn't bother you one bit? Reyes went rigid, a small sheen of sweat appearing on his forehead. You know it does. He said silently after a few seconds. So? Bucky leaned back into his seat. How'd you get it? Robbie remained silent, choosing not to respond once more. I crashed my car. Robbie said, voice croaking slightly. 'Cause I was a fucking idiot who dragged my brother into a stupid race that nearly got both of us killed. A gang, they threw a Molotov cocktail at our car and, well, next thing I knew I found myself lying on the ground with every bone in my body broken. Reyes choked, feeling himself tremble as he relived the experience in his mind. I remember, just before I hit the street, that I begged. I begged the universe, God, whatever force there may be to save my brother and only my brother. Bucky chewed the inside of his cheek, hesitating for a moment. And then. They were at a stoplight, giving Robbie the chance to look Bucky squarely in the eye. I hit the street. he said as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. And then I died. The light turned green and they resumed their drive. My brother was paralyzed from the crash and he was going to die because of them. Robbie said with a burning anger now. He was going to die and I could do nothing about it. The former Hydra assassin didn't reply at first, now staring ahead at the road before them. So what brought you back? Robbie let out a haggard sigh. I heard a voice. It just asked me one thing. Did I want vengeance for the fuckers who caused my brother so much pain? Only one answer I had for that. Yes. He raised a single hand and smoke began emanating off of it. The Good Samaritan, who passed this on to me, had an old nickname that followed him wherever he went. Robbie stated. The Ghost Rider. My predecessor gave my roommate to me in order to save my life and give me the chance for vengeance. The spirit of vengeance. Bucky remarked. That's what the Ancient One called it. A spirit of vengeance. Robbie repeated, a dark look in his eyes. What does that mean exactly? Barnes asked. Vengeance? Avenge? Does this spirit want to try out in being an Avenger? That's just a fancy title Stark named himself and his friends. Robbie refuted. He doesn't know the full meaning of the term. Bucky was silent as the Ghost Rider lectured him. A true Avenger houses powerful resentment, which doesn't fade even in the afterlife. Rather than revenge, it's primarily fueled by avenging. And from what I know, there are several types. Those suffering from scorned love are those born from hatred speak of love, and they would show compassion after experiencing cruelty. Those who burn with pure hatred are those born from love speak of hatred. Those who experienced happiness meet their end through betrayal. In the end, it's an endless cycle of what goes around comes around. Over time, grudges become uncertain and unable to know what to truly hate. All one knows is the need to kill and wipe out anything in their path until their target is snuffed out. Once they're gone, it repeats over and over until everything is forever gone. Bucky opted not to respond to that, considering his old friend was an Avenger, and honestly, he would feel a tad bit guilty in dismissing the name his friend represents. Clearing his throat, Barnes went on. All right, so your roommate can be passed down then. How does it work? They don't pay rent or something? Robbie snorted. Basically. Though not as simple as that. It's a matter of circumstance. Sounds convenient. Bucky remarked. Have any idea how many had that spirit before you? Reyes hummed to himself in thought, seemingly having an internal discussion with himself, or for all intents and purposes, with Zarathos. There have been a whole litany of riders over the millennia which spanned all over the globe. Robbie recounted, voice actually warping slightly. The spirit of vengeance goes where the innocent have been wronged and violated, with penance and justice following soon after. Regardless of the sinner, retribution is inevitable. Bucky was silent, digesting the received information. So, what about me then? He asked, voice low. Robbie glanced at him out of the corner of his eyes. What about you? You know what I mean. Bucky said, tone grim and expression dark. You said it yourself, remember? Your roommate can detect the sins on every soul. Pretty sure mine is swimming in an ocean of it. That's not how it works. Robbie quickly answered. Does it now? Barnes' ire was raised now. You talked about penance and justice. Do you want to have your soul burned for all eternity for every single person you killed while being brainwashed? Excuse me. After being his partner for all this time, I had to learn which was which. Doing such sins for one's own violation and free will, or was because they were forced and controlled. Many scumbags I came across were a mixture of each. Some took enjoyment while others greatly resented it as they had no other choice. So tell me, do you really want to be punished for something out of your control? Robbie received no answer, making the man sigh. All right, then how about this? Celeste, you seem to really love her. He got the desired reaction as he saw the Winter Soldier tense up considerably. Cause I'm fairly confident that losing you would break her, cause she's very much in love with you. Bucky leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes as the thought of now losing Celeste, someone he would never have thought to love, now haunted him deeply. The road to redemption will be a truly long one. Yes, They all weigh on your very soul. The grief you bear holds you back from moving on to a better tomorrow. In order to unshackle them, you need to address and resolve these issues one after another. The Winter Soldier remained silent for a time until he chuckled. What? Robbie said in confusion. Was that you or the spirit giving that kind of therapy? Reyes shook his head, a smirk in place now. As a matter of fact, that was all me. Robbie's mouth clamped shut as he froze up and his eyes visibly changed to raging fire. Robbie. Bucky's voice conveyed slight concern at the man's sudden mood shift. Blood. The voice that came out was far more terrifying and demonic. Blood of the innocent has been spilled. In an instant, he floored the accelerator of the car with the tires screeching against the pavement and kicking up dirt and steam. Whoa, 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 Robbie! Bucky exclaimed, grasping onto the overhead grip as the car sped through the streets of London. He could do nothing as it appeared as though the rider now was in complete control of Robbie now as the vessel was weaving in and around any cars it came across with ease. "Ah shit!" Bucky yelled, the two headed right towards traffic. Reyes only grinned, flakes of his skin wafting off before it all started to burn away to reveal the metallic skull underneath. The Ghost Rider looked over at Bucky and he swore he saw the skull quickly grin. Best hold on. Or get out. Wanting to get out, Bucky quickly unbuckled his safety belt and opened the door. He dove out and performed a recovery roll so he wouldn't get hit by any incoming cars. He quickly got up in time to see the car wheels alight in flames and a plume of fire expunged itself from the wheels with the car sailing over the traffic and landing on the other side with no problem before it drove off at full speed. Bucky blinked upon seeing that. Oh, well, didn't know he could do that. Guess I should have just stayed in the car. He then heard the telltale signs of an explosion going off far in the distance. Never mind then, he said dryly. Crazy driver. The soldier knew he now needed to get back to the sanctum. Problem was, he just didn't know how long it'll take from where he was presently at. He'll just need to find any discernible landmarks and find his way back. He wanted to go out to help Robbie, but considering he had a demonic spirit inhabiting him that basically made him hard to kill, Bucky figured whatever it was that caused him to drive off like that, he could handle it. Shaking his head, Bucky turned away, ignoring the group of people that had come out of their cars to try to understand what they saw and began walking away. Longing. Bucky momentarily stopped for a brief moment when he heard the word. He shook his head a little and went on as the surrounding sounds were heard. Rusted. There it was again. It was strange hearing this all of a sudden. Not to mention being so clear for him to pick up on. 17. Bucky now frowned as he felt his movement begin to slow down. Daybreak. The soldier's eyes widened, ears starting to ring now. Furnace. Everything began to blur and the man started hyperventilating. 9. By this point, everything around him was tuned out in favor of latching onto those familiar, vile words that he heard for 7 decades. Benign. No, 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 no. Bucky pleaded in his thoughts, a suffocating feeling from within taking over. Homecoming. No. Not this. 1. It was too late. Freight car. Bucky froze, rooted on the spot, unmoving with his expression devoid of any emotion other than utter obedience. A man who appeared to be around his age stepped around the super soldier from behind and regarded him with a sharp look. He wore a long trench coat with a furry collar and appeared to have a penchant for a more subdued, blackened purple. In one hand was a small device which no longer flickered its lights when he let go of the button. A device which emitted a frequency only heard once, adjusted accordingly for targeted people to pick up on. The other was a red book, similar to that of the one that Bucky possessed, which he quickly tucked away into his coat. Sergeant Barnes. The man spoke quietly. I'm awaiting orders. Came the almost robotic response from the Winter Soldier. The man nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this, though his expression conveyed no satisfaction. Just focus and determination. Come with me. The Winter Soldier could do nothing other than comply as he followed after this strange man. Once the two sat on a secluded bench, the man gave his next order. I would like to know what happened on December 16, 1991. he commanded. "Spare no details of your report." The Winter Soldier complied, listing off everything that was asked of him. All the while, back in Camartage, Celeste Morn was busy instructing Strange about some books he was reading when she froze. He instantly took note of this, looking up to her. "Celeste." Stephen noticed her expression shift into one of concern. "Hey, is everything all right?" I don't know." The Jedi felt her heart clench up when only one thought or one man in particular ran through her mind. "Bucky," she internally said to herself. Back where Bucky was at, the man nodded and committed everything to memory as to what the Winter Soldier was speaking to him. "Good. Now sit here until you come out of your present state," he said as he stood back up. "Understood, Dot." The man nodded and walked away from the scene before making it to his car and taking off. By the time Bucky got back to normal, he frantically looked over for the man but could not find any trace of him. He felt a cold sweat go down his brow as a nauseating feeling began welling up inside. "No." Bucky shook violently. "God, please no. Not again." Scene cut. Doctor Strange had advanced rapidly in the time since his trip to the top of Mount Everest. Upon letting go of his ego, as the Ancient One had called it, Stephen felt a sort of awakening from within. He was now beginning to grasp spells and incantations at a rapid degree and was even now excelling further than most other initiates who had been here for far longer than he was. The only one who kept up with him and really taught him anything was Celeste Morn. Stephen begged to learn everything of his desired subjects. Then he began questioning everything about them as he began committing them to memory. All of it happened once he opened himself to the concepts. For a while, he had been a frequent visitor to the magical library and absorbing everything like a sponge. Even smuggling out books left and right after closing hours. It was almost like his time at university all over again. The only difference between then and now was him having magic. Using a sling ring to check out the books out under Wong's supervision and using astral projection while he slept to read more and more. After Wong basically ratted him out, he had to take his training more carefully in the mirror dimension in order to curb his quick advancements. Not that Stephen minded, just another place where he can experiment with his spell work to a degree. Currently, Strange was on his way to speak with Celeste on something he had read again when he heard someone was with her in her room. It was easy though to assume who it was. Again. He heard her muffled voice. "I just..." Came the voice of a distraught Bucky Barnes. "I just want to have a good night's sleep. It's too much." "What do you remember?" He was around our age. Caucasian and wore a trench coat. "I don't know if he was Hydra, I don't think I ever saw him." "What did he even want?" Strange heard no reply at first before he heard a mumble of some kind and he strained his ears, managing to pick up on a few words from that last statement. Ember 16th, 1991. "One of your missions for Hydra, I take it." Hydra? Was he hearing that right? Aside from the history books, he recalled something on the news a while back. SHIELD files and documents were leaked onto the internet for all to read and digest. And from various sources, people decrypted and reported that Hydra had stayed active far past World War II. Stating that Nazi-founded organization had infiltrated SHIELD and did a whole lot of things behind the public eye. Then what was Bucky's connection to them? Hey, Bucky, love, look at me." Strange didn't see it since the door was still closed. "You know I'm here for you, right? Just like you were for me when you first found me. Whatever it is you're going through, I'll be right by your side to help you through it as you did for me." Hearing this, Strange subconsciously reached for his left wrist and remembered he had left his watch in his room. He recalled standing before a building and out walked a woman in a lavish and beautiful dress. Christine. The doctor thought in a somber manner. For some years, the two of them were together and it was absolutely the best time of his life. Yet his ego got the best of him, driving his girlfriend away and ending their relationship. It was even more awkward as they still worked together at the same hospital, making a number of interactions after they freshly broke up to be more unbearable. He honestly doesn't know what may have been if his ego didn't put a wedge between them. Would he still be happy with her and become a better person? Would he never get himself into that accident which cost his hands? Such as that universal and cosmic life question of what if. Letting out a sigh, Strange turned and left the two to themselves, not wanting to interrupt their moment together for some advice he can get at a later time. His ego has ruined one relationship in this lifetime. He'd rather not do it again. Scene cut. Caecilius sat cross-legged within the cathedral he and his followers had taken up residence in. He had only 6 left and he made sure that they were to keep a low profile as he'd rather not risk them getting caught by his traitorous former master. "How long do you intend on remaining here, sitting idly by like a coward?" Caecilius' expression remained blank, picking up one of the pages he had taken from the book of Cagliostro. "As long as I have to, Muir," he stated calmly. "Bah. Just like many Jedi I had to deal with when I was once flesh and blood. And yet, they still beat you back, did they not? And how would you assume such a thing?" Muir snarled, glaring hatefully at the man before him. "Your reaction says it all," Caecilius drably replied, shaking his head. Muir's expression turned murderous for a few moments until he dropped it and his spirit plopped down onto the floor and he crossed his legs. "What are you even doing?" Karnas couldn't help but ask. "Deciphering the means in which we will access that which has been denied to us." Muir gave a derisive snort. "Let me take a guess. A source of power you are well aware of yet have been expressly denied in learning how to utilize it yourself." The former master of the mystic arts froze and slowly looked up at the spirit. The Sith Lord held a smug look, crossing his arms as he gazed down upon him with an unimpressed look. "I take it this is something you're familiar with?" Caecilius stated more than he asked. Muir was silent for a moment, sneering at the man who only rolled his eyes. "You do realize that you are trapped here for an indefinite amount of time?" the rebel mystic said with a threatening voice. "And should you refuse to speak, I can simply wring it out of you. We know how to harm an astral spirit in case you forgot." Caecilius held no small amount of satisfaction upon seeing the seething look Karnas directed towards him. "Now then, what did you mean by what you said?" Muir clenched his teeth, head twitching as he had to forcibly contain his anger as he regarded the sorcerer. "Where I come from, I was once a part of something known as the Jedi Order," Karnas said, an aged tone coming over him. "We were all once one in the same, practitioners of the Force and had an adherence to it through our order. There was a time where we were all once brothers and sisters in the Force. But I take it that was not to be, yes." Muir snorted in a dismissive manner. "That would be putting it mildly. For centuries, our order studied both aspects of the Force until the dark side became rather frightening to most of us. That sort of knowledge and practices became forbidden and naturally, there were those that wished to understand why this was." Caecilius didn't respond, allowing for the Sith spirit to go on. "At one point in time, a schism occurred in the order. I and many others followed another by the name of Ahunta Paul, a former Jedi Master who would later become the first Dark Lord of the Sith. My fellow Dark Jedi and I were revered as gods. We were free to do whatever we wanted in our studies in the Force. And that wound up with you like this, I take it." "You fool!" Muir groused out. "I chose this route. With my own sorcery and Force abilities, I have attained immortality, something not even the greatest of the Sith could achieve. I have lived and breathed before you to this day for thousands of years." Caecilius, however, was not as impressed. "And yet, you are powerless before individuals such as me and the Ancient One. It is only because you have a form of power I have yet to understand." Muir shot back. "When the time comes that I do, I shall rise again, far more powerful than any other Sith who have come before and after my time." Caecilius only hummed in thought, returning to reading the pages before him. The rather blatant dismissal served in raising the ire of the Sith Lord, who began to grow in size with his clawed hands shooting out at the sorcerer. Without even looking up, Caecilius threw his hand up and a defensive dome appeared around him. Muir's hand touched the dome and he recoiled violently with his entire astral form spasming. "You are as petty as you are easy to anger," Caecilius blandly stated. "Are all Sith like this? If so, it is no wonder you lost your war against your former Jedi comrades." The Sith ghost growled at the verbal jab. "Master Caecilius." The man looked up from the pages he was reading and glanced over to see his zealots have returned. "What have you managed to bring back?" A number of books and scrolls. A female zealot stated, placing her bag down and pulled out one heavy-looking tome and placed it in his hands. The Ancient One draws power from the dark dimension. Perhaps if we were to do the same with our own methods, we would have a greater chance at defeating her. Caecilius was silent, processing and regarding the given information. Muir all the while hung back, glaring hatefully at the man in charge of this little rebellious faction of magic users until his eyes began to drift amongst his followers. He narrowed his eyes at them, assessing each one individually until he settled upon one zealot in particular who appeared rather jittery and nervous. A stark contrast compared to the rest of the group he was a part of. A small smile graced his lips as the spectre formed a plan in his mind. Scene cut. Stephen Strange watched as Celeste Morn fought in a sparring session with her lover Bucky Barnes. He was wielding a staff of some kind that had both edges alight with ethereal energy whilst Celeste held her glowing yellow sword she called a lightsaber. They appeared to have been at it for some time given that they were sweating profusely. Honestly, by the looks of it, Stephen thought it came across as some really intense foreplay before they get freaky under the sheets. That last little quick session ended with Morn leaning upon Barnes in a provocative manner. All while doing so in front of the Ancient One. It was still a bizarre sight to see, all things considered in regards to circumstance. A man from World War II who was brainwashed by a Nazi death cult and survived all this time by being kept in stasis was in a relationship with some space wizard samurai who were now in a place that teaches magic while having befriended a young Hispanic man who is the vessel for some kind of otherworldly entity that delivers vengeance upon those that have sinned. That statement alone was enough to have anyone's head spin and try to make sense of it all. However, when Strange took a step back and thought about the world he lives in right now, Thor exists. The god of thunder is a real being, which puts into context a whole host of all the mystical and magical things that have been claimed to be real in the past. So really, it was better not to think on it for long lest one gets a migraine and just roll with the punches by this freaky world by this point. Slowly wrapping the cloth around his scarred hands, Stephen slowly prepared himself for the coming training session. "Are you ready?" Mordo asked, standing before the former neurosurgeon. "For what?" Strange asked rhetorically. "To get my ass handed to me? I'm not a fighter, you know. As was I before coming here," the master stated. "But like myself and Celeste have taught you before. True mastery of the mystic arts comes in the form of balance with the physical and spiritual. You could just tell people stay in shape, your magic will be stronger. It isn't just about being fit as you would call it," Mordo said with a slight chortle. "It's about the discipline of the body and mind." Stephen rolled his shoulders. "If you say so." His eyes began to wander to the other side of the training field. "So just how ancient is she?" Stephen said, referring to the leader of the magic order. Mordo quirked his brow and gazed over at the Ancient One who was fanning herself while continuing to watch Bucky and Celeste spar with one another. "No one knows the age of the Sorcerer Supreme. Only that she's Celtic and never talks about her past." "You follow her, even though you don't know?" Stephen questioned Mordo. "I know she's steadfast, but unpredictable. Merciless, yet kind. She made me what I am," Mordo stated with pride and clear admiration. With that said, Carl shifted into a battle stance which Strange emulated with his own variation. "Trust your teacher," Mordo said, the two circling one another. "And don't lose your way." "Like Caecilius?" Strange asked, though it was rhetorical in tone. "That's right." Mordo went for a roundhouse kick that Strange deftly avoided. He then ducked under the arms and pushed forward against Mordo. Both locked arms, but Strange held a slight height advantage and pressed his elbow up against Mordo's neck. "You knew him," Strange stated. Mordo immediately reversed the position and now was behind Stephen and got him into a chokehold. "When he first came to us, he'd lost everyone he ever loved. He was a grieving, broken man searching for answers in the mystic arts." Strange struggled against Mordo's grasp but paused upon hearing Carl's next set of words. "A brilliant student, but he was proud, headstrong." He questioned the Ancient One, rejecting her teaching. "Remind you of anyone?" Strange responded with an elbow to Carl's stomach, the man doubling over slightly as he released Stephen. Mordo stood up straight and gave Strange a nod of acknowledgement whilst the man rubbed his neck. Not long before your arrival, he left Camartage. Mordo went on. His disciples followed him like sheep, seduced by false doctrine. And he stole the forbidden ritual, right? Asked the former surgeon. I heard from Wang. Saw it from the book of Cagliostro. What does it do? Mordo didn't respond back to his inquiry, turning around to a rack that held a multitude of tools and weapons. No more questions, he said, grasping at a staff of some kind. What's that? Carl pointed at him. That's a question. The two chuckled a little. This is a relic, Mordo said, holding it horizontally in front of Strange. Some magic is too powerful to sustain, so we imbue objects with it, allowing them to take the strain we cannot. Mordo reached out with his other hand and grasped the opposite end of the stick. This is the staff of the living tribunal. He then proceeded to stretch it out, the staff breaking apart into segments, all being held together by glowing magical energy. Mordo flicked his arm and the staff whipped around, striking the ground with magical energy coming out from it upon impact. It quickly retracted into its dormant form. There are many relics. Mordo then listed off a few of them. The wand of Wadum. The vaulting boots of Walter tapping the boots he wore. Really just roll off the tongue, don't they? Said Stephen. When do I get my relic? When you're ready. I think I'm ready. Mordo only gave him an expectant gaze. You're ready when the relic decides you're ready. For now, conjure a weapon. Bringing his hands together, Stephen focused his magic to form something. Slowly, glowing ethereal strings formed in between his hands. He didn't get much time to fully form it though due to Mordo quickly attacking him. Fight! Mordo yelled, Stephen hastily blocking a quick flurry of strikes. Fight like your life depends on it. The last hit got in between the eldritch whip he conjured up, and with a single pull of his relic, the whip disappeared. Mordo then proceeded to vault over and around Strange, his boots creating magical platforms for him to run around. Just as he got behind the doctor, the man turned around in time to receive a haymaker to the face that brought him to the ground. Hovering over the neurosurgeon, the more experienced practitioner held out his hand for Stephen to grab onto. Because one day, it may. Pulling him up to stand, Mordo walked away, leaving a slightly disoriented magic user as he shook his head slightly. Looks like he got you good. Strange turned to see Bucky standing by him, leaning on the bow staff he had with Celeste with him. That's one way to put it, Strange said. Feels like I'd have a better chance if I had a relic of some kind. Oh? Then would you like to have a go at it with me then? Bucky asked with a small smirk. Always was more comfortable with hand-to-hand than using these cheats here. Stephen shook his head. No thanks. Getting knocked on my ass once was enough for today. You'll get one eventually, Celeste assured. It just has to pick you. So you're telling me some of these relics contain sentience then? Celeste shrugged her shoulders, the blue cape she wore fluttering slightly despite there being no wind. To a degree, the Jedi Shadow said offhandedly. They are imbued with magic from other realities, so some can have a consciousness. The way the Ancient One described it is that certain entities that exist think of it like a contract that allows part of their essence to exist in another reality. Strange gave her a strange look. But, won't that invite certain, more, malicious entities? Morn snorted. I'm fairly certain that the Master isn't as foolish as to willingly allow malicious entities into this reality. Besides, she keeps the bad ones locked away. Bucky said. How do you know that? Strange questioned. Robbie detected them here, Barnes revealed. Robbie detected them. Strange conveyed confusion. He can do that. It's the thing inside him, Bucky said, patting his chest. It can pick up on sins and dark type shit, so he knows there's some stuff locked up tight in here. Strange was just. Well, he didn't exactly know how to feel about that. Right, Strange drawled out. You know, they should really have a pamphlet for these sorts of things, you know. Is this like a recurring gag here? It's bad enough there's the threat on my life from Wong if I don't return a book. Both Bucky and Celeste laughed at that, the latter patting his arm. Don't worry, Stephen, Celeste assured. The Ancient One has been keeping Camartage and the Three Sanctums safe for centuries now. She knows what she's doing. Strange said dismissively, blinking as a light got caught in his eyes. He looked down to the source of it and saw Morn's lightsaber catching the light of the setting sun. So what relic is that supposed to be? Strange asked, gesturing to the cylindrical metal device attached to her hip. Some kind of laser demigod give that thing its power. Celeste chuckled slightly at that assumption. No, none of that sort. She said, patting her saber. This was something that all Jedi forge on their own through the knowledge they've accumulated through the Force and allow it to guide their hands in crafting the lightsaber meant only for them. It's real nifty too. Bucky said. Can cut through damn near anything. Steven eyed the lightsaber analytically. So if it can be made, can I make one for myself as well? Celeste hummed aloud thoughtfully. Well, had I been in my home galaxy and had heard that question, the easy answer is a clear and concise no. One needs the Force to make a lightsaber. I'm sensing a but here. Morn smirked slightly. But since arriving here, that may not be outside the realm of possibility. I would say that a kyber crystal is greatly required to achieve its creation. However, in terms of the utilization of the mystic arts, perhaps that works as a loophole. So I can make it then? Strange said with growing intrigue. Maybe. Celeste conceded. But training to use it fully, that is another story. The Force is a great asset in this matter. I can use it pretty well. Bucky said, holding up his metal arm cheekily. No severed limbs here. Celeste snorted, patting his cheek affectionately. That's because you're a born warrior, love. Strange groaned over dramatically at the display before him. So, about that lightsaber. I doubt you'd want to cut off a limb by accident for mishandling it. Morn pointed out. Strange couldn't help but look upon the metal arm of the Winter Soldier. That's not how I lost it, if that's what you're wondering. Bucky dryly said. Geez, does anyone read history these days? Now you sound like an old man. Strange countered. Which you are all things considered. How old are you again? Old enough to still know how to kick your ass without breaking a sweat. I wouldn't put it past you. Oi. Buck. The trio turned their heads to see Robbie Reyes running over to them. Rob. Bucky greeted cordially. We gotta move now. Reyes said almost frantically. What's going on? Celeste asked in alarm. Something bad, that's what. Robbie said. That Sith freak. Zarathos detected him. Scene cut. Within a secluded warehouse, a litany of candles and overhead lights lit up the abandoned space. The sole occupant here was a lone man with the Mu'ur talisman attached to his arm. He winced, rubbing his neck as the garb he had on was in slight tatters with cuts, scrapes and bruises decorating the body. Getting a hold of this vessel was no easy task as it had belonged to one of the followers of Caecilius. Seducing him was the easy part as he was the most susceptible to temptation of a greater power among the zealots. The man had hesitation and fear from contacting whatever it was that caused Caecilius and his followers to rebel against the order of the mystic arts. All he needed to do was give him some honeyed words before he could latch onto him. A hint of power here, a dash of the ability to overthrow both Caecilius and the Ancient One there and Viola. This zealot was now his temple. He was the one imprisoned by Mu'ur's very will alone. The man was weak, allowing the ancient Sith to swiftly manipulate and control him easily. The vessel in which Karnus Mu'ur possessed stood alone here, a multitude of textbooks he had stolen situated around him. It wasn't easy to acquire these books from those zealots. They were damnably strong and were resistant to the rock howl plague he had expunged upon them. The battle was not within his favor as the magic and powers they used were unfamiliar to him, so it seemed he had attempted a foolhardy escape. However, the surprise interference from rock howl bursting into the cathedral was enough of a distraction for him to make his escape. He had utilized the memory of his vessel to create his first ever portal to make his getaway, and here he was now. Before he could proceed further on his goals, Mu'ur needed to get stronger and adapt with his present environment. With his present host, a new route was accessible to him. One which he needed to capitalize to the fullest. Dwelling into the young practitioner's mind, Mu'ur was able to uncover a number of things the man came across in his studies. While not important at first glance for the young human, the ancient Sith found them intriguing. There were references to a place long lost to the magical order protecting this planet. Not even the present Sorcerer Supreme knows about it unless she chose to forget or maybe even omitted it. Muir may never know, nor care. What mattered was finding this lost area. It was a place called the Library of Cagliostro. Once raiding the place, which was long since vacant of any occupant, Muir was able to retrieve a litany of lost tomes for what he desired. In order to grow stronger was to gain more power. And to gain power through the quickest way in a short span of time was through the absorption of other beings. Carefully tracing an intricate magical circle on the ground, with various runes and glyphs within and around the design, Muir channeled the Force and his host's magics to start summoning creatures for him to consume. The first time he had done it, he had called forth a tentacled monstrosity that damn near killed his vessel. So he won't be making that mistake again. Not until he's ready. Now, let's start small. Muir spoke to himself. Carefully reading over the instructions of the book floating before him, Karnas hovered his hands together and reached out to the mystical power his vessel contained and made the incantation. It was a bizarre sensation to the Sith Lord as it was something that wasn't like the Force at first, but he soon felt a familiar element to it. One that was akin to the sorcery he had when he was alive on the mortal plane. He threw his hands forward and before him, a circle with a series of runes and symbols appeared with a light glowing in the center. The portal that was calling upon his first victim. The first creature to appear was rather unique. While unknown to the Sith spirit, his host knew it as a gnome, a disturbing, demonic one at that. It glared up at the Sith Lord, growling menacingly and looked like it was rearing back to pounce upon him. Muir gazed down upon the creature in a smug fashion. Pitiful mongrel. From his eyes and mouth, beams of light shot out and made contact with the creature just before it could act. The gnome creature let out a shrill cry of confusion as the energy surrounded him until it began sailing towards Karnas. In an instant, its expression morphed from that of aggression to that of terror. In mere moments, it was drawn in and was absorbed into Muir's host. After gasping for air, feeling his power slightly grow stronger, Muir chuckled. So, what's next? Karnas' vessel conveyed hunger on his face now. One by one, the Sith spirit summoned a litany of creatures with varying levels of power. And each and every one was absorbed into him as he became stronger than he could never have imagined before as time went on by. At one point, he decided enough was enough as he was satisfied with his present power. Maybe one more. He muttered, hands glowing in power. Time to say hi to an old friend. From the summoning circle, the tentacled monstrosity quickly appeared. Before it could attack, Muir closed off the portal and severed a good amount of its limbs. They all flopped about, letting the ancient Sith swiftly absorb into his very being. Now then. Karnas conjured a series of glyphs and runes before slamming both hands onto his chest. He cried out in pain as he felt his entire body shift and transform, feeling as though he was being ripped apart and rearranged down to a cellular level. It soon ended just as quickly as it began, with the Sith falling down to his hands and knees. He hacked and coughed for a moment, recovering soon after, and he immediately summoned a distorted mirror before him. Staring at his reflection, Muir saw his host's form heavily distorted through the absorption of entities. The spirit of the nervous zealot was snuffed out some time ago when he couldn't take more of the strain of excessive power coursing through the body. Thus this body was Muir's and Muir's alone. He could reform it back to what it was, but the Sith spirit had another idea. Picturing a form in his mind's eye, he changed his appearance to one he was most familiar with. In mere moments, the body reformed. Bones cracked into appropriate lengths and sizes and molded to what he desired. After it was done, Muir gazed at his reflection once more and was satisfied with what he saw. A tall man with strong orange eyes, brown hair with it graying on the sides by his pointed ears. His beard was sharp, trimmed and pointed. The maroon robes his host previously wore was more or less kept the same with a few alterations. But overall, an addition to a pointed purple cloak with a golden trim gave him quite the unique flair. And still attached to his wrist was his talisman. All that was missing was a lightsaber to make him feel complete. Make him feel and look like what he once was all those years ago. Muir exhaled a laugh as it echoed throughout the warehouse. I truly live again. He cackled aloud in glee. At long last. His expression then changed into that of one that was far more sinister. "Soon, this world shall fall to the Sith like many others," Mu'er said, the familiar sensation of unbridled greed and want washing over him. "And when the time comes, I shall return to my galaxy and conquer it for myself." Mu'er began laughing hysterically, reveling in the power he now had. That laughter came to an abrupt end when he sensed something enter the area he was in. He frowned momentarily before it changed into a devious smile. Mu'er turned about and came face to face with someone he was well past the point in just being called acquaintances. While he greatly enjoyed the overwhelming power he now had, there was a sickening joy in seeing someone who was once his host display pure, unadulterated terror as she gazed upon him. "Karnas!" Celeste Morn whispered in abject horror. "You!" "Hello, my dear Celeste," Mu'er said in a grandiose fashion. "It is so good to see you once more." You have a body?" the Jedi said in complete disbelief. "Yes," Mu'er stated, holding his hands up in a display of parading his reformed body. "Better and stronger than ever." "What have you done?" asked an Asian man next to the Jedi. Mu'er looked upon the group. With Celeste was her lover, Masters Wong, and Mordo, and a Hispanic man holding a chain that was on fire. Whilst he regarded all of these individuals with an overwhelming sense of superiority, the one with the chain gave him pause and actual momentary fear. There was something off about this man, but Mu'er shook it off. "What haven't I done is the real question," Karnas remarked, a manic gleam in his eyes. "I must say, unintentionally coming to this backwater world was a blessing in disguise. I never knew such power existed or can be attained. All those entities." He gave the Jedi Shadow a sadistic smile. "I have to thank you, Celeste. Do you not realize what you have done?" Mordo shouted, disturbed at just who he was looking at. "Taking in all those entities, all those interdimensional beings? They will consume you alive, and when they do they will be unleashed upon the rest of the world." "Like I care," Karnas scoffed. "They hold no power over a Dark Lord of the Sith. They bend to my will now." With that said, Mu'er swiftly blasted them away with his newfound power. With his present cover, the revived Sith took off to another corner of the warehouse. Much as he wished to dispose of these adversaries post-haste, Mu'er wasn't a fool in knowing he still had to master these new abilities. He spent learning only of absorption, but now was the time to learn about utilizing some of the more offensive and powerful spells that these mystics utilized. Before he summoned the portal needed for his escape, Mu'er halted in his running when something caught his eye. There he gazed upon a litany of homeless people who were bound and placed in a state of unconsciousness. No one would bat an eye for their disappearance, let alone miss them. His malicious grin returned in full force as he held his arm out that had his talisman attached to it. Now it is time to have some fun with his return. Scene cut. It was blistering within the Siberian climate. Though it was Russia and it was the start of the new year, so it was brutally cold. But that didn't stop the single man walking through the blizzard with a mission in mind. Baron Helmut Zima had trudged through nearly an endless amount of snow to get to where he was now. While most would call off the thought of walking through the Siberian tundra to be suicidal, he was anything if not determined. The former Sokovian Baron was forged in fire and war, death was his specialty, and dismantling organizations. Well, let's just say that he knew that sort of talent more than most would assume him to have. Zima had at last arrived at his location, standing before a door that led to an underground bunker that belonged to the ousted Hydra. Killing the Hydra agent Karpov was the first step in tracking down this location. Getting James Buchanan Barnes under his brief control was the last. Pulling out the red book he had taken from Karpov, Zima flipped through the pages until arriving at the one he needed. Looking around for a moment, he spotted a small indent in the wall and quickly pulled down upon it to reveal a numbered keypad. Inputting the numerical code needed for access to the base, a hiss followed soon after with the doorway inside jutting open. Tense, Zima subconsciously had his hand hovering close to where he had his pistol hidden in his jacket in case of anything being in there. The bunker was supposedly abandoned, but his time as a Sokovian special operative taught him better. Carefully, he walked into the facility as quietly as possibly. The eerie silence unsettled him, making him wonder what kind of horrors occurred within this abandoned Hydra compound. It took some time walking through the corridors, due to him not finding a map. Yet he eventually found something he desired to come across. Within a darkened space, 5 pillars stood out amongst all within this large room. There was a 6th one, yet it was open and unoccupied. Looking around, Zima found a lever at one of the doorways out of this room and went over to flip it upwards. All 5 pillars released steam, and it appeared that the metal pillars were just a cover for what lay beneath them all. And there they were. The purpose of his trek through Siberia itself. Upon gazing at the cryopods, Zima had a number of thoughts running through his mind. All 5 of them were heavily trained, each of them having the highest kill counts in Hydra's history before they were administered the infamous serum. And quite easily, these other winter soldiers could take down empires and governments with a handful of commands. It can be so simple. Zima had the commands to make it so. The scientists had to update the codes before the program got shut down until further notice, when all of the kinks were taken care of. And on the last report he got when combing through the digital files, they were all ready for any potential assignments. The Sokovian Baron could have his army right here and now. And yet, the very idea of super soldiers greatly troubled him. Becoming a being such as them is difficult. A desire for them cannot be separated from supremacist ideals. Anyone with that serum coursing through their veins is inherently on that path. If unleashed, these Hydra assassins will not stop, and they will escalate until someone kills them. Luckily for the rest of the world, Zima had the solution. Withdrawing a pistol, he turned off the safety, took careful aim and bang! 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 Zima exhaled shakily, almost forcibly, as a feeling of numbing calm washed over him. He watched with no small amount of satisfaction at the sight of the holes in all their heads, blood leaking down from them before freezing over. These vile human beings would trouble the world no more. No one would ever have to suffer under these potential threats. As much as he'd like to immediately leave this place, there was something else he must do. He made a promise. A promise to see to it that an empire would fall. And the next part of his plan was here, locked away in this facility. These bastards were dead. Now the real work begins. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 54, Mr. Doctor Strange. No. Celeste Morn stormed into Camartage, conveying nothing but a distraught demeanor that was close to breaking. She was breathing heavily, sweat being easy to see on top of tears threatening to break out. Celeste. Bucky Barnes, the Jedi Shadow's lover and Winter Soldier, went right up to her and pulled her into his arms. Celeste, babe, calm down. Easy, take it easy. How can I? Morn asked in near hysteria, clinging onto her boyfriend with all her might. I thought I was rid of him, I thought the Master locked him away for no one to find him. And now it's come to this. Bucky instead turned to face Wong and Mordo, who were present with them. What in the hell happened? Bucky asked, expression fierce and angry. Last I checked, Muir was trapped inside the talisman. How in the blue hell does he have a body now? He has upset the established order to a grave degree. Mordo muttered, visibly terrified at what they had just seen a few minutes ago. What the hell was wrong with him? Robbie spoke up, tense and eyes literally ablaze with hellfire. I sense a lot of fucked up things inside him. Muir has done something truly egregious and dangerous, would be putting it mildly. Wong spoke up, shaking his head. He must have absorbed interdimensional enemies, pulling them into his own being, and is acting as their vessel whilst forcibly taking their own power for his own gain. He must have been really desperate to pull that off. Wong shook his head. I do not believe it to be desperation. He's right. Celeste spoke in a shaken voice. Karnas Muir is a Sith first and foremost, and the Sith are only known for one thing. The pursuit of power above all else, and to keep that power at all cost. But to absorb the essence of interdimensional entities. Mordo whispered, almost not believing what he was saying. He doesn't even realize what he has done. That power will either rip him apart from the inside out, drive him to complete insanity, or both. He's festering a hunger in him, I saw it in his eyes. The group looked at him, Wong next to the experienced master with an equally grim expression. What does that mean? Bucky slowly asked. Wong answered for Carl, tone deadly serious. I told this to both of you, Wong said, eyeing Bucky and Celeste. That there is no knowledge in Camartage that is forbidden. Only certain practices. Brief as it was, I have been able to deduce that Mu'er didn't just absorb the power of these interdimensional beings but the beings themselves. He tried absorbing their life essence itself. But he did not do it properly. So, what now then? Robbie asked. What's gonna happen to this Cabron? He's become a time bomb. Mordo gravely said. He doesn't know it yet, but now that he has gotten a taste of the power that comes with forcefully taking it from beings beyond our understanding, he will begin to crave it until it rips him apart internally and externally. And when that happens, all those things he has inside him will be unleashed on the world, right? Bucky finished with Mordo nodding in affirmation. Well, that's just perfect. He scoffed, fist clenched tightly as he gazed down at his lover who had opted to embrace him once more. Barnes could feel her trembling, distraught in knowing Mu'er was alive in the literal sense and was now about to terrorize the rest of the world both with his plague and whatever other hellish abilities he has now. We have to find him and bring him down. Robbie proclaimed before pausing for several moments as if listening to something, or rather someone. Zarathos, he thinks he can find a way to track that crazy bastard. You sure? Celeste shakily asked, looking over at the rider who only shrugged. That guy is a bag of crazy energy that can be picked up by just about anything really. Reyes remarked. Even if it is all mystic shit, wouldn't put it past it for regular equipment to pick up on that freak show. Robbie is right. Wong said firmly. The longer we stand around here debating what our course of action should be, the longer Karnas Mu'er remains unrestrained in the world with abilities and creatures that would bring its ruin. Bucky was going to speak when he had noticed the others quickly became weary in some sense. More so than previously. Guys. Robbie held a conflicted, if not startled and disturbed look when both Wong and Mordo's heads snapped in the direction as to where the library was. In an instant, the duo quickly sprinted away from Bucky, Celeste, and Robbie. The trio only shared a brief moment of bewilderment before they ran after the two sorcerers. They caught up in time to see them running into the sections reserved for the Ancient One's personal collection. Inside, what was peculiar to the relative newcomers to Camartage was something that was met with vocal alarm by the two residents of this place. Stephen Strange stood before a table and around his neck he wore a medallion or some sort of pendant that had a glowing green stone stored inside of it. Around both hands were bright green symbols that radiated with a power that actually made Robbie and Celeste recoil back. To Bucky, he could only see Stephen appear to have a pair of green holographic, runic gauntlets and not knowing the significance behind the display. In front of Strange was what could best be described as diamond and mirror-like, conjoined glass pillars that when one looked close enough, you could see reflections of Strange and others in his place. The glass diamond structure however was cracking apart it seemed and didn't last long. Stop! Mordo shouted at the top of his lungs. In an instant, the glass structure seemingly collapsed and vanished without a trace. Stephen was thoroughly confused and startled to say the least, now being surrounded by the group. Tampering with continuum probabilities is forbidden. Mordo practically seethed out. I was just doing exactly what it said in the book. Strange defended himself. What did the book say about the dangers of performing that ritual? Asked Wong. Strange cleared his throat slightly. I don't know. I hadn't gotten to that part yet. Have you lost your mind? Mordo all but shouted. Temporal manipulations can create branches in time. Unstable dimensional openings. Spatial paradoxes. Time loops. You want to get stuck reliving the same moment over and over forever or never having existed at all. Really should put the warnings before the spell. Your curiosity could have gotten you killed. Chastised Wong. You weren't manipulating the space-time continuum, you were breaking it. We do not tamper with natural law. We defend it. Mordo then looked like he was about to explode. We are already dealing with an ancient spirit that has just absorbed an encyclopedia of demons from other dimensions, we just witnessed you messing with time itself and all you can do is joke. No one doubted Mordo having a desire to vent his worries from earlier. Unfortunately it had to be at this time. Hey! Bucky's voice cut through the tense atmosphere sharply. Now isn't the time to be shouting at one another. In case you all forgot, we have two psychopaths loose in the world that need to be taken out, and us just standing here isn't gonna help. Mordo only huffed, looking away whilst the Winter Soldier's lover gazed upon Strange intently. Celeste then asked Stephen a question. How did you even do that? Stephen looked at her, expression asking for clarity as to what she meant. That spell, that magic, I've never seen something like that. Celeste stated. What even was that? Time manipulation. Wong spoke up. An advanced series of spells that only a select few in this order grasp, and even fewer who can actually utilize it properly. Where did you learn the litany of spells required to even understand it? Celeste asked in genuine awe. The thought of manipulating time itself was a fascinating yet also frightening concept. Better yet, how'd this loon pull it off? Robbie inquired, gesturing to Strange, who gave the young man a flat look. I've got a photographic memory. That's how I got my MD and PhD at the same time. Mordo shook his head, pointing at Strange. What you just did takes more than a good memory. Even though you excelled in the field of science and medicine, you were born for the mystic arts. Wong noted, almost sounding impressed. And yet my hands still shake. Strange stated in frustration. It sounded like you almost just broke time. Bucky stated. Can't believe I just said that, and all you care about is your hands. All right, you know what, I've heard enough. Stephen said, clearly annoyed now. I thought this was just a place of enlightenment or some generic crap like that. When are you gonna start telling me what we are? The air was tense for a few seconds until Mordo looked at Wong and gestured his head towards a circular room with 3 doors and a display of the Earth above it. While heroes like the Avengers protect the world from physical dangers, we sorcerers safeguard it against more mystical threats. Wong explained, standing in the center of the room with the group surrounding him. The Asian master looked upon Strange intently. The Ancient One is the latest of a long line of sorcerers supreme going back thousands of years to the father of the mystic arts, the mighty Agamotto. The same sorcerer who created the eye around your very neck, which you so recklessly borrowed. Stephen had the decency to look sheepish as he stared down at the necklace he wore. Agamotto built 3 sanctums in places of power where great cities now stand. Wong pointed towards the door behind Stephen. The passageway behind you leads to the Hong Kong sanctum. He then waved his arm to the doorway behind Bucky. That one goes to the New York sanctum. Lastly, Wong turned around to the door behind himself. And this is the one to the London sanctum. Together, the sanctums generate a protective shield around our world. The sanctums protect the world and we sorcerers protect the sanctums. Mordo added. From what? Strange looked at them all slightly nervous. Other dimensional beings that threaten our universe. Wong said as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Like the ones currently trapped inside a meat sack named Muir. Robbie said in a terse manner. What? Strange looked at him, not getting what he said. That's literally spot on right about now. Bucky said with a withering sigh. Strange was silent for a few moments when he recalled some new information he had just learned of. Is there a Dormammu involved in this list of enemies? Mordo froze in slight surprise. Where'd you learn that name? I just read it in the Book of Cagliostro. Why? Strange said slowly. Celeste looked at Wong and Mordo, who in turn gazed at one another until Wong placed his hands upon the pedestal that is the placeholder for the Eye of Agamotto and spun built-in runic discs that changed the appearance of the display of Earth. In an instant, the Earth darkened and began transforming into a display of cosmos of darkened planets and celestial bodies. Strange found himself squinting as what he saw. He had been there before. The best way to describe the change in scenery was that of a literal acid trip. Dormammu dwells in the dark dimension. Beyond time. Wong said. He is the cosmic conqueror, the destroyer of worlds. Arrogant title much. Bucky muttered under his breath, something Wong heard. One which was sadly earned. He is a being of infinite power and endless hunger on a quest to invade every universe and bring all worlds to his dark dimension. And he hungers for Earth most of all. Wong stated. Sounds stereotypical to say this, but why? Robbie dryly said. Earth is a powerful nexus point within this universe. Wang revealed. As is all but this earth in particular stands apart from all the others. Aren't we special? This is the home of the Sorcerer Supreme. Mordo said, slight reverence in his voice. The home of our master who is the foremost user of magic for all realities near and far. That sounds a bit much. Strange quipped, a contemplative look then appearing on his face. The pages that Caecilius stole, it's a ritual to contact Dormammu, isn't it? Along with drawing power from his domain. Wang tacked on. Stephen then chuckled, trying to relieve some tension in the room. And this Muir guy you mentioned? The former surgeon asked. What's his deal again? I'm rather out of the loop here. He recently absorbed a couple dozen or so demons from other universes and now threatens the world as much as this Dor bastard. Robbie summarized for the new sorcerer who nodded his head along almost comically. All right. I'm out. Strange declared, earning confused looks from all. I came here to just heal my hands. Not to fight in some mystical war. You do realize you're involved in this now whether you like it or not. Bucky drably pointed out. I beg your pardon but how is it that I'm not okay with this but you are? Strange said in disbelief. You fought in the Second World War, why throw yourself into another war like this one? Especially one that's something you barely look like you understand. People's lives are in danger. Bucky said in the plainest tone he could give. What other reason is needed? Besides, I'm pretty sure Celeste here isn't gonna sit this one out and I'd rather not be sidelined while my girlfriend fights Sauron and his lackeys. You don't get out much, do you? Strange said, amused slightly. Your references are not all that great in the present times. Lord of the Rings is timeless. Wang said, standing up for his fellow Tolkienite. Bucky shot his new friend an appreciative grin, the normally stoic mystic smirking in return. Suddenly, the group froze up upon hearing bells tolling all around them. What is it? Strange asked aloud. What's going on? Wang and Mordo quickly opened the doorways to the three sanctums to see that all was well, the doorways shutting afterwards. If it's not in any of the sanctums. Mordo murmured, clearly unsure as to what was going on. Master Mordo. The six of them all spun to see a young sorcerer in her early 20s run into the room with a panic-stricken look. Pooja, calm yourself. Mordo instantly said, going over to her and placing a hand on her shoulder. What is it? Camartage. She panted out. It's under attack. Mordo had an alarmed expression now. By who? Caecilius. Rather bold move, don't ya think? Robbie said, unlacing the chain around his chest and having it dangle from his hands. Didn't we just talk about Dash? No. It's not him. Said the young sorcerer. It's worse. Celeste's eyes widened upon realizing just who it was that would dare attack the main fortress of the mystic arts. Muir. She said aloud. Shit, they're here. Bucky said, and without warning ran off. Robbie instantly followed after him, Celeste and Mordo a moment later. Wait, what? Strange spoke up in slight fear. Muir? That guy you mentioned with all those demons inside him. Yes. Wang said, stringing his hands together and creating some sort of sphere. Strange, if you would, I would like your assistance in this endeavor. Though his eyes conveyed hesitancy, Strange still stepped forward and held his hands up. And what is it we are doing? He asked. Erecting a barrier that will repel whatever monstrosity Muir sends our way. Wang plainly said. Follow my hand motions in the opposite directions. Strange could only nod, still clearly put off by what was happening as he began copying the motions of Wang though in the opposite way as he had instructed. Meanwhile, Bucky, armed with a glowing staff and some kind of greave on his metal wrist, was running towards the exit of Camartage. With his super-enhanced legs, he ran ahead of a majority of the group that was running with him having only Robbie, Mordo, and Celeste keep up with him. They soon reached the exit and burst out of the sanctuary to see rock howls plaguing the people of Kathmandu. By the force. Celeste whispered in horror. It didn't take long for Bucky and the others to realize that the rock howl terrorizing the streets before them were not the usual ones they had encountered up to this point. Most of them were glowing with strange tendrils and appendages that were clearly not the usual sort that would come with them. Some had snakes for tails, others with curved goat horns. There were bat wings, hooves, overly muscular arms and other indescribable additions that didn't belong to any known animal found on Earth. "Great, they're all juiced up now with demonic, eldritch funk," said Robbie, enflaming his chains before whipping at the nearest demon rock cowl. The chain went right through the chest of the rock cowl and quickly wrapped itself around the poor transformed human who was quickly turned to ash. "We gotta get the people to safety," Bucky shouted over the pandemonium. "Get these bastards cornered and keep them from running rampant and spreading the dem plague." "Oh fuck," Robbie said in dread, looking ahead. All eyes turned to see a street ablaze with fire and terror. And rock cowls literally bursting out from the ground, more and more demonic in appearance, if that was even possible. "Holy fuck," Barnes couldn't help but say. "He's not even infecting people with it. They're just being created now. We need to take them out now." Mordo stressed out. Celeste nodded, igniting her lightsaber. "Right, we should dash." Before she was able to get a word in, golden symbols suddenly descended upon the large collection of mystics. The symbols peppered the sorcerers, disappearing upon contact to whichever body a symbol would land on with a golden aura surrounding each one. Then, the air around them seemingly cracked and split apart and out came none other than the Ancient One. The Sorcerer Supreme. She stood tall and strong, facing the ever-growing horde of rock cowl with an unflinching gaze. Tao momentarily glanced back at her many students and 2 guests that were staying in Camartage. "Those runes will help in protecting you from the infection of the rock cowl plague," she said, voice amplified by magic for all to hear. "Mordo, take half, and work on getting the people of this city to safety. Use the water of Edun to help those who have been infected. The rest of you, take out any and all rock cowl you see with all your might. They shall show you no mercy. Return the favor." Mordo nodded and said out loud for the majority of sorcerers on the right-hand side to follow after him. The rest divided up into groups of 3 to 7 and dispersed amongst Kathmandu. Only Bucky, Celeste, and Robbie stayed with Tao. "How long will this enchantment of yours last?" Robbie asked straight away. "It is unneeded for you, Mr. Reyes," Tao stated. "Zarathos would have simply burned the plague out of your system." "Well then, no point in holding back." Robbie threw his head up and instantly, the Ghost Rider took his place. He proceeded to use his hellfire to launch himself into the air, throwing his flaming chain out to snag a flying rock cowl and bring it down for incineration. Bucky inspected the glyph before letting out a huff. "Doubt it will last long, but I'll make use with every moment of it." Tao chuckled. "I'm the Sorcerer Supreme, Mr. Barnes. It will last as long as I allow it." "Good to hear," was all Bucky said, spinning his staff about with a blade popping out on one of the ends which was quickly stabbed through the head of a rock cowl that pounced upon him. Celeste ran forward, using a spell-enhanced force pull to bring a rock cowl close to her so she would cleave it in two. Tao silently watched all this, hearing an intense hum behind her. She looked back to see Camartage aglow with a mystical barrier that had just been erected around the entire structure. "Wong," Tao thought with a fond smile. "Leave it to him to think ahead." Without even looking, Tao held up her hand, an eldritch symbol appearing and expanding into a shield that blocked a rock cowl pouncing upon her. "Tisk, tisk, tisk." Tao chided as if the ghoul was a child. "That is considered rude, you know." The Sorcerer Supreme slowly twirled her hand, going into a fist. In return, the magical barrier that held back the rock cowl before her ensnared the demonic Sith spawn and began squeezing it. It screamed aloud, writhing in pain as the uncomfortable sound of skin being burnt and bones being broken was heard as it was shrunken down until there was nothing left. Tao then whipped out her other hand, forming a glowing runic fan with her opening up her closed fist to form another. She soon jumped up into the air and began unleashing spells in all directions, targeting any and all rock cowls she could see or detect. Elsewhere, Bucky, Celeste and Robbie were fighting a particularly large cluster of rock cowls that were all being held together by the rider's molten chain. All that were on the edges of the cluster were directly being burnt by the hot metal, yet those in the center were fighting to free themselves. Just as some started jumping out, Celeste and Bucky killed them off in rapid succession. Once the center dwindled down, Ryder pulled on his chain, the links blazing with hellfire that melted through the flesh of the ghouls and ripped them apart. Over with Mordo, a number of his students were guiding civilians away from the fighting with him acting as the vanguard. Any rock owls that had the foolish notion of coming after them were met with extreme force, courtesy of Master Mordo. He disposed of another demented Sith spawn and looked up to see two more charging at him, only for miniature portals to appear for a split second that closed as fast as they opened. The portals closed around the midsections of the ghouls, tearing them apart into pieces. From another portal, out stepped Wong and a clearly reluctant Doctor Strange. "How bad is it?" Wong asked straight away. "Pandemonium," Mordo bluntly said. "Muir is summoning the rock owls rather than just infecting people with the plague. And worse, they have clear differences from the ones we have seen before. Additions not of their own." Wong understood in an instant, conjuring a portal for a rock owl to jump through, and another portal was made for it to pounce onto and sink its teeth into a fellow Sith spawn. Strange looked at all this with a deeply troubled face. "Stephen," Mordo said, voice firm, getting his attention. "You are a doctor, yes? There are people that are being taken to safety who are undoubtedly injured. Go to them, see what you can do to help them. Use your sorcery if need be to stave off the plague if there are those infected." The surgeon stammered slightly, but upon seeing a pair of siblings being escorted to safety, his face became resolute and immediately went after them in a determined manner. "We need to find Muir," Mordo stated. "He's undoubtedly here. Locating him should not be difficult unless he's masking his presence," Wong remarked, unleashing a spell that cut through several rock owls. "What matters most is containment and taking out these rampaging spawn." "Then let's continue," Carl said, using the vaulting boots of Volter to jump high into the air and with the staff of the living tribunal, struck down a flying rock owl. Wong was joined by several other sorcerers and apprentices, summoning multiple portals for them to run through and attack the rock owls rampaging across Kathmandu. Scene cut. The Ancient One was busy collecting one ghoul after the other and bringing them together to forcibly turn them into paste, butterflies, ash, or whatever is won her mind at the time of their capture. Her portion of Kathmandu was more or less secured as she had cleared out a majority of the rock owls. Her students were coming in after to clean up the mess and any stragglers left behind to be killed off swiftly and effectively. She stood atop a building, overlooking the city with a downtrodden expression. Tao allowed this to happen right under her nose, and now innocent lives have been lost because of it. It will be a long while for the city to recover from this attack. Outside of the country's government getting things back in working order here, the citizens will need time to recuperate from the great amount of loss they suffered. Suddenly, her head snapped to the left and her eyes narrowed dangerously. In an instant, she used her magic to conjure eldritch steps to help her travel over to what had gotten her attention, and she landed in a slight flurry. "You have a great amount of nerve in coming here, Carnus Muir," the Ancient One said aloud, hands summoning her usual eldritch fans. Before her stood the Sith Lord, who radiated with unstable magic. His skin was no longer the slightly orange tint that he had when he first transformed the stolen body he had. Now, it seemed paler, though certain parts shifted about and changed color entirely. "Glad to have finally met you, Ancient One," said the ancient Sith. "The boy I possessed before he expired held you with much regard." Tao only glared upon him. "Do you truly think that what you have done has given you power?" "True power. I wouldn't be standing here if it didn't," Muir said in a grandiose fashion. "This planet has introduced me to an idea of power I could only dream of." "You sound like so many fools who have come before," Tao said with a shake of her head. "You think that power you hold to be yours. I have taken it, have I not?" Muir said in an overconfident fashion. "The creatures that reside within me abide by my power and rules. They are nothing but mere tools to be used for my own ascension. And how long will it be before they unshackle from your restraints and ruin you from the inside out?" "I am Carnus Muir," the Sith Lord proclaimed theatrically. "The first of the Sith Lords in all the galaxy, nay, the universe. My power stems from thousands of years ago to a time where the Force was at its most raw. You believe these deformed simpletons within me to even come close to my level of power. Tao remained stoic and unperturbed by the Medsith's declaration. You forget yourself, Muir. Tao spoke calmly. Whilst you were trapped within your little trinket, I have been the Sorcerer Supreme for centuries. And in holding that title, I believe your time spent with Caecilius clearly shows you have failed to realize something. I am one of the strongest beings in not just this universe but many others beyond your grasp and understanding. The Sith Lord only gave her a mocking clap, unconsciously spasming as the edges of wings nearly burst out from his back. Oh, did you hear what those within me just said? He rhetorically asked. To knock you off that pedestal you so claim to stand upon. Muir gave off a crazed, unhinged smile that greatly disturbed the Ancient One. Muir, she said slowly. I will only give you this warning once. You must surrender those beings you've trapped within yourself. You have no idea what you have done to your body, mind, and spirit. He adopted a thinking posture. Let me think about it, he said in a mocking tone. The ancient Sith soon conjured a large volley of glyphs from all sides and released a magical blast towards the bald woman. Tao simply threw her hand up and easily absorbed the power directed at her. You may be powerful in what you know to be the Force, Tao lectured. But in terms of the magic that I wield, you are only a novice. Then explain to me how I gained so much in a short amount of time. Muir boasted, slamming his hands down to the ground. The ground shifted and out burst stone snakes that made a beeline for the Sorcerer Supreme. In response, she conjured a sphere that she tossed into the earth before her, which expanded into an electric dome that repelled the oncoming snakes. You stole the power. Power, unearned, can be a very volatile force. It'll get the best of you, eventually. On one plane, or another. There is an Earth phrase I have heard in my travels when I was trapped in my talisman. Muir mused aloud. What was it again? Ah yes. Pot meat kettle. We aren't very different. So you say. Tao said calmly. Tao threw her hands up and conjured multiple spheres that shot light beams that connected with one another before being shot at towards Muir. Karnas snarled, raising his hands and shot out black Sith lightning that connected with the beams of light. He soon began laughing maniacally whilst Tao retained her cool and calm expression. It is such a shame that someone as powerful as yourself chooses the path to self-destruction. Tao said aloud, shaking her head with clear disappointment. While you do it for Earth's preservation from outer realm threats, I'm doing it for my own desires. And right now, I'm having so much fun. Muir bellowed out a laugh. I've been cramped in my talisman for Force knows how long. I have been so damn bored, and now that I'm out and kicking again, I want to finally let myself loose. And I'm not gonna stop anytime soon. The centuries-old sorcerer crossed her hands together, ring and index fingers touching her thumbs. Glowing blue, kaleidoscope-like hexes appeared in between her hands, and she shot her hands out, and from those hexes came literal lightning tigers that charged forward. Karnas raised his arm, which morphed in a clawed dragon hand and sliced through the lighting cats before jumping towards the Ancient One. Tao encased herself in a glowing golden aura and charged forward. Both combatants met head-on in an explosion of light and magical power as they continued their duel. All the while, Mordo, Celeste, and Wong both cast simultaneous earth-swallowing spells at a large group of rock pals. Beneath the feet of the ghouls, the earth opened up and out came purple tendrils that ensnared them, and they struggled in a futile fashion as the tendrils dragged them into the ground before it was sealed above them. Not far was Bucky Barnes, who swatted a rock cowl into the hands of Ghost Rider, who turned them into embers upon grabbing hold of them. Even Strange had joined them, using eldritch whips to beat back the enemies. Is that the last of them? Wong asked aloud. No, there's still more. Celeste said, hand hovering next to her head with an expression of concentration. I can feel them. How can you do this? Mordo asked. Is it the Force you utilize? Wong followed up with more, nodding at him. Come on, there isn't much left. The Jedi said, gesturing for them to follow. They ran at full speed when Wong halted in his tracks. Wong, Bucky said, looking back at him with the others stopping. The sorcerer pulled up one of his sleeves, and around his wrist was a bracelet of some kind that was pulsing with light. Damn it! We were so distracted. One of the sanctums was greatly undefended. Caecilius exploited this, and now London is under attack. Wang said aloud. Without provocation or any word being uttered from the group, he summoned a portal that led into the nexus of the sanctums and jumped through it. Go! Mordo commanded the entire group. I shall stay behind with the rest. The Ancient One is undoubtedly here, so she'll need help in having a semblance of order. Mordo, Celeste said, clearly unsure about this. I shall be fine, he said, already turning to run off. Help Wang. Protect the sanctums. They watched as he ran away and heard Wang shout, Caecilius. They then jumped into the portal, back into the multi-door area in time to see the open doorway to the London sanctum. In front of the entryway was a dead master, and in the hall leading down the sanctum stood Caecilius with his followers conjuring a sphere of pure energy. No! Wang yelled out in vain as Caecilius slammed the orb down into the floor, unleashing a magical explosion that undoubtedly destroyed the London sanctum. It also released a powerful shockwave that was sent directly towards the group, and in an instant, Bucky jumped in front of his lover, throwing his arms up. Look out! Kaboom! Bucky, standing in front of the Jedi, did little in protecting her from the powerful shockwave that sent all 5 of them flying back. Strange along with Celeste and Robbie went through one door whilst Bucky and Wang went into another. The trio landed hard on the ground and they looked up in time to see the doorway to Camartage collapse in with multiple rocks blocking their path. Bucky! Celeste shouted, wrought with worry. Wang! Damn it! Robbie stood up, walking over to the mountain of rocks and debris that now stand before them. The Jedi Shadow shook her head and held up both her hands, preparing to conjure a portal when she saw something was missing from her left hand. My sling ring! She said in alarm, patting down her body a moment later and visibly froze. No! I lost it! Hearing her say this, Strange checked his own hand and cursed himself internally. He hadn't taken it with him when he was in the library at Camartage, and now he was stuck here. Whichever sanctum here was. Either New York or Hong Kong. We need to get back there. Celeste nearly shouted. They need our help. Wait a second. Strange spoke up, making the 2 who had come with him through the doorway to whichever sanctum this was look at him. Before all that crazy shit, what did Wang say about these sanctums? This is a sanctum that we just flew into, right? The Jedi and Drifter looked at one another in a slightly conflicted manner before the former sighed in resignation. Celeste nodded in response. We'll just need to figure out which one it is then. Stumbling out of the present room, the trio ended up in the sanctum's foyer. There was a large flight of stairs in the middle of it which momentarily split off near the top to reach both ends of the next floor up. The lights were severely dimmed with only a more prominent light coming from the skylight above. Seeing the entrance on the far end of the hallway, they made their way towards it. Opening the door, Strange and Celeste were greeted with the cool afternoon air with the happenings and goings going on with the city. Twirling around a little, Stephen saw the address of the sanctum they just came out of, 177A Bleecker Street. The 2 sorcerers noticed a few people staring at them in intrigue before they moved on, the duo going back into the sanctum a moment later. So where are we in New York? Robbie asked, seated at the foot of the stairs, clearly knowing they weren't in Hong Kong. New York, said the ex-surgeon. I recognize the street. I sometimes pass by here on my way to work. Robbie rolled his eyes at that. No shit. I meant which part of New York in particular. Strange gave a flat look towards Reyes. Manhattan. Thank you, was that so hard? All right, now's not the time for bickering. Celeste quickly cut in. Camartage is in a force storm with the rock howl and the London sanctum was just attacked. So then what do we do about it? Robbie asked, looking between Morn and Strange. Need to find a way to get in contact with the others. Celeste said straight away. Or at least find a sling ring somewhere here. The trio thus began exploring the New York sanctum. They ascended the stairs and went through the top floor. Hello? Anyone here? Strange called out aloud. The protector of this place could have been at Camartage when the attacks happened. Morn noted since nobody responded to them. Your guess is as good as any right now. Robbie commented, inspecting an urn of some kind. Possibly Egyptian in descent. Do you know who it could be? Strange asked, looking at Celeste, who pondered to herself. Maybe, I'm not sure. The Jedi mused, rubbing her chin in thought. Possibly Master Drum, but I'm not certain. They soon came across a long corridor that led to a somewhat familiar design or appearance of sorts. The room was slightly circular with 3 large windows, each of them leading to another place on Earth. Kinda like the Nexus room of the Sanctums at Camartage. Whoa! Celeste murmured, going over to the center window. One was of a tropical forest, the other at a frozen tundra, and the last being a gorgeous mountain range. Strange gazed over at a circular dome on the side of each of the windows and cautiously placed his hand upon one and found that it could rotate. Stephen twisted it, to have the mountain range become a desert. Celeste used the one with the tundra to shift to an ocean. Think maybe this could be a way back to Camartage? Robbie asked, inspecting the window from all corners. Rather than vocally respond, both Celeste and Strange decided to test that theory and cycled through a litany of environments, only none led back to Camartage. Oh, for Criff's sake, really? Safety measure, I think. Stephen theorized. Why have another way of getting there with the doorway near the foyer? That's one bullshit safety measure. Robbie stated in annoyance. Come on, it's best not to dwell on it. Strange said with a sigh, walking away from the 3 windows. They went up to what seemed to be the top floor of the sanctum and saw a whole host of antiques and relics on display. The items were either hung on the wall, placed upon a display case behind glass, had its own pedestal, or just lodged in a shelf. Helmets, masks, cloth, weapons, tools, and an assortment of other items that couldn't be quite identified. Gotta be a sling ring around here. Celeste said aloud, walking around the many old magical relics. Strange and Robbie didn't respond, momentarily engrossed in the assortment of items that surrounded them. The latter gazed upon 2 axes hung upon the wall that looked as though they could cleave through just about everything. He nodded his head in approval, and from the momentary buzz he got from the spirit of vengeance, it appeared he shared the sentiment. Find anything useful? Celeste said, coming up to stand next to him. Robbie nodded his head forward with a small smirk forming as he saw the Jedi sag her shoulders dramatically as she noticed what he was looking at. Really? Hey, you asked for useful. Robbie argued. And this can be useful. Morn only rolled her eyes, not stopping the younger man, who casually took off one of the axes on the wall and attached it to his back. Strange. The Jedi Shadow said aloud, voice echoing off the walls. Have you found anything useful? Any sling rings? She didn't hear a response and she grew a bit worried. Strange. She called out again nervously. Are you dash? Huh. The wayward doctor responded, getting a relieved sigh from Celeste. Sorry, no, didn't find anything other than this floating cloak. A floating cloak? Celeste repeated, momentarily looking down at the blue robe draped around her shoulders. And what? Anything else? Any sling rings? No, nothing on my end. Celeste sighed in resignation, a growing sense of irritation and anxiousness. She wanted to go back to Camartage immediately since it was under attack by the Rock Powells, but she had also just learned about the importance of these sanctums from Wong. And one had just been destroyed. If the other 2 go, the apparent end of the world. So here she was, reluctant as she may be, in a sanctum that apparently stands between the earth and eternal torment. As a Jedi, she had to deal with many things such as galactic conflicts and wars, with many planets being ravaged by the 2. Yet somehow, those all suddenly felt minuscule in the grand scheme of things, as she had taken a moment to step back and realize just what she had gotten herself into. She was now part of an order that operated not in one universe but the multiverse. Other universes, dimensions, realities, whatever one may call it. And she's now supposed to defend a safe point from zealots who worship a cosmic entity from another universe that eats other universes and worlds for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Celeste was fairly certain this wasn't in any Jedi or Sith text or code. Seriously, how is it that this place has no sling rings? Dr. Strange said in clear aggravation, returning to the 2 of them as they all now stood before the circular window of the sanctum. Maybe we just haven't checked in the right place. Robbie suggested. Celeste hummed in thought. No, I gotta agree with Steven on this one. This is a sanctum, something they've emphasized to be really important. Would figure a sling ring would be one of the first items we would find. At least one being kept here in case of emergencies. When this is all over, I'm gonna have to talk to Tao and make that mandatory. Steven grumbled. Kind of like what it was decades ago with phones. Robbie commented. Why's that? Asked the Jedi. Every place had a required telephone before cellular became a community. A lot of people saw the old, styled phones as a waste of space and useless, surviving no further purpose with an excess of communication devices. Only ones you see of those would be at certain businesses like at office buildings or restaurants. I find that weird. Commented the Jedi. Back where I'm from, every place I recalled going to had a communication device. Lucky you. Strange sighed. Okay, so what are we dash? VVVVVVR. A distinctive rumbling could be heard and felt from the foyer. It surprised the trio, making them investigate quickly. Along the way, sounds of conflict were now present. They ran to the front to see an African-American master sorcerer fighting off. Rock Howl! Robbie shouted, vaulting over the railing and going to aid the man. What the hell are they doing here? I thought they were only attacking Camartage. Strange exclaimed in shock. Robbie's eyes glowed as he snarled. Bastard! Muir must be attacking all the sanctums. Not the time for that. Celeste shouted, igniting her lightsaber. Hold on, Master Drum. The man turned to see the Jedi Shadow performing an astonishing multi-front flip up and over him and coming down to cut a ghoul in two. Celeste. He breathed aloud in relief. Thank God you're here. Drum looked over to see Robbie's head turn back into the flaming skull of the rider and head-butted a rock howl that burnt its head off. What are you doing here, Celeste? Drum asked. London has fallen and we got sent here through a blast. The only way back is heavily blocked off. Where are your sling rings? We lost them. Strange revealed embarrassedly, conjuring an eldritch whip that he roped around the mouth of a rock howl and tugged on his ethereal rope. The ghoul was angled to crash face first into the ground, quickly being killed by Celeste a moment later. Robbie, meanwhile, snagged a rock howl with his inflamed chain and rather than toss the Sith spawn around allowed the chain itself to burn the creature to a crisp. Switching out from his chain whip, the Ghost Rider pulled off the axe weapons from his back. As he swung them, the blades ignited as they helped cleave through the opponent in front. The spirit of vengeance then followed through with the motion to bring the other axe around in a spinning motion. Soon, screaming was heard, coming from outside the sanctum. Oh shit! Strange said aloud and quickly ran out onto the street to see Rock Howl running around Bleecker Street. Shit, they're here too. No shit! Yelled out Ryder, sprinting out of the sanctum to join the doctor. In an instant, his fiery chain was quickly wrapped around the edge of his new axe's handle and he flung it forward. The razor edge of the axe became molten red, steam emanating off of it. It found itself embedded into the chest of a particularly large rock howl who shrieked aloud in pain. Tightening his grip upon the chain, Ryder whipped his hand once, sending a wave of hellfire racing down the chain to the end of the axe it was attached to. Once it reached its target, the rock howl convulsed momentarily before it exploded into 100 charred pieces that now littered the ground. Drum was utilizing his own magical relic known simply as the Spectre Staff. Wherein most mystics used the basic, thin quarter staff, this one was modified by Drum to better go with his broad frame and natural strength that was enhanced with his sorcery. He bashed the edge of his weapon into the jaw of a rock howl, watching the teeth shatter. He then delivered a blow to its stomach that brought it down to the ground with it being finished off by Drum smashing its head in. The Sanctum Master of New York heard windows breaking and people screaming in terror. He turned back to see people running for their lives and rock howl breaking into apartments and the Sanctum itself. The Sanctum's being attacked. Strange. Celeste shouted, sprinting towards the rock howl chasing innocent civilians. Protect the Sanctum. We'll handle things out here. Steven appeared momentarily conflicted, watching as people ran for their lives. He wanted to help them. Needed to. Strange then clapped his hands together and conjured his eldritch whips and flung them out to a number of the nearest rock howls. Robbie! Strange yelled out, flinging them all towards Ryder before he ran into the sanctum to fend off the ghouls inside. Ghost Rider turned around in time to see nearly a dozen Sith spawn slide at his feet. If one looked closely enough, it appeared as though the skull head was grinning as he slammed a fiery fist into a fiery palm. Oh, what a gift I have received! Knowing he can't be of much help with the ones before him, Steven quickly moved around them and repeated the same actions he performed earlier. Using the whips to more or less fling them outside was a tricky process within the confined foyer. Steven struggled to fend off the final rock howl attacking him. He was doing his best with the conjured net emanating from his hands to block their onslaught. The former surgeon was forced to fall back and find a better vantage for him to overcome his adversary. Luckily for him, the rider's Hellfire Whip quickly killed the rock howl chasing after him. Regardless, Steven needed something to assist on this present issue in Manhattan. When he got back into the sanctum, he made his way upstairs to where the litany of weapons and artifacts were kept. Surely one of them can at least help him, despite having little to no experience using a weapon at all. Back outside, the Ghost Rider guarded the sanctum's entrance so no more enemies could get inside. Once again, he whirled around and cleaved through another rock howl. It was at this moment did he notice something from the corner of his gaze. Turning, he wasn't the only one to see what it exactly was. No. Celeste whispered in dread, looking at the portal in dread. Drum was by her side, tense and ready as they gazed upon Caecilius stepping through the portal with 5 of his followers. The fallen sorcerer regarded Drum first. Daniel. Caecilius greeted cordially. I see you have been made master of this sanctum. Drum tightened his grip on his specter staff. Caecilius momentarily looked back and saw the rock howls rampaging about and turned to the 2 zealots to his left. Keep them back, I want no interference here. The 2 nodded and ran off. You say that, but we stand before you. Celeste stated, standing tall as she summoned an eldritch sword in her other hand. Caecilius squinted at the Jedi for a second until recognition dawned upon his face. Ah yes, what was it that you were called again? Caecilius rhetorically asked. A Jedi, yes. And now a master of the mystic arts. Celeste said, getting into a Jarkai battle stance with Drum following suit. Ryder went to stand next to them, his menacing presence throwing off the other 2 zealots for a moment whilst their master remained firm. Such a shame that you follow her. Caecilius chided. He brought his palms together, fingers pointed away from one another and created a space shard that bent the visage around it. His 2 students did the same and quickly engaged their 3 opponents. Drum fought a male zealot whilst Ryder went to engage in the female. Celeste clashed with Caecilius, their weapons letting off sparks of energy as they duel with one another. The follower of Dormammu pushed her back and reached to the ground with one hand and spun it about. In an instant, the entire ground began to shift and change, and moments later, the entire world around them seemingly transformed into a moving kaleidoscope. Behold the power of my master! Caecilius boasted. Ryder tried whipping his chain towards Caecilius but was quickly deflected by the female zealot and repulsed her into a shifting building. Robbie! Celeste shouted, turning back in time to hastily block a powerful strike from the fallen master. She sailed high into the air and crashed back into the New York sanctum. Drum was on the back foot, the male zealot relentlessly attacking him as each blow came with wisps of dark energy flowing off his weapon. The 2 dueled back into the foyer of the sanctum just as Strange returned, now garbed in a red flowing cloak and several scratches on his body. He came back in time to see Drum being double-teamed by Caecilius and his follower. The student grabbed onto Daniel's staff and it seemingly disintegrated, glass shards floating into the air. Caecilius then had his hand glow a purplish red and slammed it into the chest of the master. Strange heard a sickening crunch of Drum's ribs and jumped the railing in vain. No. Drum fell to the floor bleeding and fading from existence. Ugh. Strange turned his head to see Celeste clutching her side, wincing in pain. Mourn. He went over to her, propping her up to sit and lean against the wall before facing Caecilius. The former master gazed upon Strange curiously. Haven't seen you before I left. You must be new. Who might you be, Mr. Doctor? Caecilius actually paused at that name. Mr. Doctor? It's Strange. Steven clarified. The fallen master seemed to find brief amusement in this. Maybe. Who am I to judge? He then flung his dimensional shard at Strange, who hastily blocked it. The female zealot had entered into the foyer and instantly saw her fellow student run alongside the wall to get to Strange and Celeste and quickly joined him. Strange grit his teeth, resummoning his eldritch whip to fend off the male zealot whilst Celeste waited for the female zealot to get to them at the right moment. Once the woman jumped from the wall, Celeste threw out her hand and sent a magically enhanced force push to send the follower of Dormammu flying. Strange hoisted her up and they ran back as the three dark magic users engaged them. Strange ran down the hallway that led to the three windows to other parts of Earth with Dormammu's master follower crossing his hands together and held them out in their direction. The hallway started to shift, multiply, twist and turn. Stephen lost his footing and almost dropped Celeste but was able to recover when the cloak he wore kept them in the air. He then dropped Celeste down as she physically maneuvered to be free from his grip so she could activate her lightsaber once again. With this bit of advantage, Stephen resumed the fight by conjuring some ethereal whips to get onto the offensive. He was even able to ensnare the space shard his opponent conjured, yet they now played tug-o-war with each other. With Stephen pretty much preoccupied and leaving himself exposed, the female zealot leapt up into the air, ready to bring down her shards onto Celeste when something caught her in the air. She looked down in genuine terror at a molten chain wrapped firmly around her waist. "Come here!" The female zealot could only scream as she was pulled right into the waiting hands of the Ghost Rider. She struggled and squirmed, trying to incline herself as far away from the flaming skull as possible, all while trying to escape. The rider's voice was now entirely demonic, with barely a trace of Robbie's voice being heard. "Guilty. Look into my eyes. Your soul is stained with the blood of the innocent. It's time for you to know their pain." The female zealot could only struggle in a vain attempt in the end as she literally felt her soul begin to feel some sort of burning pressure. She tried escaping her body through astral projection but found herself trapped within her own body. "You're not going anywhere." The rider spoke menacingly. "Feel their pain." The young woman slowly began moaning before it turned into a full-blown screaming session of pure and utter pain and agony as all the wrongs she had done, especially in these last few weeks, began to literally burn her soul alive. Caecilius turned around, eyes wide with shock as he saw fire explode out from his follower's eyes as she kept on screaming. After what felt like an eternity, the girl finally stopped and then slumped over, dead, with her eyes being replaced with a molten surface. Ryder slowly turned his hellish red eyes in Caecilius' direction when suddenly, he got tackled by two rock howls that came through from nowhere. "They're still here!" Celeste shouted in pure aggravation now, leaving the male zealot she was fighting and ran off to aid Ryder as more ghouls came in through the windows and door of the sanctum. Seeing Caecilius distracted and looking at his freshly dead acolyte, Stephen whirled his arm to let the ensnaring spell construct to whip the traitor to a nearby wall. With one last swing, Stephen cancelled his spell, which got his opponent to flail in the air and crash into some furniture. With him down, Stephen continued bringing Celeste to the armory so they can figure out their next move. It was at that point did he feel a rather odd tug coming from the red-colored coat he presently wore once setting Celeste down. Strange was unsure as to why his newly acquired cape was pulling him so much towards whatever that skeletal contraption was on the wall. But it was determined as hell to direct him there, so after deftly pulling Strange out of the way from a near-fatal swing from Caecilius, he acquiesced to his demanding cape's direction. Grabbing whatever this thing was on the wall, Strange threw it right at the unsuspecting Caecilius. In an instant, the skeletal structure clamped down upon the mystic's body and forcibly positioned him into a clearly uncomfortable pose. On his knees, back and neck pressed forward with both arms stretched up behind him. If it wasn't for the conflict occurring, Stephen would have laughed at the sight. Strange let out a long breath, leaning slightly on his knees as he caught his breath. The former surgeon then heard some mumbled chants from the bound Caecilius. More or less curious about it, he pried off the mouthpiece and heard the mystic traitor continue. "Oh, stop it!" Strange said, rolling his eyes at the lunatic's crazed devotion. "You cannot stop this, Mr. Doctor," Caecilius said in the calmest tone he had. "I don't even know what this is," Strange countered, clearly fed up with everything he has gone through in less than a few hours. "It's the end, and the beginning. The many becoming the few becoming the one," the follower of Dormammu recited. Stephen was having a migraine now with the weird bullshit he was going through today. If you're not gonna start making sense, Stephen held up the mouthpiece of Caecilius' prison contraption, I'm just gonna have to put this thing back on. Tell me, Mr. Dr. Dash. Oh, Stephen had it. My name is Strange. Dr. Stephen Strange. The former surgeon corrected with a poignant look that conveyed, do you understand? Caecilius regarded the man. You're a doctor? Yeah. A scientist. A medical practitioner. Stephen clarified. You understand the laws of nature. Caecilius soon continued with some examples. All things age. All things die. In the end, our sun burns out. Our universe grows cold and perishes. But the dark dimension, it's a place beyond time. That's it. Stephen called out. I'm putting this thing back on. This world doesn't have to die, Dr. Strange. Said the traitor, before Stephen could put the mouthpiece back in place. This world can take its rightful place alongside so many others as part of the one. The great and beautiful one. We can all live forever. It was by this point did a familiar voice speak up. Nothing is meant to live forever. Strange looked back to see Celeste walking up the steps. Reyes. He's handling the ghouls outside. Celeste said. The other follower of his was tossed into one of those windows. Strange nodded at her with the two now looking at the imprisoned Caecilius. You're a fool if you think you'll live forever. Celeste said straight away. Seldom is immortality a blessing when in reality, most who have achieved it found it to be a curse. You know of those who have attained everlasting life? The former master of the mystic arts asked in awe. Morn slowly nodded. I know of two, one that is a twisted and vile ritual and the other, that allows you to transcend while keeping your consciousness on the mortal world. But it is only for those who are truly enlightened. A Jedi who is at one with the Force and the Force with them. That is what Dormammu promises, Jedi. Caecilius all but whispered. Really? Strange said, clearly not believing in what he was hearing. What do you have to gain out of this new age dimensional utopia? The same as you. Same as everyone else. Life. Eternal life. Caecilius soon explained his thoughts. People think in terms of good and evil when really time is the true enemy of us all. Time kills everything. It isn't cruel. People just misunderstand the concept. Time is a gift. Said Celeste. Thoughts of her time before being put into the cryo-sarcophagus and coming out of it briefly flooded her mind. People don't really realize it, but what time we have must be preserved. It's what gives life meaning. And sadly they don't take it for granted and squander it away. What about the people you killed? Asked the former surgeon. Tiny. Inevitable and momentary tiny specks within an indifferent universe. Celeste ignited her saber and held it up to the man's neck. How dare you? She hissed, glaring angrily at the man. Who are you to decide such a thing? You took away innocent lives who didn't have a chance to live their lives as they saw fit. Are you truly getting upset over a few poor souls? The man barely winced as he felt the lightsaber now hover over his cheek, lightly burning his skin. One more word out of you. Celeste said with barely restrained anger. Before she could say or do more, she felt a hand placed upon her wrist. Morn turned to see a stoic Strange shaking his head. She let out a startled breath, quickly deactivating her lightsaber and taking a step back. Caecilius saw the opportunity to continue from where he left off. This world is not what it ought to be. Humanity longs for the eternal, for a world beyond time because time is what enslaves us. Time is an insult. Death is an insult. Only because we fear it as we seek to see more out of life. Many seek to escape it, but we can't in the end. Celeste added in with a glare. Doctor. Celeste, we don't seek to rule this world. We seek to save it, to hand it over to Dormammu, who is the intent of all evolution, the why of all existence. A misguided one. Morn said dismissively. The Sorcerer Supreme defends existence. Stephen said after her. What was it that brought you two to Camartage? Caecilius said towards the pair before him. Enlightenment? Power? Or was it to be healed like everyone else? He chuckled to himself. Camartage is a place that collects broken things. We all come with the promise of being healed, and instead the Ancient One gives us parlor tricks and never resolves our issues. He spat out. The real magic she keeps for herself. Did you ever wonder how she managed to live this long? I saw the rituals in the Book of Cagliostro, said Stephen, looking away slightly. So you know, began Caecilius, earning a curious look from Celeste on what was unsaid. The ritual gives me the power to overthrow the Ancient One and tear the sanctums down. To let the dark dimension in. Because what the Ancient One hoards, Dormammu gives freely. Life everlasting. You're a deluded fool. Celeste spat out. All you've done is go about freeing evil Sith lords and murdering people. How dare you say that you're a bringer of peace? Strange tacked on. The dark dimension doesn't exactly sound like a place of pleasantries. Who says dark and light are evil and good respectively? They're labeled as such because one can be easily feared while the other is quickly accepted. In reality, there are all sorts of grays. I'd rather not philosophize with someone like you. Strange interjected, yet Caecilius pressed on. He's not the destroyer of worlds. He's their savior. No. I mean, come on. Look at your face. Dormammu made you a murderer. Just how good can his kingdom be? Stephen then saw his captive laugh a bit. You think that's funny? No, not that. What's funny is that you both don't have a sling ring. Celeste patted hers and saw that it was gone. Oh come on. She cursed herself. I just got one back. Strange, instead, heard something from the bottom of the staircase behind them and turned around in time to receive a dimensional shard straight into his heart. Stephen! Celeste shouted. She faced the male zealot who ran up the stairs at them, and she clenched her fist in response. The man seized up and he proceeded to be tossed into the ceiling and down to the floor, and he lay there unmoving. The only proof that the man was still alive was the floor beneath fogging up slightly where his mouth was. Strange nearly fell down the stairs when Celeste caught him. The man was gasping, clutching his bleeding chest as he stumbled down, even with Morn holding his arms. Come on, stay with me. She stressed out. Stephen let out a choked breath, lazily reaching for, give me, sling ring. I can't. Jay, just do it. Using the force, Celeste ensnared the sling ring from the unconscious zealot upstairs and had it hastily come right at her. Once catching it, she reluctantly handed it to the bleeding man she was carrying. Stephen shakily opened up a portal, showing the other side to be a supply room. Without any further choice, Celeste had to drag Stephen through it as it closed up behind them. Where are we? She asked in bewilderment. Is this a dash? Metro General Hospital? Strange answered. Through here. We need to find Dr. Christine Palmer. Exiting out of the supply room, Celeste saw some commotion going on within the medical facility. Doctors were running around with recent cases with the recent attack. The Jedi Shadow was about to approach one of them before someone did so. Ma'am? Can I help? Oh God, Stephen. Celeste looked between the woman and the man she was carrying. Hello, Christine. Stephen wheezed out. The identified woman stammered and sputtered as she tried to make sense as to what she was looking at. Stephen, what happened? Where have you been? Where did you even come? Ma'am. Celeste cut in sharply, making Christine stare wide-eyed at her. He's badly hurt. Nearly got stabbed through the chest. We could really use your help right now since he apparently came looking for you in particular. Christine could only gape until she managed out a single nod and guided the two to an ER. Scene cut. Caecilius grunted, massaging his wrists as he had at last freed himself from his restraints. This Dr. Strange proved to be more resourceful than anticipated. He turned over to his unconscious student and walked over to him. The former master turned his disciple over and with a tap upon his head brought him back to consciousness. Master Caecilius. The student grunted, shaking his head. Come. He said, helping him up to stand. We have work to do. Master. His other two students whom he had sent out to deal with the rock howls returned in a panic. Yes, what is it? He asked, put off by the state of them both. The rider. The one closest to him gasped out. He was about to kill us. We must flee now. The other said with a look of absolute fear in his eyes. Caecilius' gaze hardened, looking out at the window, and heard the telltale signs of a flaming chain being used, followed by screeching ghouls. Come. Caecilius declared. We shall fight him together. But must dash. Together. K emphasized. He may be a spirit of unimaginable power, but with our gift from Dormammu we shall overcome this vile wretch. The 3 students that stood around him saw his resolve and slowly allowed it to come over them as they all stood up straight and soon followed their master down to the first floor and out of the sanctum. They all walked out just in time to see a Rock Howl's incinerated corpse land before them. The zealots all looked up to see Ghost Rider clutching another ghoul by its neck and literally melting it away by having magma spew from its mouth. Upon seeing it dead, the part of the body that wasn't burned off was tossed away, and Ghost Rider glanced over to the 4 mystics who stared at him unflinchingly. Now, most would assume that a duel or an epic fight between them would go down to the setting and scenario. However, FFFFSSSS. SHHHHHH. All 5 craned their heads over to another portal that suddenly opened in between them, and out stumbled a wheezing and beaten Sith Lord who hastily closed the gateway behind him. He fell to his knees, coughing and hacking whilst his body convulsed with a litany of animal parts and other things momentarily freeing themselves from the body before they were forcibly pulled back in. The Sith Lord gasped out, feeling his body painfully heal at a rapid rate. Carnus Mu'ur took a moment to regain himself and looked around and took note of the multitude of dead Rock Howl lying about, and in particular, the flaming skull with a chain and axe. Around him were a pile of his creations all charred to the bone. I see. Mu'ur croaked out and instantly fired off a powerful blast of Sith lightning that struck Ryder with such force, it sent him flying back several blocks. You! Caecilius murmured in disbelief and anger. The Sith Lord blinked and looked over at. Ah yes, Caecilius. Mu'ur said with a vicious sneer. Yet another captor that must die by my hand. You have a great nerve in coming to face me, spirit. Caecilius declared. Correction. I'm no spirit any longer. I'm living, breathing flesh after all these years. Mu'ur said, a crazed smile in place. If only you were able to live to enjoy it longer. Caecilius said, summoning 2 lances of dimensional shards. Mu'ur huffed, whipping his left hand down as a pillar of energy ignited from his grasp. Bringing it up, he smiled as the dark orange-red light from it highlighted his face. It was as if he was wielding his old lightsaber once again. My disciples, stay out of this fight. I shall handle him. But Master Dash. Go. With reluctance, the zealots conjured a portal and fled through it so they may return to their hideout. Caecilius and Mu'ur then began to slowly circle one another as the sling ring portal closed back up. They continued this circling motion until both jumped at one another at the same time. Their weapons clashed, letting off sparks and cracks in reality itself. Sparks flew as they met again and again, hoping to take down the other. Through their mortal combat, each combatant threw several spells which started to destroy the outside walls of the sanctum. Ethereal chains sought to bind Mu'ur, yet the ancient Sith leapt and whirled in the air. Using his cloak, the revived practitioner hovered and used force lightning and blasted Caecilius away. Mu'ur jumped a distance away and threw out his hand, unleashing another torrent of Sith lightning. This time, however, his opponent was ready for him. Caecilius rotated both arms once and held out his hands, the Sith lightning striking his palms. Rather than harming him, the lightning splintered apart into multiple branching webs that grew into a makeshift wall of sorts. Once the lightning stopped coming, Caecilius held his hands vertically apart and brought the split-apart lightning together and morphed it into a crackling sphere. He reared his arm back and flung it at full force towards Mu'ur, who sneered, arms morphing into a more draconic appearance, catching the lightning sphere. The Sith Lord grunted, feeling his face shift into a lizard-like skin when he shook his head back to normal. He crushed the thunder sphere in his hand and both glared now. They ran towards each other with their magics flaring. Both collided, repelled, and crashed into their own nearby windows, tumbling onto Bleecker Street with shards of glass falling on top of them. Rising from the concrete, both fighters shook off the glass and stared at each other in their own ways. Now that was fun, said the ancient Sith. To me, it wasn't. Caecilius grunted. To each their own. Muir then spoke with a deranged flair in his voice. Once I kill you, your master is next. Caecilius froze upon hearing this and gazed upon the man who was clearly losing his mind. Impossible. Dormammu can't be killed. Who said I'll kill him, exactly? I mean to take his power. Karnus' hunger was clear as day to see. Once I take the power of a being like Dormammu, this universe, no, all universes shall be mine to consume. Everlasting and eternal power for me, the greatest Dark Lord of the Sith to have ever lived. Before the two men were able to fight any further, an unexpected set of individuals came upon the scene. Hey, assholes! The two mystics turned their heads to see two men standing before them in stances indicating they were here to fight. Mind telling us the hell are you doing in our city messing up shit like that? Cage, Rand, did you find the source? From an alleyway behind came a man in a white suit that was reminiscent of a feline creature. Looks like it. Muir and Caecilius looked up to see a woman in a leather jacket floating down from on high and landing beside the three men. These the bastards causing all the ruckus? The woman asked. Yeah. Spoke what appeared to be the youngest of the group. He raised his fist which began glowing a yellow aura that soon encompassed his entire arm. You know guys, I know we haven't fully decided on this but I think it's time we show these clowns who we are. Couldn't have said it better myself. Cage said, slamming his fist into his palm. Muir looked at them in curiosity. Interesting. He muttered before a smile slowly grew. Can't wait for the fun. The African-American wearing the yellow shirt sighed to himself until he adopted an amused smirk. Guess we're Avengers now, huh Danny? Yup. Scene cut. Hero. Orotateru ko yakasai nanti hoshiku wa nisa hero. Dakara hitoshirezu aku tate tako. How do you even listen to that crap? Within a secluded area of Manhattan, Clint Barton aka Hawkeye of the Avengers, was seeing their newest resident listening to her preferred music in her workshop. Don't you have kids? Shuri, Princess of Wakanda asked. I do, but I know they have better taste. Shuri shook her head in disapproval, coy smirk in place. You say that, but you might not know them entirely. Clint didn't want to give the Wakandan princess the satisfaction that she may be right. Blasted teenagers. So, what are ya working on this time, princess? The expert marksman asked, taking a bite of his shawarma. Ever since 2012, this was the go-to food for practically all the Avengers. Before they up and vanished to who knows where, Clint and Tony got the Maximoff twins, Peter Parker and Matt Murdock onto the stuff. It became an impromptu rite of passage. Stop calling me that. Shuri said with a pout, doing her best to emulate it as she saw on her favorite anime. Hawkeye only gazed upon the teen girl with a deadpan stare. It was interesting when they were approached by the Wakandans when their crown prince disappeared alongside two of their new initiates. They sought answers, much like they did. Ever since that meeting, Shuri basically moved into the converted Stark warehouse facility as an ambassador or liaison so they can resolve their present issue faster. So far, no such luck. All Clint had been getting in turn were possible gray hairs due to the reckless, stir-crazy princess. My 1-year-old son behaves better than you. Clint dryly remarked. Is he smarter than me? Shuri asked in a bragging tone. Scientifically? No. Emotionally, Barton tilted his head out of the way from the crumpled-up paper thrown at him. In response, he flicked the wrapper from the straw of his drink, hitting her dead on the forehead. Hey, Shuri whined, rubbing her forehead. That hurt. She puckered her lower lip up, making it tremble as much as she could make it whilst her eyes watered up. A moment later, a towel was thrown over her entire face. I've been a father for years, princess, gonna have to do better than that. Clint said, sipping his drink and watching with an amused smirk as he watched the princess remove the towel over her head in a huff. Baba isn't usually this rude. Baba clearly let you do whatever you want. Clint tsked aloud disapprovingly. Spoiled little brat. I'm not that spoiled. Oh yeah? Do you know how to make an omelette without it being cooked for you? Or at least boil an egg? It's not that hard. Shuri shot back. Oh really? Wanna show me and put my foot where my mouth is? Yes, I actually really do. Clint shrugged and stood from his seat. All right, but you're fixing the kitchen if you burn it again. That was only dash 2 times too many. Clint cut her off. Now come on. Try not to poison me with your cooking. Shuri huffed, crossing her arms. I won't. Sure. Thus, the unlikely and strange duo of an Avenger from rural America and Princess from a hyper-advanced technological city made their way over to the HQ kitchen. All right, so that there is the fridge. Clint immediately said, pointing to said object. His hand was promptly slapped out of the face of Shuri, who flicked her tongue at him only to receive a flick to her forehead. Hey. Get to it. She grumbled beneath her breath. If Okoi was here she'd be encouraging it, Naukman. Clint said, walking over to the fridge and opening it up to take out a number of ingredients. We'll start small and work our way up. Shuri muttered under her breath but followed after the archer regardless and walked around the kitchen counter. She watched as Clint placed down a bunch of foods and sauces before her. He then held aloft a single, pristine white egg. Your goal is to not blow this up. Shuri scoffed, attempting to swipe the egg out of his hand only to grasp it right and it fell to the ground. Its fate was obvious. The genius inventor felt her face heat up as she gazed back at Clint, who was close to laughing hysterically. Best 2 out of 3. I'll be docking points out of your performance. The princess withered slightly before shaking her head rapidly and putting up a determined front. I am ready, she declared. Clint arched a brow up and smirked at her in amusement, holding up another egg for her to take. How about you take it as slow as possible? Shuri wanted to rebuke him, but after that last action, she delicately took the egg out of the founding Avenger's hand and held it in front of her. Okay, get some pots ready and some water and let's get started. After some time, Clint and Shuri were busy making one small dish after another with some minor hiccups here and there. A burnt dish here, spilled milk there, flour dusting one of the counters over by the edge. They were so engrossed in their cooking that neither noticed somebody else had walked in on their little session. Am I missing something here? Both didn't need to look over to see Tony Stark entering the premises. He saw what was happening and paled slightly. Please don't tell me she's cooking again. I don't want to deal with another kitchen fire. It wasn't that bad, she blurted out. Most of the wall melted off. It wasn't fun on the insurance, Stark pointed out, gesturing over to the newly refreshed wall. Don't you already have it covered in spades? That's not the point. You colonizers are the worst. Okay, dead memes, no need to get snippy with your hosts. I promised I'd rebuild the next thing that blows up with vibranium, didn't I? Did you now? Tony's smirk became mischievous in a deadly sense as Shuri froze upon realizing her blunder. NNNW wait. She stammered. Nope, 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 no take back cease. Tony declared. Friday. Already recorded it, boss. Spoke the personal AI to Stark. Gonna wonder what will get wrecked next. The Iron Avenger said with glee now. Despite the good fun here, Clint did get worried on a passing thought. Please don't wreck one of your suits on purpose, Stark. Oh, now there's an idea. No way in hell, Shuri declared, coughing into her hand. Unless you let me help. Deal. Clint rolled his eyes at the two. Sometimes he wondered who was the mature one. God, I wish Peter was here so he can deal with her better than I can. Even you. Clint quipped. You and me both. Tony said offhandedly. Shut up, you two Yanks. Oh, did ya hear that? She learned a new word. She really is growing up. Tony taunted cheekily. Their bickering ended when an alarm went off. They hardly heard this sound, making it feel alien to them. Pulling up what was happening from her Wakandan beads around her wrist, Shuri's fingers blurred across the holographic screen. Did you finally crack something? Clint asked the princess, now completely serious. For days, the princess has been running algorithms to figure out a number of issues with their wayward members and loved ones. So far, no success. Not that, Mr. Barton. Shuri spoke, tone matching Clint's. Something else is happening. How so? There are unusual readings happening over in New York. Primarily the Upper West Side of Manhattan. Very erratic, in fact, and escalating. She quickly enhanced the readings, and with it came imaging of the place in particular where all the energy readings were coming from. Something bad is happening right now. It's on the news. She quickly pulled up news coverage of the present incident being reported by various bits of media. The trio watched as a news reporter with her cameraman peeked around the corner to see four familiar figures fighting off two men who seemed to be fighting them with energy they couldn't quite identify. Looks like our new recruits are in the fight already, Clint said aloud, looking at the Princess of Wakanda. Are you ready? She looked back at him and her jaw dropped. Why you want me to come? What's the point of everything we've been teaching you if you're not gonna use it? Clint said firmly. You wanted to do this for us and your brother, right? Shuri continued to stare in disbelief until her face scrunched up into that of pure determination. I most certainly do. Good. Time to suit up, Tony said, looking up at the ceiling. Hank. A moment later, the genius behind the Pym particles responded. What is it, Stark? We're suiting up, Tony stated. Jolly green with you. I'm here, Stark. A woman responded this time. There's some commotion going on. Pretty much. We got ourselves a situation. Scene cut. Back at Bleecker Street, the conflict happening between the six fighters was trying to get controlled. Yet it was starting to escalate as the boundaries were being breached. Damn it! Luke shouted, jumping out of the way from a blast of Sith lightning. In response, Hector Ayala aka White Tiger pounced forward with a broken car door in his hands and flung it towards Karnus Muir. The Sith Lord simply grabbed the flying door with a tentacled hand and crushed it in an instant. His compacted ball of metal was then flung back to its sender, who leapt out of the way and avoided it. Muir was about to send a wave of spells at the two when he was struck from behind. Eat this, you bastard! Jessica Jones said, drop-kicking the Sith Lord who was sent flying towards Luke Cage. The man readied his arm for a clothesline and managed to deliver it dead-on in the chest of Muir. The blow and throw caused the Sith to be flung a good distance away, right in the path of Danny Rand. With his iron fist, he struck the man hard into the ground. Before he could deliver another blow, Danny was flung away by a force blast by their ancient opponent. Luke and Hector were thrown away as well, both men landing in a hard manner on the ground. Your clothesline needs work, was the immediate, pained response from White Tiger. That's the first thing you say. I'm a wrestler, bite me. Focus, you idiots, Jessica said, watching as Muir was suddenly attacked by Caecilius, who then swatted away Danny, who recovered and tried to attack the other magic user. The wielder of the iron fist had his hand stopped by Caecilius, who grabbed hold of his wrist and spun him around to throw him away. Jessica flew up and caught him in time, bringing him back down to the ground. God damn it, Danny murmured, giving Jones a quick appreciative look before the three parties of fighters all stood in a triangle against one another. This planet just keeps on getting better. Muir cackled out madly. I never knew so many powerful beings exist in one location like this. Did he just say planet? Hector asked. Focus, Luke said aloud. The four heroes got back into position, ready to continue their fight against Muir and Caecilius, both of whom called upon weapons to fight with. As this was happening, a sling ring portal appeared within the New York sanctum, and from it came Stephen Strange and Celeste Morn stepping out of it as the portal closed up on them. She was nice, the Jedi commented with a smile. A fond look came over him. She is more than I ever deserve. You still have a chance with her, you know, Morn stated. I could feel it. It was awkward with how they saw each other again, given their last interaction wasn't entirely great. Christine no doubt had a whole litany of questions about her ex-boyfriend. They sadly had to be held back as she needed to fix him back up. While Stephen was more or less knocked out, he used his astral projection to assist the doctor in getting himself back in working order. This no doubt freaked her out on what she witnessed, as she was unnerved but went through with the procedure. As Stephen recovered, his astral self helped explain to Dr. Palmer what went on with him since they last saw each other. Celeste filled in a few blanks, especially with what's presently happening at this time. Since they were in a bit of a time crunch, Celeste had to use force healing to help speed up the process so Steven can get back onto his feet. As they walked through the battered and beaten sanctum, they made their way down to the foyer and found. "Glad you two finally showed back up." Sitting upon one of the steps was the host of the Ghost Rider. "Robbie," Celeste said, glad to see he was all right. "Something going on?" Strange asked. "That would be putting it mildly," Reyes dryly said, patting some debris and dust off of him. "And yeah, something is definitely going on. It's right outside." "Why aren't you needed to stay until you got back?" said Robbie. "And things are getting a bit bad." Strange opened his mouth to ask just how bad it was supposed to be when. "Strange, Celeste," spoke a familiar voice from one of the halls of the sanctum. All three of them turned to see Carl Mordo rounding a corner and a look of relief washing over him, quickly going over to them. "You're all right?" Mordo exhaled, smiling slightly. "In relative terms," Strange remarked. "How's Kathmandu?" Celeste asked. "It's fine at this time. But now we have other matters to attend to." "Yeah, like our two Dark Lords outside fighting 4 others with powers," Robbie said, gesturing his head towards the exit to the sanctum. The 3 sorcerers looked at Reyes in bewilderment when they heard an explosion outside. "Time to get to it," Strange muttered out. Rushing towards the entrance, they went through and saw the damage on Bleecker Street. They came out to see a weird sight to say the least. Then again, the entire day for the 4 of them have been crazy and weird, so really, they're not sure how this compares by this point. "Who the hell are you guys?" Strange asked aloud, gaining the attention of the 6 fighters on the street. They were faced with the 4 newcomers to this fight and gazed upon the 4 magically based heroes in confusion. "Who the hell are we?" "Who the hell are you?" Jessica Jones asked, staring at the 4 of them in suspicion. "We're here to stop those assholes," Steven bluntly stated, pointing at a rather bamboozled pair of Muir and Caecilius. "Funny, so are we," Danny said conversationally. Rand, Cage and Jones said at the same time. "What, if they're here to help, they're here to help," the wielder of the Iron Fist remarked in a repetitive manner. "Oh yeah, and how do they plan on helping us?" Hector asked in a tone that conveyed he wasn't convinced of them just yet. "By kicking their ass," was Robbie's response, allowing the rider to take hold. The 4 new heroes had their eyes bulge out at the sight of what they just saw, whilst the 3 sorcerers called upon their magic to engage against the Rogue Master and Sith Lord. Muir, in response, threw both hands up. Around him, the ground cracked and burst open, deformed and different types of rock howl clawing their way out. Caecilius clenched his jaw slightly, looking around at the large group of adversaries. Powerful as he has become with the empowerment from Dormammu, even he was not so foolish as to try to take on so many enemies at once. With a wave of his hand behind his back, a portal opened up to his back. From it stepped out his 3 remaining zealots, who stood at their master's side and face down against the other 2 teams. "Shit," Strange said to himself. "This is too much. We can take them on," Mordo declared in confidence, holding aloft the staff of the Living Tribunal. "You sure about that?" Strange murmured, eyeing the now growing number of foes they had to compete with. As the 2 parties clashed, another was making their arrival. Flying in from a Quinjet, the quartet consisting of Stark, Barton, Shuri and their newest member were flying in as fast as their aircraft could take them. "So what were you able to learn about this energy reading, Shuri?" Clint asked in the main pilot's seat with the princess as his co-pilot. She was still busy analyzing the constant spikes in energy, frowning in concentration. "It took me a bit while longer, but..." Shuri frowned for a moment, holding up her vibranium beads around her wrist. A holographic display of a certain structure that the Avengers have been studying appeared. "This Stargate here has similar readings to all of this, and it reminds me of the Panther ritual back home." "Panther ritual?" Their newest member spoke up in intrigue. "Yes." Shuri nodded. "To simplify it, it's a mystical ritual that allows the royalty of Wakanda to commune with the Panthers of the past who now run in the endless savanna of the afterlife. So you guys do have an afterlife. Tony mused to himself. Well, if gods and monsters are real, honestly heaven and hell aren't out of the question anymore. What do you think, Clint? The world-class marksman only shrugged. I stopped caring about the crazy and just decided to roll with it since I saw Thor. Stark chortled aloud to himself, glancing over to their new member. So Jen, ya ready for your first outing as an Avenger? The woman he spoke to was named Jennifer Walters, an accomplished lawyer who just so happens to be really tall, really strong, and really green. Why was she green? Well, because she was given a blood transfusion a few years ago when she nearly died of a gunshot from an attempted mugger. Who was it that gave her this blood transfusion? Her beloved and lost cousin, Bruce Banner. Otherwise known to the whole world as the Incredible Hulk, one of the founding 6 Avengers. On the rare time the cousins interacted with each other, ever since Bruce went on the run, the incident occurred and he was the only one with the closest blood type available to her. Neither really knew the consequence of what would happen from the transfusion. Originally she was nearly 6 feet in height, but once she transformed she grew an extra foot. Her slender form became more muscular, yet slimmer to compensate for the drastic height change. Her short dark hair grew quite long, reaching the end of her back with an emerald sheen to it. And the meek, timid look seen in her dark eyes was replaced with a fierce confidence on the bright green she now bore. Her attire was made in collaboration with Tony Stark and Hank Pym, due to Jennifer's drastic change of height on her transformations. While it was a form-fitting bodysuit, only exposing her hands and head, it was quite durable. As for the color scheme, it was purple and light gray. When Tony, Clint, Hank, and Shuri first met her, it was quite the sight. But that's a short story for another time. Right now, the 4 of them were headed for a fight and they needed to be ready for just about anything. We're getting close to the source of where all the energy output is coming from, Shuri said aloud in anticipation. All right then. Tony's helmet snapped shut around his head. Let's get to it, Avengers. The Quinjet flew over the location of Bleecker Street, circling around it for a moment. Putting the vehicle on autopilot, the 4 heroes stood from their seats and got themselves ready. Tapping the necklace around her neck, the nanobots did their work. They sprouted from the Wakandan accessory to quickly cover the majority of Shuri's body to show off the sleek Black Panther suit as it soon encompassed her head. The major differences between the design of her brother's outfit and her own were the fur collar-like shawl hanging off her neck and the slight bulkish gauntlets. Clint snapped his arm forward, his quiver snapping open. Jennifer merely cracked her knuckles and Tony's suit hummed with power. Upon making their arrival, the aircraft hovered in the air with the ramp opening up. Friday had control of the systems and would park the vehicle elsewhere once its occupants vacated. Departing in their own respective fashions, the assembled Avengers rushed onwards upon their landing and came across an unusual sight. A sight that looked back at them in equal confusion and now some awe thrown in. There was a silent, intense standoff as all in attendance tried to make sense of the now truly bizarre collection of individuals that now stood on Bleecker Street. Nobody really knew what to say or do in this instance, so of course, Tony would be the first to do so. Okay. Iron Man said aloud, hovering in the air as he gauged the situation. So is this Harry Potter in the park or what? Well now, Cage, Jones, you two mind explaining yourselves? Clint spoke up, eyeing the 2 who stood with Rand and Hector. We're Avengers now, it seems. Luke commented in a mock resigned fashion. We can more or less put this as your audition to see if you qualify, said the Iron Avenger. Then who the hell are you guys? Walters asked, gazing at the 3 sorcerers and 1 drifter. She especially couldn't help but gaze in slight fright at the one with a fiery skull for a head. Those fire-red eyes didn't help in trying to calm her down. All you need to know is that we're the good guys and we're here to stop those 2 from either consuming the world or letting it be devoured by a cosmic entity of overwhelming power. Doctor Strange summarized for them. Oh, are you now? Iron Man remarked. And the guys with pink eyes and the clearly evil pointy-eared bastard are the bad guys. That's what we just said. Celeste said, holding her lightsaber up. Oh, what fun. Muir said, manic grin in place and Rock Howl snarling and roaring around him. More fools to fall by my hand. Yeah, Clint said with a roll of his eyes, notching an arrow in his bow. Bad guy. Things were about to devolve into unbridled chaos since the four parties readied themselves for a fight, but Doctor Strange had other plans. If we fight here, things are gonna spiral out of control, Strange said, slightly nervous in having so many enhanced people here. It's already spiraled out of control, Strange. Morn stated. Yeah, but it's still been more or less confined to this portion of the city. Steven rebuked. Once we all start fighting, there's no way in hell things are gonna be isolated. So what do we do then? Mordo asked, tensing up as the fight was about to resume at any given moment. Take it to a place where it doesn't affect the real world. Celeste, Mordo, and the rider quickly understood what the former surgeon was implying. Strange, Carl said in a warning tone. If you're about to dash. We have no choice, Mordo. Steven said, already weaving his hands together for what he was about to do. If we stay here, the entire city will be destroyed. Whatever you're planning, do it quick. I'll assist in getting it up. As the Jedi assisted Strange, the others took off to attack the summoned Rock Howls, their master, and the traitorous sorcerer. And like that, the fighting resumed with all the new players joining in with insanity exploding all around. Jennifer was clobbering a few Rock Howls and collaborated with Luke and Jessica on a few instances. Shuri and Hector clawed through a few, but Rand was quick to assist them. Clint fired off a number of exploding arrows a safe distance away while Mordo and Robbie covered him. Tony used his repulsor blasts to knock some away before firing some shots at Muir, Caecilius, and his acolytes. Just as this happened, Strange smacked his hands against the ground and what could be described as rippling mirrors appeared on the floor and soon spread to encompass all the fighters present on Bleecker Street. The fighting ground to an immediate halt with everyone looking around as to what just happened. Shuri asked in confused astonishment. We are now in the mirror dimension. Strange said, voice echoing all around them. We can't affect the real world while we're in here. They can't escape, unless they have a ticket out of here, said Celeste, holding up the sling ring in her possession. And the mirror dimension is woe. Iron Man said, deftly avoiding a dimensional shard a zealot threw at him. Strange retaliated, sending a spell that struck the zealot that tried to skewer Iron Man as the former neurosurgeon faced Caecilius and Muir directly. Look who's laughing now, assholes. The revived Sith looked at Steven as a smile soon graced his lips. I am. With a wave of his hand, Muir ended up bending the reality within this pocket dimension. Everything started to swiftly shift and churn with the city landscape. As they tried to move away from their adversaries, more of the cityscape changed even further. Cars were starting to ride off in interesting angles, streets started to bend, buildings twisted and split apart, people apparently walked up walls, sideways and upside down like it was nothing. Okay, who let MC Escher go crazy here? Iron Man said, eyes wide behind his helmet. Wait, I only thought the Ancient One could do that. Strange said aloud in shock. Muir's present power and Caecilius' connection with the Dark Dimension are making them more dangerous in the mirror dimension. They can't affect the real world, but they can still kill us. Mordo revealed. We knew the risk, but we couldn't afford the Rock Howls to spread out even further and Caecilius and his followers to blow up half of New York. Celeste said. Now let's move. The battle recommenced with all sides clashing all at once. The majority in numbers that the heroes had was quickly taken away when Muir summoned dozens of his ghouls to give him the edge as they went on the attack. It quickly devolved into a madhouse amongst the fighters, all sides flinging energy, arrows, fists, kicks, debris, magic, anything and everything they had at their disposal. Luke Cage held his hands, grunting slightly as Ghoul bit his arm. It didn't pierce his skin, the teeth breaking slightly, but the force of the bit still managed to hurt. Before he was able to beat it back, the Sith spawn was promptly sliced in half, courtesy of Celeste Morn. Nice sword. Cage noted straight away. Thanks. And make sure these things don't bite or scratch you or else dash. Luke cut the Jedi off, already knowing where she was going with the warning. I've seen enough horror films to know how that goes down. Appreciate the heads up. Morn nodded and the two split off, just the street beneath them split into 4 different segments. Whoa, what the hell is happening? Danny asked aloud, looking around as the buildings started to fold in, multiple, expand, shrink, grow in an assortment of mind-bending actions that couldn't quite be identified. "Okay, seriously, what in the actual fuck?" said Jessica, the 12 heroes either standing around together either upright, sideways, upside down or on a floating piece of whatever was part of the ever-shifting background. "What is going on right now?" Hector asked, mind trying to make sense of everything he was seeing. The world around them kept segmenting and shifting, breaking apart and wrinkling itself into a near-endless distorted mirror of reality. "This is some Inception-level shit right here," Hawkeye commented, standing atop a moving bus with a passenger being none the wiser to an Avenger standing upright on a bus. "Ha, that is hilarious," laughed the passenger to himself, reading a book on mystical energies and chakras. With a swift gesture, Caecilius caused the mirror dimension to fold in on itself, making the present environment become ever complicated. The world then lurched and shifted into a 90-degree angle turn. When this happened, many of the heroes swiftly fell down towards a seemingly endless abyss of cityscape structures and risked hitting any and all of them. Tony and Jessica swiftly flew and tried to grab several of their allies. Strange assisted what he could, but he hissed when a pair grabbed hard onto his hands. Mordo used his boots to quickly form magical glyphs to help slow down his fall. The rest, however, had to quickly come up with their own strategies before making their abrupt landings. The White Tiger and Black Pantheress dragged their claws along several surfaces before leaping across others before doing recovery rolls. Luke landed with a stereotypical superhero landing with cracks littering his spot before catching Celeste. Clint was dropped off alongside Danny, courtesy of Tony. Jessica landed without much problem whilst Robbie used his chain to swing down and land on a moving, splitting train. Strange and Mordo's relics allowed them to land without any issue. It was by this point did they shift more of the chaotic reality shifting around them all. "Did you ever see this when you went through that wormhole 4 years ago?" Clint asked, sticking close to Stark. The Iron Avenger could only blankly shake his head. "I didn't even know this was possible. Jesus, so much for a first outing as Avengers," Hector Ayala said aloud in utter wonder and fright. "Don't think anything is gonna top this crap anytime soon." "Incoming!" Shuri yelled out and they turned to face the swarm of rock howl coming upon them. Jennifer grabbed a nearby driving car which then duplicated itself as she swatted several rock howls away. The car she had was completely unscathed as she set it down and it drove off and up a road going straight up into an endless void. "Jesus, has Bruce ever gone through something like this?" Walters asked next to an upside-down Hawkeye who fired an arrow at the zealots who had now joined in on the fray. "Not that I know of." "We can't stop moving now," yelled out Mordo as they all were forced to separate and flee. "Worst funhouse ever, of all time," came Shuri's complaint. Iron Man was blasting at all the ghouls before engaging one of the zealots. The magic user managed to grab both of Stark's arms and direct the repulsors away from his direction, but he didn't take into account of his chest. A powerful beam shot out from his center repulsor and blasted the zealot into a folding set of buildings. Danny, Robbie, Jessica, and Walters found themselves face to face with Karnus Muir, who transformed his arms into a set of draconic, clawed hands with multiple eyes appearing on his head. "You are one messed up dude," Rand commented, fists alighting with his power. "I am Muir, you cretin," the Sith Lord said. "Soon to be the master of this world." Pretty sure Bruce dealt with megalomaniacs like you before," Walters murmured. "So who are you exactly?" Jessica Jones abruptly asked. "You related to the Hulk by any chance?" "Not the time for questions." Ghost Rider's demonic voice pierced through their little conversation as he ran forward, wielding his chain and axe. "Right," the two women muttered in slight embarrassment and fear at Robbie. Ryder threw his chain out first, the metal being wrapped around Muir's left arm. The Sith pulled Reyes towards him with a magical replica of a lightsaber in his other hand. His weapon collided with that of the Rider's new axe, the two going into a momentary test of strength against each other. The world then jolted and once again transformed. This gave Danny, Jessica, and Jennifer the chance to attack at the same time. The trio went on a physical offensive that caught the Sith Lord off guard as he wasn't expecting such power behind mere fists. He summoned a shield that Danny's glowing fist punched straight through and was then uppercutted in the chin by Walters and swatted down into the endless expansion of the mirror dimension by Jessica. They were unable to celebrate their victory for long as the world around them changed again and they were all separated. This was something all of the fighters went through, with them all falling into an endless expanse of a multiplying and transforming Manhattan. The Flyers like Jessica and Iron Man managed to keep themselves right, but by this point, they were just lost. The fighters have all scattered to who knows where in this insanity, and the 8 heroes who came to this fight were truly out of their depth as of right now. Avengers. Tony spoke through the comms. Come in. Anyone on comms, come in and please tell me you're still alive in all this. He breathed a sigh of relief when he got an immediate response from Clint. I'm here, Stark. Hawkeye responded. Got Shuri with me? Tony flew towards what he guessed was a random street in Manhattan that he sorta recognized. Oh, good. Got worried I couldn't get a signal in this mirror dimension thingy. How are we getting TSSSHHZKK? Tony froze. Clint. Tony, it's Shuri, Clint just wa. Princess. Tony yelled, now in alarm. Damn it, can anyone else hear me? What the hell is going on everyone's end? She-Hulk, you there? Cage? Rand? Wrestler? Anyone? Like his fellow Avengers, he too was abruptly pulled by some unknown force. Damn it, damn whoa. Tony said, finding himself hurtling into a portal that he went through. And like that, he found himself elsewhere. As this went on, Strange, Mordo, Celeste and Robbie had managed to regroup and were fending off the zealots and whichever rock howl made their way towards them. Where's the Avengers? Steven asked, cutting a Sith spawn in half. I don't know. Morn said, deflecting a dimensional shard. I lost track of them all. We need to keep moving. Mordo instructed. They pin us down in any way, shape or form, we're dead. Wait. Strange looked around in a panicked state. Where are the Avengers? You lost them. You know I didn't lose them. Boys, now isn't the time. The Jedi Shadow shouted in all the ever-changing commotion, sprinting and jumping from one moving platform to the other. We need to figure out what to do next. Celeste was so distracted with her running that she did not notice Caecilius tackling her. She fell down hard and fought against the traitor. In the struggle, the Dormammu zealot took her sling ring from her. He then conjured a shard in his hand and sought to end her. Yet the action never succeeded. With an ever-present yank, Celeste was seemingly pulled away from having her life being snuffed out. In that moment did she see a litany of objects fling themselves towards the surface around her to form a large mosaic surface. Looking around, the Jedi Shadow soon saw her savior and smiled at the arrival of the Ancient One. She was garbed in yellow robes and from her hands, she held her signature Eldritch fans. But something was rather off about her. A feeling radiating off her very being at this present time. As the others arrived onto the scene, Mordo, Robbie, and Steven helped Celeste get onto her feet. At this time did the veteran sorcerer notice the Jedi's troubled line of sight and follow through it. He squinted at the Ancient One and spotted something he had seen before. A symbol of sorts. A symbol he had only seen before on Caecilius and his followers. It was there he voiced a shaky inquiry. That mark. She draws power from the dark dimension. Carl couldn't believe it at first. Steven looked as well and saw the mark on Tau's forehead. Didn't know if Caecilius was bluffing to buy time or being honest. Muttered Steven. What are you talking about? Mordo demanded, with Celeste wanting to know as well. When we had him momentarily captured earlier, Caecilius was spouting a number of things. Explained Steven. But I've seen the missing rituals from the Book of Cagliostro. A few things slowly came together in my head while I was recovering and I didn't know if they were legitimate. Turns out the source of the Ancient One's longevity has been her drawing from the dark dimension. Mordo looked crestfallen upon seeing this. She lied to us. There's a lot she did that she didn't tell us, but right now, she's gonna help kick Caecilius to the curb. Strange quickly retorted. You can voice your grievances with her once this whole mess is taken care of. Said the Ghost Rider. A soft thud was soon heard as Caecilius and his acolytes made their arrival to the present vicinity. The leader of the small band of zealot sorcerers glared at Tao, who looked unevenly. "Caecilius," said man walked forward as the others went on guard. He glared at her in clear spite and rage. "I came to you broken, lost, in need. I trusted you to be my teacher and you fed me lies. I tried to protect you, guide you on a better path." She shot back in an even tone. "From the truth. From yourself." She corrected him. "The shadow of grief overcame you, Caecilius. You couldn't accept what happened and let go like what your family would have wanted. I have a new teacher now," Caecilius boasted. "Dormammu deceives you." Tao stressed out. "He'll only use you like a tool. Once broken, he'll discard you. You're too blind to realize what he truly is. His promise of eternal life is not paradise, but torment." "Liar!" the rogue master snarled, being joined by his zealots, all summoning shards in the shapes of spears or blades. Tao simply walked forward, hands behind her back as two of the zealots attacked. One performed a corkscrew kick that she sidestepped and he began tumbling around from the floor moving about. She whipped up a shield to block the only female zealot's blade, making the shield encase itself around her to keep her trapped. The third zealot came in with Caecilius and the two went for her head in midsection though she was quick to deflect them. They were overly aggressive, allowing their emotions to rule their actions rather than their training. "We gotta help her," Strange said, ready to jump in only to be held back by Celeste. "We'd only get in the way." "How can you say dash? Be braves." The four onlookers suddenly found themselves flying forward as Tao, Caecilius, and the zealots halted in their fight to look over to the commotion. "There you all are," said a sadistically gleeful voice. All turned to see none other than Carnus Mu'ur floating down to them. He may appear to portray a cocksure and arrogant attitude, yet for those who looked closely, there was a sheen of sweat to be seen on top of random parts of his body twitching out of his control. "You know, I've never had this kind of fun in all my centuries in being alive and as a spirit," Mu'ur said conversationally, landing on the edge of the mosaic platform they were all fighting upon. There was now a triangle of three parties. Mu'ur stood alone whilst on either side in his line of sight were Tao with her group and Caecilius with his followers. Carnus had a wide grin as he whipped his hands out and red and black lightning shot out from his fingertips. The lightning appeared more volatile and chaotic, the black aspects representing the further corruption and influence of the many entities within the Sith Lord. Tao instantly cast a powerful barrier that absorbed the lightning, yet she grunted slightly, taking note of the noticeable cracks appearing around her dome. Caecilius simply used the power he gained from the dark dimension to cause the lightning to expel itself around and away from him and his zealots. Once more, madness descended as now spells were being flung on all sides upon the platform. Mu'ur was fending off Celeste, Mordo, Strange, Robbie and a zealot whilst Tao dealt with the other two zealots whom she quickly beat back. While his former teacher was distracted in defending herself, Caecilius conjured his weapon and swiftly came upon the Celtic woman. She caught sight of him and was about to deal with him when suddenly one of the zealots she knocked back pounced at her again. Tao caught his hand, decking him in the face, and trapped his arm. She spun him about as a means of keeping distance between herself and Caecilius, who tried for an overhead attack. This attack was deflected easily, but the next one. Tao gasped in shock and pain, shakily looking down at the dimensional shard shoved firmly into where her liver was. Her former student had used his own student to hide his fatal attack that she was now suffering through. The blade was pulled out from Tao and the now dead zealot, the body falling over whilst the Sorcerer Supreme fell to her knees. She clutched her bleeding midsection as the traitorous sorcerer stood over her with his hands holding two-dimensional shards. "It didn't have to be this way," he said softly. "You could have helped me find peace, but you chose to lie and hide secrets from me to sate your own ego and power." Yet before Caecilius was able to land the killing blow, he was promptly swatted away by Mu'ur, who now towered over the Ancient One. "Once I have your power," Mu'ur whispered in unrestrained hunger, "I shall have the power necessary to absorb Dormammu." She fell to her knees, gasping and wheezing, trying to keep Mu'ur's hands away in vain as he grasped both sides of her head. "Now, you are me Gack." Carnus bellowed aloud in pain as he felt searing, burning metal digging into his side. He looked down at his side in fear and fury, seeing the flaming axe attached to a fiery chain that was embedded into his side. The Sith Lord then glared up at the owner of the chained axe, pure hatred radiating off his form whilst the burning eyes of the Ghost Rider glared back. With a tug of his outstretched hand, the chain pulled the axe out of the man's side, the Sith howling in pain. Tao slumped back, eyes fluttering to a close only to be caught by Strange and Mordo with Celeste taking the Celtic woman's sling ring and summoned a portal for them to escape. To make sure that no one followed after them, Robbie made a large sweeping swing of his chain that Muir, Caecilius, and the Zealots either blocked, dodged or got hit by as the sorcerers and Rider jumped out of the mirror dimension. Scene cut. Strange, Mordo, Celeste and Robbie were running down the hallway of a hospital, a very familiar hospital to one former employee here. Between the four of them was the Ancient One placed on a rolling stretcher as they wheeled her down the hospital hallway towards the ER. Christine! Strange yelled out at the top of his lungs. His former girlfriend stood at a counter and held her head up with her eyes closed. "You've got to be kidding me," Palmer said to herself, turning to face her ex-boyfriend when she spotted Tao. In an instant her mood shifted from shock into laser focus as she ran towards the strange group of individuals who delivered her now latest patient. "What happened?" Christine asked straight away. "It's not fibrillation. She has a stunned myocardium." Strange answered immediately, as if it were clockwork for him. "Neurogenic." "Yes." They quickly pivoted Tao's stretcher into a set of doors whilst Strange momentarily hung back to quickly get an assortment of garments and gloves on him. Celeste, Mordo, and Robbie moved to go into the ER when they were stopped by Palmer. "I'm sorry but you three have to stay out here." "But we dash." "Understand," Mordo said with a dour look. "Why does he get to go and we stay?" Robbie asked, gesturing at Strange who walked by them into the ER room. "He may have lost his hands but his mind is still intact," Christine responded without missing a beat. "He's the best surgeon this hospital has ever had. Look through the observatory room there." The trio wanted to argue further but the doors to the emergency room shut on them, prompting them to go into the observation room Palmer directed them towards. There, they could only stand and watch as the Ancient One was wheeled into the center of the room as the doctors moved about at a rapid pace. It was the commotion of the rushed procedure that was underway. Stephen had to quickly get the appropriate sanitation attire on before he could be able to step foot into the operating room. Millions of thoughts and scenarios were playing in his mind on how to help save Tao. Nothing of the mystic nature, but scientific. He already talked to Nick beforehand and told him he wouldn't be able to use any of the medical equipment, due to his hands. But he may help guide the others if the opportunity arose for his expertise. While the Ancient One didn't suffer any damage to the head, he saw Muir grasping it as he sought to absorb her power. Who knows what might have happened from that? Once everything was ready, Stephen entered the room and stood at a reasonable spot so he wouldn't interfere with the others, all the while keeping a good view of the happenings. It was at this point did something happen. Strange squinted at the heart rate monitor, noticing it flickering. Not on the actual heart rate, but on the display. He then turned to Mordo, Celeste and Robbie who were all staring back at him with Strange focusing on the two sorcerers in particular. In an instant he tilted his head back and his astral form burst from his body. Celeste's and Mordo's joined a moment later and the three spirits spotted the translucent form of the Ancient One floating away. They briefly glanced back at Robbie who surprisingly was staring right at them and gestured his head for them to go after Tao. The trio nodded and swiftly flew after the Sorcerer Supreme. "Master!" Mordo called out to her. "What are you doing?" Stephen demanded. "You need to go back. You're dying." They all floated after her, through rooms, halls and walls until they all saw her stop at a balcony. Tao was staring out at the cityscape with an apparent thunderstorm going on right now though the raindrops were moving at a snail's pace. Everything was in fact. "You have to return to your body now. You don't have time," Strange emphasized. "Time is relative. None of your bodies have even hit the floor yet," Tao remarked oh so calmly. "Master," Mordo said through a strained voice. "Please. Come now Mordo." The sorcerer chided affectionately. "You know as well as I do what I was stabbed with. I think enough rules of the natural order have been broken on this day, yes?" No need for any more. Celeste was silent, frowning with her lip quivering. Though she knew she couldn't cry in her astral form, that didn't stop her eyes from shining with remorse and sadness at realizing her new teacher was in the last few moments of her life. I've spent so many years peering through time looking at this exact moment. But I can't see past it. I've prevented countless, terrible futures. And after each one, there's always another. And they all lead me here, but never further. Tao said in a reminiscent manner. Strange shared looks with Celeste and Mordo, realization dawning on them all. You think this is where you die? He stated. I know so. I've known ever since I was just a mere child, shortly after I escaped the Black Death by stumbling upon the London Sanctum on accident. She revealed. I lost everyone I knew and loved and I feared I would be next. While Celeste wasn't in the know of what Tao was referring to, Stephen and Mordo knew. A medieval bubonic plague in the mid-1300s which wiped out millions throughout the Afro-Eurasian territories. It's the reason why you drew from the dark dimension at one point, speculated Stephen. The Black Death wiped out most of the known world back then. And it decimated the Order to a frightening degree. Tao added in. After what practitioners remained back then saved me, I owed them a great debt of preserving the Order. So I had to do what was necessary to rebuild it. Yet you went on longer than you should have. Mordo said in a slight accusatory fashion. The dark dimension is volatile. Dangerous. What if it overtook you? I knew the risks and made sure actions would be placed if such an occurrence would happen. You taught us it was forbidden and yet you did it anyway. Caecilius and his zealots are your fault. And now we are in the consequence of your deception. The universe will be on fire. Tao nodded her head. Yes. I did. And you were an exemplary student, Mordo. In the end, it is entirely my fault. But you allowed yourself to be rigid, unmovable. Those who do not allow themselves to change are doomed to fall over and over again. Mordo closed his eyes and turned away. I cannot change. Yes, you can because you have. Tao stated. You may believe it to be false, but you are not the same man who first came to me in Camartage. Karl opened his eyes to gaze upon his mentor for many years. You told me that I taught you to beat your demons, to rise above them. Tao said. So I am asking you again, my friend. To let go of control as you did before, the same as Strange did when he first came to us. The two of you need each other with Celeste and Wang to guide the future of our order. She gently floated back for a moment, a look of guilt flashing across her expression. I know it was selfish of me of what I did, but I wanted to see through on how my journey would end after I first peered into the future. I just didn't know what routes would take me to this point in time. The bald Celtic looked on at the slow-moving scenery in the distance, eyes glistening. I went through many hardships, losing more friends and loved ones than I never would have imagined by prolonging my own life. Tao said, voice breaking slightly. But in my many centuries, I've seen the worst and most broken of individuals find their way back. Find a way, to start again. A wide smile, brimming with joy, was directed at her three pupils. Do you think I did a good enough job of it all? They didn't respond as she simply went on. You know what I see in all of your futures. Tao didn't wait for an answer. Endless possibilities for good and kindness. She didn't need to look at the three of them to feel the doubt they had, not in her words but in themselves. I never saw the definite futures you all possess. None of it is set in stone. You'll go through many struggles, but above all you were able to hold a great capacity for goodness which would shape and mold many others. She regarded Strange first. Stephen, you always had an issue with your ego, making you believe you can control everything. And yet you excelled, not because you craved success but because of your fear of failure. That's what made me a great doctor. Strange argued lightly. It's precisely what kept you from greatness. Arrogance and fear still keep you from learning the simplest and most significant lesson of all. Which is, it's not about you. She then gave him a bit of clarity. When you first came to me, you asked how I was able to heal Jonathan Pangborn. I didn't. Through my teachings, he was able to channel dimensional energy directly into his own body. He uses magic to walk. Constantly. He had a choice to return to his own life or to serve something greater than himself. So I could have my hands back again? My old life. You could. And the world would be all the lesser for it. Tao looked over to a clearly conflicted Mordo and floated over to him and gave him a warm smile. I'm sorry I had to keep what I did from you. Tao said, placing her hand on his shoulder. Sometimes, we do things, we compromise for something greater than ourselves. That means bending the rules when needed. Yet every time I drew from the dark dimension, I hated myself more and more. I wish I could have been a better teacher. Tao then turned her head to Celeste, who appeared torn and downtrodden. And I'm sorry for leaving you so soon and suddenly, my dear. Tao's voice was soft, accepting of the last few seconds she had on this earth. I wish I could have stayed to teach you more. You taught me enough. Celeste's voice was shaky, cracked. You took me and Bucky in. Gave me a home on a world that isn't mine. She got a brighter smile in return. Strange felt slightly stupid in trying this, but is there any way that death is what gives life meaning? Tao cut him off. To know your days are numbered. Your time is short. She exhaled shakily. You think after all this time I'd be ready? But look at me. Stretching out this one moment just to watch the show, one last time. The bald Celtic watched the slow-moving scenery as she spoke again. You need to work together to help stop not just Dormammu, but Muir as well. I'm not ready, said Stephen. Neither of us are ready. No one ever is. Tao turned back to the three of them one final time and gave them a wide, beaming smile. Do give my regards to Wong and Bucky, won't you? Tao asked, though she knew she wouldn't hear their answer. I'd like to make sure the One Ring is in safe hands. They wanted to respond, but she only looked ahead at the slow, pouring rain. Her students needed to speak with her more, but the last thing they felt was her arms on their shoulders. The trio looked at the Ancient One a final time only to see that she was gone. Her spirit wasn't here. It had moved on. She was gone. Back in the ER, the long ringing sound of a heart that no long beat was heard by all in the room. The three sorcerers had returned to their bodies, with Ryder having remained there, eyes closed and murmuring a prayer under his breath. The doctors soon called it. Strange separated himself from the others and needed a moment for himself. Though he didn't have much time, as Christine found him and joined him in washing their hands. He wanted to stay. He wanted to be with her. His time away from her, in Camartage and in these last few hours, which was crazy for him to consider, have undoubtedly been life-changing to the extreme. Strange thought of the Ancient One's parting words. He thought of the new compatriots he's made in these last few months. And then he couldn't help but think of Bucky and Celeste, how the two would always be together whenever the former wasn't out or the latter training. How it reminded him of his time with Christine. He realized how he still wanted to be with her, how she still held his heart in her hands. But he knew that he had a greater purpose and calling now. The world was in danger and he was among the few that had the capacity to save it. So, he bade her goodbye. Scene cut. So, Tony blankly gazed upon the tired and beaten, eclectic group of individuals all seated or standing around the foyer of the New York sanctum. Suffice to say, I have seen some shit. Like, fucked up weird shit. And I have taken some fucked up shit. But I'm fairly certain I have never had to go through something like that before. It was a rather awkward scene to return to, seeing 8 heroes in the foyer of the sanctum that had no association with magic. Welcome to our world, Robbie plainly said, arms crossed with him leaning against a pillar. You know, Danny mused aloud. I've always heard about other planes of existence and all. My time at Kunlun taught me as much, but I know they didn't have texts describing what we just went through. My daughter is never gonna believe this. Hector murmured, mask retracted to show his frazzled and tired face. My family would, said Shuri. Luke cleared his throat and gazed at the 4 mystically based enhanced humans. So what are all of you guys then? Luke asked. I sure as hell ain't seen a magic trick like that. We're sorcerers. Mordo answered simply. We harness energy from this and other realities to create magic. And you? Clint said, gazing upon Robbie, who shrugged. I get my tricks from a demonic spirit of vengeance. Right, Barton dryly responded. That doesn't just add 1,000 questions to the few hundred we already have. I sure as hell ain't drunk enough for this crap. Jessica remarked, seemingly pulling a brown paper bag out of nowhere and pulling out a can of beer. Really? Jennifer said in annoyed disbelief. Did you have that on you all this time? Danny asked in bewilderment. Or was that a magic trick of your own? No, and I went to the nearest gas station when we got out of that mirror dimension they conjured up. Jones stated, chugging down half the can's contents. Can we not right now? Celeste said, somewhat impatiently. We have bigger problems to take care of. And what have you guys been doing besides making balloon animals? Iron Man couldn't help but ask. Strange, new to this as he was, took offense to such a question, especially with losing the Ancient One no less than an hour ago. He went right up to the billionaire's face and stared him down. Protecting your reality, douchebag. Strange spoke with a challenging voice. Not expecting such a response, Tony and Steven found themselves in a glaring match that was quickly broken up by the others. Hey! Celeste said in a sharp tone. We've got some serious crap we need to handle. She's right, 2 sanctums have been attacked already. Robbie stated. London has fallen, this one is barely being held together, the Ancient One is dead and Hong Kong is next. What does that equate to? Hector asked. Is that code for the end of the world is on its way? If we don't stop the apocalypse, yes. Strange said, shooting one last glare at Tony. So then, what's the plan? Clint asked straight away. Excuse me. Hawkeye stared back at the bewildered faces he was met with unperturbed. What? They just said we're dealing with the end of the world. That's code for the Avengers getting involved and making sure that doesn't happen. While we appreciate the gesture and willingness, we must tell you that in this instance, it's best you all stay here. Mordo firmly said. I'm sorry, what? Tony tilted his head. You mind running that by me again? Look, this is something that's out of your field. Robbie spoke up before anyone had a chance to reply to Stark. We're the magic specialists, so we handle this sort of business. Dormammu is a being that we sorcerers have been trained to combat. Mordo added on. And we need the 8 of you to remain here in New York for the time being. And why exactly should we listen to you? Jessica challengingly asked, crossing her arms in a huff. 'Cause while we deal with Dormammu and Caecilius, Carnus Muir is still out there. Strange answered. Who's he again? Jennifer asked. Celeste quickly waved her hands in a vertical manner and a magical projection of the Sith Lord was displayed. He's who you all will need to keep an eye out for. Celeste stated. If the Hong Kong sanctum falls, that's where we will have to hold back Dormammu. But Muir is a separate agent of chaos in all this and is seeking power of all kinds to sate his hunger. Stay here and be on alert. Plus you saw those crazy teethed fuckers, right? Robbie rhetorically asked. He can conjure an army of those bastards like that. He finished with a snap of his fingers. So having 8 Avengers on standby would help. The heroes all in the sanctum were silent on this matter as they were all internally debating as to what to do now. We've gotta go now. Strange stated. While we sit here and wait, Hong Kong for all we know could have already fallen. Our friends need our help. Celeste said, rising for her seat on the front stairs of the foyer. We'll explain more once we get back, if we get back. That doesn't really help, lady. Luke Cage said flatly. Yeah, well, reality of the situation. Robbie said with a shrug. Mordo only silently nodded, still clearly in turmoil with himself about the Ancient One but resolute in seeing to the protection of this world. Let's go. Celeste declared, holding her hands up and rotating one. Conjuring a portal, the group of 4 made their way through the other side as it quickly closed up on them before anyone had the chance to follow. Scene cut. It was ringing. Always the ringing that bothered him at the most inopportune times. He remembered that during the war, all those artillery shells, tanks, grenades, explosions, and gunfire going on all around them. Seriously, even before he went under the ice, he didn't know how he slept at night. With a pained cough, James Buchanan Bucky Barnes forced himself to sit back up. He took stock of the whole situation, and suffice it to say, he only needed 2 words to express just how dire things had become. Oh fuck. He sat in the middle of what could only be described to be the war-torn streets of Hong Kong all around him. Buildings were either damaged or crumbling apart. Multiple crashed and destroyed cars littered the area with more bodies than he was able to keep track of. Grunting, he felt his body scream in protest as he forced himself onto his feet and stood there helplessly as he witnessed the destruction of the Hong Kong sanctum. No. He whispered, taking a shaky step forward. His entire body was littered with scratches and bruises, his clothes torn up though somehow managing to stay together. He and Wang got to the Hong Kong sanctum earlier in the day, or however many hours it was, and found the place to be besieged by rock howl. They had infiltrated the sanctum from underground and thankfully had not spread on the outside, so he along with Wang and a few other sorcerers present here made quick work of them. But their victory was not to last. They all knew that it would only be a matter of time until either Caecilius with his zealots or Mu'er and his Sith spawn would arrive here. So they needed to prepare for their inevitable fight, because it of course came right at their front doorstep. Wang. Bucky said, coughing as he felt mucus, blood, and dirt in his throat. Wang. Anyone? Is anyone still alive? He received no answer, hearing only the sound of distant screams of terror. The World War II veteran attempted to steady his erratic heart rate only to feel pain in his chest from every breath he took. Bucky fell to his knees, hacking and coughing up more dirt and blood. Rubbing his chest, he winced as felt the bruises and probably cracked ribs from that last hit he got from Caecilius. Magic. He grumbled to himself when he heard a sort of rumbling implosion. Looking up, Bucky's eyes widened upon seeing something appear over the ruins of the Hong Kong sanctum. What is that? He asked himself in wide-eyed terror. A rift of some kind opened up in the skies above to reveal some kind of indigo gateway to a world, no, a universe that seemed endless with what looked to be planets connected together. There were other celestial bodies floating about within that dark eternity, but whatever it was making its way down here on Earth. It only took a few moments for Bucky to piece together as to what he was looking at. The dark dimension. Barnes whispered in a sense of growing dread. He flinched, falling to his knee as he felt a wave of exhausted pain wash over him. Damn it, damn it, damn it, muttered the Winter Soldier as he stood alone to face what to him looked to be the inevitable end of the world. Right now, the 100-year-old man was really questioning as to how his life had gotten here to this situation. The man can say that the exciting part of his life was when he first signed up for the war back in the 40s. But he would never have thought that in his wildest dreams that he'd be standing here, nearly 70 years in the future, being part of a group of literal wizards who defended the world from things like Dormammu. And speaking of which, even if the Hong Kong sanctum had fallen, where the hell were all the other sorcerers? Camartage was locked down for the most part, as several sorcerers came from there and informed them that the Sorcerer Supreme had defeated the Rock Howl invaded forces. And whatever forces were here, they were most surely dead, or at the very least unconscious or heavily wounded if they were lucky. But there was the New York sanctum. What had happened there? Were the others there? Since he had heard or no inkling of an idea as what could have happened, he could only. Bucky. Barnes seized up upon hearing his name being called by a voice he knew all too well and all too intimately. He spun around in time to get a tackling hug from Celeste Morn, who squeezed him with all her might. Morn. He gasped out in pain, joy, and relief. Your dash. He was cut off from a fierce and loving kiss from his girlfriend, which he reciprocated for a moment until the rest of the body reminded him of his current state. MMMPH. Bucky lightly pushed her away. Babe, I can't even begin to tell you how happy I am that you're here, but my body is about to dash. By the Force. He didn't need to realize what she's gazing at now, along with the others that had arrived, with what's happening in the sky. We're too late. Mordo whispered in horror. Bucky clenched his teeth tightly and looked back at the oncoming storm. Dormammu's coming. Can't we do anything? Robbie asked straight away. Why is Dormammu coming if New York still stands? Mordo shook his head. Its defenses were breached twice, weakening the shield it was generating. It's too late. Nothing can stop them now. Rather than fall prey to the grim reality before them, Strange's mind was ablaze in thought when he glanced down at what still hung around his neck. Not necessarily. He quickly placed his ring and pinky fingers together and connected them to the thumbs with his middle fingers touching as well whilst his index fingers were pointed upwards. Strange then crossed both hands before slowly moving them apart. This motion unlocked the eye of Agamotto, its metal casing shifting to reveal the glowing green jewel inside. Focusing to form a connection, he whirled his right arm forward as an ethereal, magical glyph gauntlet formed. Bringing his left hand to it, a complex magical circle appeared just as Caecilius was about to strike him down. In an instant, everything came to an abrupt halt. Turning his hand in the counterclockwise motion, everything started to rewind. The destruction around the city was starting to self-repair in real time. Many people who were dying were regaining their life. The catastrophe was being reversed in its entirety. Seeing his work being successful, Strange turned his arm towards his companions and had them no longer affected by the time-dilated reversal. "What the hell am I seeing here?" asked Bucky, amazed with what's happening around them. "The spell's working," began Strange as he ran towards the Hong Kong sanctum. "We've got a second chance." The others ran after him, though Bucky struggled as Celeste gave him the assistance. "Hey!" Bucky nearly yelled. "What is going on?" "Time's reversing, Buck," Robbie said plainly, rushing forward to keep up with Strange and Mordo. Winter Soldier could only watch on as all the damage he had seen was undone before his very eyes. "Wait, think you can dash?" "Not right now, Bucky," Celeste said, running forward, leaving her boyfriend behind. The man didn't even bother making any complaints about it as he was still caught up in the astonishing sight of time being reversed before his very eyes. When he was knocked back by a reversed pedestrian, Bucky saw Caecilius and his zealots somehow were coming out of the time spell. "Guys!" The four mystics looked back to see Caecilius and his zealots free themselves of the time spell and make a beeline towards them. "How are they doing that?" Celeste asked in shock. "They draw power from the dark dimension, remember?" Mordo stated. "Beyond time. That's some convenient bullshit," Robbie remarked. "Tell us about it," Strange groused. Reyes shook his head, walking forward though a bit clumsily with all the debris being returned to its original shape before it fell apart. "I'll buy you some time," Robbie said, fire engulfing his head. "Keep the spell going." Whilst Ryder went to engage in one of the zealots, another came up and around him with Celeste jumping up to meet his dimensional shard with her lightsaber. The last zealot Caecilius had managed to sneak up on Strange and Mordo, though the latter was quick to react by kicking him away. Though he was persistent, ducking under Carl's tribunal staff and running straight for Strange. The zealot leader delivered a flying kick to Strange's chest, sending him back. Recovering, the former doctor had to quickly defend himself and block a series of arm strikes. Upon grasping his opponent's arms, both sorcerers were soon flung back by a couple of barrels colliding onto them. Soon enough, their backs slammed against an adjacent building which was being repaired from an explosion earlier. As the flames were quickly extinguished, Strange felt the hem of his robes being harshly pulled before being flung onto the street. Coming out of a recovery roll, Strange had to quickly avoid being hit by a few moving cars. When that was done, his head snapped to the side, courtesy of Caecilius punching him across the jaw. Mordo battled against a pair of zealots, kicking one of them to the street. As she fell, she was suddenly smacked across the head by a manhole cover before a large current of water dragged her into a food restaurant. Before she could fully escape, the glass soon entrapped her, encasing her into a fish tank. More and more debris were mending themselves with people moving back to whence they came. It seemed to become ironic in a sense that a nearby construction lot was being put back in its place. The zealot within the fish tank watched on as her fellow disciples and master fought against the masters of the mystic arts. She was about to try to free herself when a clawed hand appeared from behind the fish tank and pulled her away from the fight. The woman struggled against her captor, trying to escape the grasp when what held shifted into something more elongated and quickly wrapped itself around her entire body. The zealot felt her head get held back and she soon saw who it was. "Glad I wasn't too late for the party," Karnas Muir said with a malicious laugh. Though time continued to go in reverse, he stood at a seemingly perfect epicenter wherein nothing transpired nor needed repair. He slowly drew the zealot in closer to him, who was fighting against her restraints with all her might to no avail. She began screaming and yelling for her fellow students and master to come to her aid, when what she realized was an octopus tentacle firmly moved itself to muffle her mouth shut. "Come," Muir held the zealot down, their eyes wide with fear and terror. "Become part of my collective." He began the spell to absorb the power of the dark dimension from the zealot when he received an unexpected surprise. As soon as the Sith felt the power begin to flow into him, he felt what could only be an outer body experience. The ancient Force user gasped aloud, throwing his head back with his eyes widening to the size of saucer plates. Within his vision, he saw a world of unrelenting darkness, eternal torment, and endless oblivion. And in the center of it all was a being of unimaginable power that he couldn't even fathom. He only gained a small portion from his previous host earlier, which he had used to help fuel the ritual he enacted earlier to become flesh and blood. But now that Muir was gaining a better taste, it was like nothing he ever felt before. To him, it was like feeling the pure, unadulterated power of the dark side at its apex. But, now he needed more. He outright demanded it. Muir felt a greater flow of power, laughing maniacally as he began to feel the flow of the dark dimension enter into his body when. "Who are you to take power that is not yours?" The Sith Lord jolted upon hearing the disembodied voice. Within his line of sight, his vision was overtaken by that of a gigantic entity whose blazing violet and black eyes stared down at him. Muir could only stare in wonder and hunger. "Dormammu, I take it. You have some nerve to try to steal that which is not yours," the ruler of the dark dimension said, voice rattling Muir's very being. "Like the Sorcerer Supreme did? Like your followers?" Muir shot back snidely. "I only wish to take all that is not yours, foolish Sith Lord. So you know of me and my kind. Your kind once attempted to take my power thousands of years ago." This actually shocked the ancient Sith Lord for a moment before his malevolent smirk returned. "Then I shall be the first to successfully accomplish their task." He heard the Conqueror of Worlds laugh, sounding like a multitude of voices overlapping one another. "So much like all your foolish and weak kin who had come before and after you, and trying to control that which you do not fathom." Dormammu let out another rumbling chuckle. "But come, let us see if you can take it." Challenge accepted. He didn't see it, but he felt the smirk displayed upon Dormammu and in an instant felt an electrifying explosion course through his entire being. Muir gasped until he began smiling gleefully as he felt power, true power flowing in every single cell of his body. Yes, yeee. And like that, Muir's demeanor fell as everything he had been feeling up to this point changed. The Sith Lord began shaking incoherently, sweating now, and gasping for air. This was... No. Stop. As he was distracted, Muir greatly hissed in agony as he felt the arm carrying his talisman get severed off. The culprit being its previous wearer for countless years. I sensed your wretched presence." Celeste snarled. She threw the talisman down and raised her lightsaber aloft. Her hands glowed, multiple symbols and runes appearing around them and flowing into her saber. Once enough power was gathered, Celeste unleashed a mighty war cry as she brought her saber down and cleaved the talisman in two. The backlash of the ancient Sith artifact was immediate to its creator and owner as he felt something snap within him. An eldritch tentacle shot out of the cauterized limb and connected with his severed one. It soon retreated back to his body just before the Jedi Shadow could destroy it with her lightsaber. "Stay away!" Muir screeched out, sending Celeste flying back from the explosion of his power alone. "My soul! Org! My soul burns!" The Jedi Shadow managed to sit herself up in time to see the left half of Muir's face have its skin flake off in a gruesome fashion. Beneath his falling skin was the same texture and coloration that Dormammu's zealots possessed around their eyes, only this one was a sickly red that pulsed constantly with blood flowing out. She could only watch as the Sith Lord continued to scream, body whipping about violently with the creatures trapped inside his body trying everything they could to escape. Seeing the utmost opportunity presented before her, Celeste charged forward to strike down her tormentor once and for all. Unfortunately for her, she was batted away by some debris returning to a nearby building as the time spell continued on. Composing herself, she saw the revived Sith conjure a sling ring portal and escaped through it to parts unknown. No! Celeste yelled, slamming her fist against the wall. I can't believe I let him get away, she internally raged against herself. All the while, as more of the cityscape was getting repaired to the nth degree, the opening to the dark dimension was receding. And yet by anyone who was paying attention to it, it appeared to be fighting back the time spell. From nearby the Winter Soldier, a large pile of rubble rapidly flew into the air to reveal. Wong! Bucky said in horror at the sight of his impaled friend, blinking when the man was reversed back into the position before the apparent moment of his death. He was quickly removed from the backwards flow of time, looking about in shock. The man felt a hand placed upon his shoulder and turned to the relieved and overjoyed sight of his fellow Tolkienite before looking over to Strange, who walked by him with a wry look. Breaking the laws of nature. I know. Wong looked back to the metal debris he had been impaled upon and shook his head. Well, don't stop now. The scattered fighters quickly regrouped together and stood in front of the reconstructing sanctum. When the sanctum's restored, they'll attack again. Strange said straight away. Not to mention whatever rock howls died in the blast. Bucky added. We've got to defend it. Morn declared. Kman. They ran forward, all the while not seeing Caecilius freeing himself from the makeshift prison he was thrown into from the reversal of time. Rising to his feet, Caecilius gathered as much magic he could in his hand. At its apex, he slammed it down to the concrete street, sending a shockwave to knock the majority of them off their feet. Amongst them was Strange, which caused him to abruptly end the time spell when he fell down hard. The surrounding environment was kept at a standstill, everything paused with only the zealots and their adversaries to move. Get up! Mordo commanded. Get up and fight! Stephen looked around to see the others get back onto their feet and ready to continue to defend the world. Robbie was the first to be on his feet, Ryder taking over once more. Though he was confident that his friends would be able to defeat the zealots, especially Robbie considering his power, he knew that they were no match for Dormammu. Caecilius casually began walking forward. You can't fight the inevitable, he said. The Rogue Master gazed up upon the coming doom of the Dark Dimension. Isn't it beautiful? Caecilius said with utmost reverence in his voice and demeanor. A world beyond time. Beyond death. At this moment, Stephen suddenly felt the gears in his head turning. Beyond time. He muttered, quickly coming up with a plan. He knew the warnings about using time, but at this point he didn't care. He will have to break the rules if he can defeat the man behind the curtain. Without warning, Strange turned round and flew up at full speeds directly into the Dark Dimension. Strange! Several of his companions shouted as he soon vanished from their sight. Caecilius smirked. He's gone. Even Strange has left you and surrendered to his power. Meanwhile, Doctor Strange flew through what looked to be the endless expanse of this universe. All around him were dark and twisted worlds and other indescribable objects that had become part of Dormammu's collective. Strange soon landed upon one of the many floating entities within the Dark Dimension and held up his left arm. Focusing on the green jewel within the Eye of Agamotto, Stephen called upon a peculiar spell which he greatly believed will help best the primordial entity. The green glyphs surrounded his arm and he looked around, waiting for Dormammu to take notice of him. It didn't take long. Stephen turned around and was met with a large violet eye that glared upon him. It soon reclined back to reveal Dormammu in all his size and power. Unperturbed, the doctor floated forward onto another planet before him. He briefly looked at his arm to see if his spell was in effect before facing the Devourer of Worlds. Dormammu, Strange walked forward, staring unflinchingly at the gargantuan trans-dimensional being. I've come to bargain. You've come to die, bellowed Dormammu. Your world is now my world like all others. Strange knew what was coming and soon began deflecting a multitude of large, sharpened shards that flew at him. He held back a few until Dormammu opened his mouth and unleashed a powerful beam that he was barely holding back. Stephen let out a pained grunt of exertion when it proved too much for the sorcerer and he was disintegrated. Strange soon landed upon one of the many floating entities within the Dark Dimension and held up his left arm. Focusing on the green jewel within the Eye of Agamotto, Stephen called upon a peculiar spell which he greatly believed will help best the primordial entity. The green glyphs surrounded his arm and he looked around, waiting for Dormammu to take notice of him. It didn't take long. Stephen turned around and was met with a large violet eye that glared upon him. It soon reclined back to reveal Dormammu in all his size and power. Unperturbed, the doctor floated forward onto another planet before him. He briefly looked at his arm to see if his spell was in effect before facing the Devourer of Worlds. Dormammu, Strange walked forward, staring unflinchingly at the gargantuan trans-dimensional being. "I've come to bargain." "You've come to die," bellowed Dormammu. "Your world is now my. What is this? Illusion? No. This is real." The entity smirked. "Good." Strange was then promptly killed by two pillars that fell upon him. Yet no sooner did he die. Dormammu, Strange walked forward, staring unflinchingly at the gargantuan trans-dimensional being. "I've come to bargain." "You've. What is happening?" Seeing as Dormammu was truly feeling the utmost sense of déjà vu, Stephen explained to the extra-dimensional entity's confusion. "Just as you gave Caecilius powers from your dimension, I brought a little power from mine." Raising his left hand, Stephen continued. "This is time. Endless, looped, time." When Dormammu heard this, suffice to say, it was none too pleased. "You dare." Strange looked up to see a gigantic hand coming down upon him. "Oh foo dash." He was crushed and promptly right back to where he started. Dormammu, Strange walked forward, staring unflinchingly at the gargantuan trans-dimensional being. "I've come to bargain." "You cannot do this forever." Dormammu snarled out. "Actually, I can. This is how things are now. You and me, trapped in this moment, endlessly. Then you will spend eternity dying." "Yes. But everyone on Earth will live." "But you will suffer." Strange's expression became solemn. "Pain's an old friend." A moment later, he was incinerated. Dormammu. Impaled. Dormammu. Ripped apart. And this. Dormammu. Dead again. Dormammu. And again. Dormammu. And again. Stephen fell back onto the, groaning in pain though he forced himself back up. "You will never win." "No." Stephen struggled to get back onto his feet. "But I can lose, again and again, and again, and again, forever." He then stood triumphantly. "And that makes you my prisoner." "No." Strange was killed again. "Stop." Only for him to reappear before the multiversal entity again. "Make this stop." Dormammu all but demanded. "Set me free." Stephen now knew he had him right where he wanted him. "No. I've come to bargain." Gritting his teeth in utmost anger, Dormammu hotly glared at the sorcerer. "What do you want? Take your zealots from the earth. End your assault on my world. Never come back. Do it and I'll break the loop." Stephen glared back at the entity. "Swear it." Dormammu and Stephen glared upon one another, neither breaking eye contact as they waited to see who would speak first. Back in Hong Kong, everything played out as it was before Stephen swiftly departed to the dark dimension. It was only a second later did he make his return when he suddenly appeared behind the zealots. Sensing his presence, Caecilius spun about to see Strange return relatively unscathed. The former master knew in an instant that something was amiss. "What have you done?" "I made a bargain," the doctor said plainly. Stephen sighed as he looked at Caecilius, who started noticing something was terribly wrong. "What is this?" said the leading zealot, who looked at his arm. It was changing color to an ashen gray with cracks appearing all over his hand. "Well, it's everything you've ever wanted. Eternal life is part of the one." The former surgeon chuckled aloud. "You're not gonna like it." It was then did Caecilius and the rest of his zealots rapidly heat up and flake before they were swiftly sucked into the dark dimension. They screamed in agony before they were silenced upon entering their master's domain. Looking onward, Strange clicked his tongue. "Yeah, you really should have stolen the whole book because the warnings came after the spells." He shook his head. "Why can they never do it before?" With how intense things were, The group suddenly felt rather weirded out when they heard a fit of chuckles. Looking towards the source, they soon saw it was all coming from Wang, who was now laughing. "You okay there?" Robbie asked with a raised brow. Oh, I'm good." Wang slowly calmed himself. It was just funny." Robbie and Strange momentarily glanced at one another, with the latter commenting, "Okay then." Using the Eye of Agamotto once more, Stephen used its power to finish repairing the sanctum and restore the lives lost inside and outside of its walls. While he was at it, he saw the rock cowls and swiftly focused in on them. Using the artifact's power, he rapidly deteriorated them so they could no longer be a nuisance for them. We did it," Bucky muttered in astonishment. "Holy shit, we did it." "Yeah." Robbie grinned, slapping the super soldier on the back. "We most certainly did." Though she hated to ruin the mood, Celeste knew better. "We've taken care of one threat," she reminded the group. "Muir is still out there with all those things he absorbed, and now, he's been inflicted with the madness of the dark dimension. Fuck me, we just can't catch a break." Robbie bemoaned. "How will we find him?" Wang asked, with Stephen humming to himself. "Well, for starters, I figure we should head back to the Avengers back in Manhattan," Strange plainly said. "They're still waiting for us there." "Yes, they are," Mordo said with a nod. "Perhaps their aid will prove beneficial in tracking down and defeating Carnus Muir." Strange, Mordo, Robbie and Celeste began to walk away whilst Wang and Bucky stood there in clear bewilderment. They turned to each other, mirroring one another's expressions of confusion. "What the hell did we miss?" Bucky asked Wang, who only shook his head. "Come on." He patted his friend on the shoulder. "I think we should just roll with it by this point." Scene cut. Carnus Muir stumbled out of a portal, twitching and jittering about with his body undergoing constant transformation. He was whimpering and moaning with pain, trying his damnedest to contain the chaotic power within his body. The revived Sith felt all of the entities within him greatly stir, and it took every bit of himself to rein them back under his control. It was through this whole process did he not know where he ended up at. He blindly made a destination as his means of escaping his demise. He was so out of it he did not notice someone approaching him until he felt them come into contact with him. Muir came face to face with an elderly Chinese man who crouched down to the Sith Lord with his face conveying concern. "Are you all right, sir?" the man asked Muir in Mandarin. Without warning, Muir felt a strange feeling of numbness come over him as he gazed upon the man before him. That numbness quickly transformed into emptiness, which was then replaced by hunger. Muir blankly said. The elderly gentleman tilted his head, clearly not understanding him. "English?" the man managed out through a heavy Asian accent. Carnus didn't verbally respond, having slowly raised his hand up to the man and gently placed it upon his shoulder. The Chinese man gazed at the hand momentarily before looking back at Carnus and gasped in fright. "Hungry," was all Muir said as his eyes and mouth glowed. The elderly man didn't even have a chance to yell out. In mere seconds, the elder rapidly deteriorated as all that was left was a mummified husk, which collapsed onto the earth. Muir had a dead expression present as he gazed up at his hand that was rapidly transforming between the many limbs of the creatures that were still fighting to get out. "Need more." The Sith Lord's eyes noticed a road, and it went down that road, following it all the way to a noticeably large village not far from where he stood. Hunger exploded within the Sith as he began walking forward. Nourishment. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 55, The New Team. In the year 2012, a day unlike any other came to pass. A day where the power of one hero would not be enough to stave that which had come to threaten the planet with annihilation. On that day, 6 of Earth's mightiest heroes came together to fight off the alien army known as the Chitauri, led by Loki, the god of mischief. Tony Stark, aka the Invincible Iron Man. The mighty Thor, god of thunder. Bruce Banner as the Incredible Hulk. Captain America, the world's first superhero. Natasha Romanoff, deadliest spy in the world. And Earth's greatest marksman, Clint Barton, otherwise known as Hawkeye. These 6 heroes came together in Manhattan, New York, and successfully repelled an alien invasion that threatened the world itself. Since then, the Avengers were known the world over and have been actively busy apart and together since that time. From terrorist threats, alien dark elves wishing to bring about an eternal darkness, Hydra resurfacing in the world to genocidal AI. It has been a hectic set of years for these heroes and Earth itself. And as these threats arose, so too did the number of heroes to counter these dangers. A number of these new enhanced individuals went on to join the Avengers themselves. For a brief moment, it seemed as though Earth would have its constant group of protectors at all times. 3 years after the team had first formed, the aforementioned genocidal AI was defeated and restructuring of sorts came about. Of the original 6, 2 chose to retire, 1 was lost, another departed for a mission of his own, with the last 2 being the ones to stay on and lead their 5 new teammates. The synthetic being known as Vision. Sam Wilson aka the Falcon. James Rhodey, the War Machine. Pietro Maximoff, who calls himself Quicksilver. And the Hex-wielding twin of the Speedster, Wanda Maximoff. The team had a strong roster, and less than 2 months after the team's reformation, their numbers grew to include 2 new members. The shrinking and growing duo of Scott Lang and Hope Van Dyne. Otherwise known as Ant-Man and the Wasp. With the addition of these 2, 9 heroes stood together to defend the world. Then came the mission to a Hydra base that made a giant Ultron robot from the scraps of the Battle of Sokovia. It went off without a hitch, with the Avengers saving a nearby village and its denizens from the giant robot from stomping it into the ground. Afterwards, well, they went into a Hydra base, a power spike occurred, and next thing the world knew, the Avengers were gone. Not dead, thankfully from the looks of it, since there were no bodies at where they went missing. But still, Earth lost 9 heroes in one fell swoop. To say that there was a feeling of distress among those who knew about it would be underselling the growing level of panic that was to come. The remaining 2 Avengers that were still on Earth came out of retirement in an instant to try and find out what the hell had happened, whilst also resuming their position as Avengers themselves. So Iron Man and Hawkeye, with what one would assume to be a sort of forced self-recruitment of one Hank Pym, began the process of trying to discover just what happened to their lost friend and comrades. All the while, Tony knew that just the 3 of them wouldn't be enough, considering that one of them wasn't even an active hero. Hank essentially took up Tony's old role of being a consultant to the Avengers. Frankly, Stark wasn't even sure if that position was official or not. Felt more ceremonial if anything. Regardless of that, Stark knew there was work to be done. And that started with bolstering the Avengers' rank in numbers. Just the 2 of them plus Hank wasn't enough to keep the world safe. Thankfully, he was Tony Stark. Being overly prepared for these sorts of things was one of his best and worst defining traits. Ultron and Vision can attest to that. Ever since the Avengers reformed after Sokovia and recruited 2 new heroes into their team a month later, Stark took a page out of Fury's playbook and began seeking out other extraordinary individuals to add to the roster of Earth's mightiest heroes. And he lucked out when he got not 1 but 2 promising candidates that were already making a name for themselves right in New York itself. It didn't take long for him to discover who they were, cause after all, he was Tony Stark. Peter Parker aka the Amazing Spider-Man. And Matt Murdock, the Man Without Fear, or Daredevil for short. These 2 new heroes were the newest members Tony and Clint inducted into the Avengers. And then they up and disappeared soon after as well, when they were pursuing an arms dealer in Manhattan. Not only did the duo of New York natives vanish, but apparently, the Prince of Wakanda also went with them. And he was also an enhanced, basically another super soldier who just so happens to be royalty. To put it plainly, a headache is the politest way to describe what the current makeup of the Avengers had been going through right now. And speaking of which, within the lab of Avengers HQ stood a young girl who had just entered into her late teens. In front of her was a circular structure that could best be described as a gate of some kind. A Stargate if one speaks hyper-nerd. Of which she is one. Shuri, Princess of Wakanda of the Golden Tribe, chief scientist, and youngest child to King T'Chaka, was busy analyzing the strange gate that Tony and Clint had brought back from the Hydra base in Europe. The same base where 9 Avengers went missing. "Hey meme queen," said a now familiar voice to her from behind. "Any luck so far? You tell me, Shellhead, does it look like I've gotten any work done?" Shuri shot back, not looking away from the gate. What it looks like is you mooching off the good graces of the Avengers without giving us a single dime of rent. Tony Stark, current leader of said team, remarked with a dry tone. All he got was a tongue being flicked at him with an eyelid getting pulled down. Oh no, the horror. Tony said in the blandest tone possible. Such horrible faces. Oh, how my life is now in ruin. God help me if you are up there from this unabashed horror. The Princess of Wakanda grumbled to herself, ignoring the smug look directed at her by the rich boy, and resumed her work. But seriously, there really hasn't been any advancement. Shuri let out a sigh and shook her head. This technology is old. Shuri said. That's all I can say for sure. Nearly tens of thousands of years old. Yeah, that's what we figured out the first time. Tony said, pacing around what he called the Stargate. Don't know if one of the writers for Stargate was a Hydra agent and took inspiration from this hunk of junk back then. Funny as it is, they didn't make it. Shuri revealed. They've just been keeping it together, though much is left to be desired. Tony nodded. So what, last I checked with Hank, this ring heap was 10,000 years old. Did your vibranium magic pull out an older age? Far older. Shuri confirmed. Nearly twice that. 25,000 years to be precise. Lovely. Who knew what else was on this planet of theirs that was absolutely ancient beyond known knowledge? I've been looking over its metals, and while some can be found here on Earth, a majority of it is not of this world for obvious reasons. Shuri stated. And there's something else. And that would be? The princess frowned as she attempted to once again try to make sense of what was on her day top hat. I keep picking up on the faintest of energy that I can't identify at all. The frustrated princess stated. I keep trying to compare it to a number of readings, but I still can't dash. She was unable to finish as she let out an aggravated Shuri sound that Tony couldn't quite identify. Okay, so I take it that you got nothing. All he got was a flat look from her. Is there anything you can work with? Shuri let out a slightly defeated sigh and shook her head. A theory is the best I can give you, Stark. Something is better than nothing. Tony said in an encouraging manner. Before Shuri could tell Tony her thoughts, a call was awaiting being answered. Pulling up his phone, the billionaire saw who it was before answering. Hello, Maria, what do you and Fury need this time? From her station, Shuri saw a few expressions crossing over Stark's face. I'm sorry, you want us to come where? And for what exactly? Scene cut. Maria. Tony said, leaning in a bored fashion on the table he sat at. Mind telling me why we're setting this up to be a talent show? Maria Hill, formerly an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. and now an employee of Stark Industries, gave her employer a wry look as she set down a file for him to read. Fury had this gathered for ya, and it only unlocks until she shows up and I allow it. You do know I can just hack it. Oh, we've taken that into account. Maria said knowingly. Come on Tony, could be fun. Clint remarked with a knowing grin as he reclined back in his seat, feet propped up on the table and hands behind his head. Next to him was Shuri, and the two had a bowl of popcorn in between one another. On Tony's side sat a clearly annoyed Dr. Pym. This feels like a waste of time. Hank said aloud. You'll be eating those words, you know. Maria said with an enigmatic smirk as she stood on the far end of the table next to the princess. All right, send them in. In walked several individuals garbed in rather colorful uniforms, and in an instant, Tony knew what this was about. The billionaire's head was on the table as he let out a groan of resignation. We're really fishing from the bottom of the barrel here, aren't we? Are these guys some of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s rejects? Hank couldn't help but ask. Hill coughed into her hand awkwardly. I wouldn't say that, she said, shifting her gaze away from the four seated at the table. That's not a no. So Fury sent us his rejects, then? Tony stated, sitting up and leaning back with his arms crossed in boredom. All right, entertain us for a bit if you would please. What followed was a series of auditions for the Avengers with some holding promise, until there was something stupid that dissuaded them from even being considered. Like being scared of holographic displays for some reason. Yes. Sure. Why wouldn't the Avengers recruit someone with that type of fear? Anyways, on with the show. They watched as one after another, these individuals tried their damnedest in impressing the Avengers with varying degrees of success. And by success, it was really none. One was a lasso expert who wrapped himself up in his own rope. Another was a man in a frog suit who knocked himself out by jumping too high. Tada! A young girl no older than Peter arrived in a grandiose fashion, and she came with squirrels. Don't ask. Though she was rejected, Clint tossed her an Avengers card with the title of reserve member on it. Whatever the reason may be, the archer stated that he knows things about her and left it at that. Please tell us there's someone competent in the roster, Hank said, rubbing his now aching head. Hill looked at her data pad and frowned slightly. There was one, but Fury told me she's not available. Why? Tony asked. Hard to get in contact with her. Why? Shuri now. Hill felt her eye twitch. Just that she's not available. Why? Chorused all three geniuses. I can just end this, you know. Please, by all means. Hank said, clearly not wanting to be here right now. Shuri, having been entertained by all this, decided to humor the former S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Okay, if this special person ain't showing up, then who else do you have? The princess asked. Maria grumbled as she held up a paper file and flipped it open. Okay. Miss Walters. Here. I'm here, answered a more energetic female voice. The woman who came in didn't look anything special at all. In fact, she seemed a bit more out of place than anything. Appearance-wise, she was like a mousy lawyer in a typical business suit, having her hair put up into a back bun and wore a pair of glasses. And in her possession as well was a stereotypical briefcase. Tony exhaled a tired sigh. Are you serious, Maria? She doesn't look special at all. Walters looked slightly downtrodden at that comment. But I am special. I'm a lawyer. Yeah, keep telling yourself that, ma'am. Tony stood up from his seat and walked up to the lawyer. Look, I like your get-up and you look real swanky and all, but we've got a lawyer on the team that we're trying to find right now and get back. So unless you can fly or shoot lasers out your eyes, why bother? Oh, and tell me, is your briefcase any special at all? Come on, Stark, just give her a chance. Hill spoke in a coy and mischievous fashion. He gave Maria a suspicious glance and then got up close and personal to the lawyer. Come on, show me what you got. Okay, right. Walters exhaled in a calm fashion. Taking off her glasses, Ms. Walters put them into a case before tossing them away. In mere moments, something felt rather off about her with just about everyone else. In a matter of seconds, a multitude of rips and tears were loudly heard as they saw the woman start to change. Her skin went into a different hue, her tied hair became longer, her body mass got larger before condensing and her eyes turned into a fierce emerald color as they bore down onto the former playboy. Tony Stark let out a startling high-pitched girlish scream when he was deftly lifted up off the ground by his collar and held close to her. How's this, rich boy? Walters asked in a far more husky and sultry voice. Tony could only stammer and stutter in astonishment at what he was looking at. Shuri then whistled and cheered happily at the display. You go, girl. Hank had his jaw on the floor whilst Clint had a wide grin in place. Everyone. The archer spoke up. Meet Jennifer Walters. Stark was still staring in wide-eyed disbelief. Any relation to Dash? Yeah, Bruce is my cousin. Jen spoke in a more confident and friendly manner than her previous meek appearance. How come we weren't told about this? Hank asked, trying to wrap his mind around how this woman even existed. Wouldn't someone like a relative of the Hulk be big news? He likes to keep family away from his problems, was Jennifer's response. I have a better question. Tony spoke up, still being held up by Walters. How do you seem to know about her, Clint? Barton shrugged. I can relate to a guy who wants to keep family under the radar. Less of a risk, you know. That's bullshit and you know it. Hey, look who you're talking to. And look who you are talking about. Tony said, gesturing wildly at the now amused green Amazon. Before Tony knew it, he was tossed across the other side of the room, slammed against its wall and slid off of it before falling to the ground. Org, he groaned. Was that really necessary? Jennifer looked up in thought, tapping the side of her cheek. Not really, but I felt like it. Stark gave her the best deadpan he was able to deliver despite his position on the floor. You really are his cousin. And how did this even happen? Shuri asked, inching her seat closer now. The large smile shifted into a more melancholy one as she looked down at her green hand. It's quite the story. We're not going anywhere, Hank said in an encouraging fashion. But Tony might have to go to the hospital wing. I'll be fine, Tony grunted. Friday. No severe damage detected. C. Bruising on lower back dash. I fly around in an iron suit that has taken on gods, I'll be fine. Tony whined almost petulantly as he stood up off the ground. He placed both his hands on his back and arched himself back while feeling pops in his spine. Finally feeling your age, Stark. Bite me, Pym. I can have an ant do that for you if you would like. Tony just flatly stared at the man before going back over to the table and sat himself down. All right, She-Hulk, let's hear your tale of woe. Scene cut. You should have seen her, Okoye, she was an absolute marvel to look at. Shuri was practically gushing to a clearly unamused Dora Milaje general. She was not here presently per se, just the hollow display of her from one of Shuri's vibranium wrist beads that made it look like she was here. Princess Shuri. She spoke in a calm and leveled tone. Need I remind you that King T'Chaka left you behind in hopes that you would successfully find your brother? I know, Shuri quickly said. And I've been busy playing Avenger. Okoye interrupted dryly. I'm not playing Avenger. Shuri whined petulantly. I've been working on this day in and day out. I'm literally feeling the burnout here. All she got was a deadpan expression from the head of the Dora Milaje. Okoye. The bald warrior clenched her teeth tightly whilst feeling her brow twitch. Enough. Okoye had a hand over her face and she let out a disgruntled sigh. She opened her mouth to speak once more when an unexpected interruption came in to save Shuri from a planned lecture. Clint poked his head into her room. Shuri, soup's on. Made the pasta you like so much, he said. Hey Okoye. Clint. She said in a respectful manner, looking back to the princess to see that she was already gone. The general let out an uncharacteristically annoyed growl as she tensed up and held her hands in a bent, clawing fashion. This elicited a chuckle from the archer who stepped into the room. I'm so glad you find amusement in this, Archer, Okoye said in annoyance. Give the girl a break here. She's stressed enough as it is, Barton said in defense of the princess. That doesn't seem to be the case. Well, yeah, it is, Clint shot back. Found her last night on the floor in front of that gate we've been studying asleep. Looked like she nearly collapsed just being there. Okoye didn't have a response to that for a few moments as her frown was clear and present to see. You do realize that it's not just your prince that's missing, right? Hawkeye said, though he knew she was well aware of this. Earth's missing a lot of its heroes and we're working our ass off to find them and bring them back. Your sister is helping speed up the process. Her responsibility should be finding her brother first and foremost, Okoye retorted, lightly banging her spear on the ground. Is it now? Her eyes narrowed then. What are you trying to say, Barton? Rather than respond verbally, Clint turned to walk out of the room that Shuri was using during her stay here in Avengers HQ. Shuri is a natural genius, that's easy to see, Clint stated. But she's also a teenage girl. A teenage girl who comes from an advanced society that has cut itself off from the rest of the world and is experiencing it all for the first time. I ask you once more, Archer, what are you trying to say? Okoye was now having a more accusatory tone. Hawkeye stared back at the woman unflinchingly, keeping a steely gaze upon her. I think you're expecting that once your prince is found, you all will just retreat back into Wakanda and just close yourselves off from the rest of the world as per your status quo. He gave the Dora Milaje an expectant look. But after everything she's gone through here, everything she will experience, do you really think she'll want to stay isolated like she did at one point when she could be a part of the rest of the world? Maybe even your prince will share this idea and not want to go back to a place that refuses to be a part of our planet. Okoye didn't get a chance to answer as Hawkeye took his leave and exited the room, leaving the guard to fester in her own thoughts. Her hollow visage remained there in the room as it took a moment to look around, seeing all the new things that Shuri has collected since her stay in the States. She winced, shaking her head before ending the transmission. Scene cut. Why couldn't I come with you? You're grounded, remember? Clint said plainly. You burned down the kitchen. Again. I didn't burn down the kitchen, just the stove. And that counts as the kitchen. Barton rebuked. Seriously, how are you this bad at cooking? I am not bad at cooking. Shuri vehemently argued. Just inexperienced. There's another way of saying that. Bad at cooking. You just have no appreciation of my culinary arts. Right, said the voice of Tony Stark from his end of the comms. And those pancakes definitely didn't find themselves melted onto the ceilings of the kitchen. A real work of art. Clint can hear Shuri make angry Shuri sounds over the line, making him chuckle in the process. Their conversation soon came to an end as Tony reported his arrival at his destination whilst he stood before his own. He gazed up at the sign of the convenience store he stood in front of, momentarily checking the scribbled down address he had on a piece of paper he took with him. Always Iola's. Barton read aloud to himself. Tacky. Shoving the piece of paper in his pocket, Clint pushed the door open and entered the store. It was like most convenience stores for the most part. Snack aisle, medicine aisle, miscellaneous aisle, and so on and so forth. When you've seen one, you've seen them all. May I help you, sir? Spoke a woman from behind the counter. Ah, yes, I'm here to see someone. Clint answered. Being who? The manager. She asked. Looking for someone specific, one Hector Ayala. The woman behind the counter paused and gave the man a strange look. And why do you need to see him? Clint shrugged. Nothing, just need to talk with him is all. The woman's eyes narrowed now. The marksman held up both his hands and with a flick his sleeves rolled down. I'm serious. See? Nothing to hide. That only caused her to squint even harder than before, if that was even possible, until she relented. Hector. She said aloud. And from the back end of the convenience store. What Alda? Replied a masculine voice. I'm busy. Someone here to see you. Who? How should I know? You didn't ask for a name. Okay, that is my bad. Alda turned around and addressed the man beside her. And you are? Clint Barton. Clint Barton. Alda immediately shouted, pausing in thought as the name sounded strangely familiar. A response didn't come for a few seconds until. Come again. Croaked out Hector. Clint Barton. Alda repeated. Hawkeye of the Avengers. The archer quickly added. Hawkeye of the. Alda slowly looked down at the man who held a pleasant smile. She then had her head snapped over to a poster on one of the walls of the store, and on it was an artistic rendition of a group the entire world knew. There were 6 drawings of them in total, and one of which just so happened to have said marksman standing right in front of her. Soon enough, a man only a few years younger than Clint came up to the front counter, and accompanying him was a young girl that the Avenger quickly deduced to be his daughter. Hector Ayala. The man gazed upon Hawkeye, who walked up to him with an offered hand. Big fan of your work. Clint said, shaking the man's hand. Mind if we talk? Hector could only nod in stunned silence, gesturing shakily for the archer to follow after him. The young girl stared up at Barton as he walked by and gave her a mischievous wink as he walked behind her father. Earlier before. Tony said dryly. So explain to me again what happened. Your guess is as good as mine. Replied Clint on the other end of the comm link. All I know is that she somehow got the fire from the oven to the opposite wall and it got burned down. Even Friday wasn't able to explain what happened. I did not. Shuri shot back childishly. Friday. Sorry boss, someone meddled with the cameras. Someone came the billionaire's wry response, as in his mind it was easy to deduce just who screwed with HQ cams. Looks like I'll need to dash. You've arrived at your destination, boss. Oh, would you look at that? Tony said. Talk later, Clint. Was just about to say, pulling up on my target now. I really don't like the way you said that. Yeah, I know. It was intentional. Stark only rolled his eyes as he flew down to the streets of New York below, startling and stunning many passers-by. Don't worry folks, superhero business, you know the drill. Tony said conversationally as he walked towards the building he was searching for. He wasn't out of his typical selections in his several residences, let alone shopping for more. Reason why Tony was here was to see a certain bartender he heard so much about. Entering the swanky club, the Iron Avenger strolled through the many patrons within the establishment. Of course, being in his Iron Man suit, many people stopped and stared whilst phones were pulled out and videos and pictures were taken. As he got closer to the bar, Tony spotted the man that he was here to see. And as luck would have it, someone else that he was searching for just so happened to be seated at the bar in front of said bartender, with the two of them appearing to be conversing animatedly. Well, one of them was. The man behind the bar was giving off an amused and relaxed smile which changed upon seeing the billionaire superhero. Seeing his friend's change in demeanor, he turned around to see what caught the bartender's attention, and his eyes widened upon watching Tony Stark step out of his Iron Man suit. Once at his destination, Tony fished out a crisp $100 bill and placed it down. Top shelf please. The inventor said in a suave voice. I hear this establishment has an excellent selection of dash. What are you doing here? The bartender asked with his eyes narrowed. His friend seated in front of him eyed Tony with suspicion, awe, and intrigue. Tony took the question in stride, casually leaning upon the bar. Mr. Cage. Stark said conversationally. And Mr. Rand. So glad to see you both here. Saves me the trouble with setting up a meeting with you, young sport. Mr. Stark. Said the young CEO. Like my friend here asked, any reason why you're here? Can't I explore some of New York's finest clubs dash? Luke Cage snorted at that. I doubt it. Tony looked over to the elevated platform of the bar. Heard the local band is good. Don't play dumb with us, Stark. Luke said, eyes bearing down at the billionaire. What? What's the matter with being a man of culture to sample the finer things this city has to offer me? Tony asked in an overdramatic fashion. I'll have you know that even with my worldly experience, Manhattan is the city that never fails to surprise. I mean, less than a few hours ago, I didn't even know this place existed. False mind you, cause I knew about it a while back. Just wanted to be dramatic. You're rich enough to bring the entertainment to yourself. Danny countered. You've done that before. My mom and dad have been to your parties, you know. Oh yeah, they were. The Iron Avenger said with a fond look before he gave his fellow rich boy a somber look. I'm sorry about what happened to them. I know what it's like. There was a moment of silence shared between the two billionaires until Luke Cage cleared his throat and gave Stark a pointed look. What? He didn't get a verbal answer, only a look that asked, are you gonna tell us why you're really here or not? Stark rolled his eyes at that. All right. All right. Tony conceded. You want me to be completely honest here? That would be nice. Okay. Tony angled and situated himself between Luke and Danny. He then spoke in the gruffest voice he could muster. I am Luke Cage. Defender of Harlem. Danny Rand snorted upon hearing this until Tony put his voice in a higher tone. And I am the Iron Fist, fear me? I didn't say that. Danny said petulantly. Yeah, but yeah, made it sound like it. Tony countered. Heard about the spiel a while ago on the news. Very nice. Enjoyed the showmanship. Very raw and to the point. Very, me actually. Are you two fans of mine? Okay, fun time's over. Tony became a bit more serious. You think you two are the only enhanced individuals out there? Mr. Cage. Mr. Rand. You two have become part of the bigger world. You just don't know it yet. Luke and Danny shared a look with one another. Yeah. Danny said. We know that already. Yeah, you and your super friends got that part covered. Huh, and here I thought I could be as intimidating as Fury for a moment. Tony muttered out. Probably need to work on that. Can you just cut the bullshit already? Luke said with an impatient tone now. What do you want, Playboy? Please God don't call me that in front of Pepper. Tony said in a faux pleading tone. She'll think I'm falling back into my old vices. Is there a reason why you said that? Asked the hero known as the Iron Fist, referring back to his rather dramatic statement on them being the only heroes in the world. I think you both know the answer for that. Perhaps, but I believe we'd both like to say it out front. Luke firmly said. Oh my God, take all the fun out of it, why don't you? Tony groaned out. Fine, I want the both of you to join the Avengers. Both men froze upon hearing that, eyes widening as they looked at one another to confirm if they were hearing the same thing. Danny coughed aloud, clearing his throat. I'm sorry. Care to repeat that? You know what I said? Stark said dryly. You wanna recruit us into your little, and I do mean that very literally, group of heroes to protect the world? Luke asked condescendingly. Yes. Obviously. Tony said like it was the easiest choice in the world. By the way, 2 for 2, albeit unintentionally. Excuse me. So, how about it? Tony asked. Wanna become global heroes that protects the world from the end on a daily basis? We've got great health insurance to cover liabilities of death and injuries. Pepper told me to tell you that. Yeah, you're not giving the pitch right here, said Luke. Like for instance not giving the full story. Danny continued. Why come to us all of a sudden for recruitment? Doesn't make much sense if you ask me. After some moments of silence between the trio, an answer was soon given. See, here's the thing. Tony said tiredly. Quite some time ago, a bunch of my pals went missing in Europe, and we know diddly squat where they ended up at. And I don't mean off the grid, I mean like vanished, poofed, disappeared from the literal face of the earth. I got 2 other guys to join and then they went missing as well. The earth is severely, no, hilariously outgunned. I don't know what happened to Bruce, and I don't know how to contact Thor unless it involves shouting into the sky for some Heimlich, and I need to be substantially drunk to do something like that. Iron Man gazed at them both with a greater degree of intensity now. So here's where Earth is at right now. Stark's tone took a downturn for being completely serious now. It only has 2 active Avengers on hand, and you know that's not nearly enough to protect the world from the threats both on and off this planet. I've seen how New York is a breeding ground for individuals such as yourselves, and I know the team needs people like you now more than ever. What happens when another doorway to space opens up over Manhattan and there's only 2 of us Avengers there to stop it? Things slowly dawned between the 2 enhanced individuals, something which the inventor picked up on. You're getting it now, aren't you? Tony said grimly. The duo didn't respond for a number of seconds until the younger of the 2 spoke first. You must be joking, right? Danny asked in a low voice. Kid, funny things are. Stark gazed directly at him. But safeguarding the world from the end? I was driven to doing something insanely stupid in creating a murder bot for that very task. Cap hounded my ass about it until the end, and he's right. If the Earth is gonna be protected, it needs the best of the best that this planet has to offer for heroes. And newsflash, the 2 of you meet that criteria. Both Danny and Luke were having a difficult time processing what's being offered here on top of what they've been told. In all honesty, in hindsight, this was way above their experience and pay grade. There's gonna be someone else rather than us. There could be, but it will take a very long time to find, track and approach them. Besides, would a man with a multi-billion-dollar company, self-made supersuit with all the time in the world not be serious in going out of his way to talk to you 2 and offer them this chance? Tony said with a dead serious expression. You 2 and a number of others have always been on the radar, whether you knew about it or not. We just didn't want to bother you cause you 2 have been doing your own respective jobs. But now? Now times are desperate and we need the required help. So I'm asking you, Luke Cage, Daniel Rand, can the world rely on a few more Avengers when the time arises? There were moments within the lives of Luke and Danny where they respectively felt a great numbing sensation. For Luke, it was when he saw a number of close loved ones lose their lives before him, on top of when he acquired his impenetrable skin and unnatural strength. For Danny, it was when he lost his parents in that plane crash before years later when he plunged his hands into that enchanted cauldron to gain his powers. There were many other examples of this sensation. But this moment here now joined amongst them. In their own ways, Luke and Danny looked at Tony and gave their own nods of confirmation. Tony's grim mood instantly vanished, now sporting a relieved and mischievous grin. "Excellent," said Tony. "And with that being said?" The genius, billionaire, playboy philanthropist proceeded to whirl around to the crowd and had his suit returned to him. With it amplifying his voice as well as the action of being suited up garnering the attention of all present in the club, everyone stared at the armored Avenger as he held a hand out towards Luke and Danny. "Ladies and gentlemen," Tony declared aloud and boisterously, bewildering all those present while some couldn't help but take out their phones and record what was transpiring. "I give to you all a momentous occasion for everyone to see." Luke groaned whilst Danny looked like a deer caught in headlights. "Is he seriously doing this here?" "He most certainly is. Luke Cage and Danny Rand, your two newest Avengers," Iron Man proclaimed aloud to all those present and to the world at large. "Yeah, he did seriously just do that," Luke said, wanting to hide away but unable to as people began hooping and cheering whilst videos and pictures were taken. "Good grief. Sweet Christmas. Good grief," repeated the Iron Avenger in amusement. "Going into a little peanuts there, huh? And Sweet Christmas? That's certainly a new one. Definitely using that. That's my line, Stark," Luke dryly stated. "I basically patented the term." "Sure, let's see that in the legal office." "You can technically make it a shirt if ya want, Luke," Danny said, humming with approval at the idea. "Danny, just, please." Tony chuckled in amusement as he basically zoomed out of the Harlem establishment to make his way back to the Avengers Tower. In another part of New York, a certain private investigator was having her work cut out for her this time around. Okay, can all of you just slow down for a minute?" spoke an irritated woman with a black denim jacket as she grabbed her cup filled with alcohol and took a sip of it. "Now, let's dial it back and start at the beginning. Go." In front of the private investigator stood three people. One man in his late 20s or early 30s and a blonde woman who appeared to be in the same age range. Next to them was a much older lady in her 40s though she appeared younger than her age would say. The first to speak was the blonde woman. "Okay, a while back, our friend and partner went missing somewhere in Manhattan," she said slowly. "Partner as in business partner or romantic dash?" "Business," the blonde's companion clarified. "Noted. Carry on." "See, a while back we were approached by Tony Stark." The detective was certainly surprised by this piece of information but opted to remain silent as the blonde woman led on. "He had a business proposition of sorts for our law firm and normally Matt wouldn't really opt to accept those sorts of things but..." The man of the trio became sullen, sagging his shoulders with his friend placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. The private eye grimaced and looked over to the other lady in the group. "And what's your story?" "My nephew, he was approached by Stark in regards to an internship at his company," the woman said with a slightly broken tone. "He went along with him for a few weeks but then he too went missing. It took us a while but we managed to locate and contact Ms. Parker here since we had seen her nephew Peter meet our friend Matt once before they went missing," the slightly pudgy man stated. "Got any photos?" Those from the law firm handed over a standard picture of Matt Murdock. Granted it would be a tad difficult on a full one without the red shades but given the fact he was blind was something to consider. "As for the nephew." "He's your nephew?" Jessica Jones inquired. "How old are you?" "Like it or not, he's related to my late husband's side of the family. And my late brother-in-law had Peter when he and his wife were in their early years of college," Ms. Parker said defensively aggressive. Okay, Jessica said apologetically. Touchy subject aside. Outside of the typical questioning of their likes, dislikes, usual haunts and typical traits, there wasn't that much going for Matt Murdock and Peter Parker. Yes, there can be a factor to consider: both missing persons had more about them than presented to the private investigator. It sometimes makes her work much harder if she didn't get everything right away and had to learn them in an unfortunate manner. Aside from this, there were two things these people had in common. One was that in their own right, they were a little pleasing on the eyes. Either one of them could be an interesting surprise for her in the sheets if that were to happen. Granted, the Parker kid would need to be older, or she needed to miraculously become younger for things to be appropriate like that to occur. The other was that both sets of clientele had one very peculiar similarity with their cases, all involving Tony Stark of Stark Industries. Jones leaned back in her seat as she mulled over everything that had been presented to her. She momentarily glanced out one of the windows to her back, and far off in the distance, the private eye spotted the emblazoned A on the building that was dubbed the Avengers Tower. It would be so easy as to simply fly up to that place and investigate it outright, but this was the Avengers she was thinking about. Not some run-of-the-mill street thug or gang that she can rough up with little to no effort. So, let me recap this, if you'll allow me. Jones spoke up, garnering the attention of the three clients before her. Your friend pointed at the two lawyers and your nephew points at May are connected to Tony Stark, the Iron Man, and you want me to investigate him. It's not that we think he's a criminal, a war criminal anymore, Foggy Nelson said with a worried look. It's just that he came to us and soon after, our friend and Ms. Parker's nephew went missing. Jessica then had her eyes narrowed at them. Any other small details I'm missing here? 'Cause it feels like I'm missing some pieces of the puzzle right now. While the aunt is innocent enough, the way the two law firm co-workers were a tad sketchy after her remark. Look, Karen Page said aloud. Just, please, he's our friend. She's his nephew. Please, can you figure out what happened to them? We'll pay you double. Foggy added in. Racking her fingers through her dark hair, Jessica exhaled a sigh. I get it. I know what it's like to worry for someone. So I'll take on your cases. May looked at the investigator with a grateful smile, a small tear trailing down her eye. As for Karen and Foggy, they were rather relieved as some weight was lifted off their shoulders. Thank you, Miss Jones. May said with complete gratitude that caused Jessica to squirm. She wasn't used to such positive emotions being directed at her. Jessica could only murmur that she would do her job and was thoroughly surprised by May placing a comforting hand over hers and squeezing it in a motherly fashion. She bade them all goodbye and departed from the apartment-turned-office. When Karen and Foggy went to get out of the office, Jessica called out for them. Now the depressed aunt is not here. Tell me what's really going on. Scene cut. So you're telling me he already came to the both of you? Jessica Jones asked as she walked down the streets of Manhattan with Luke Cage and Danny Rand. How does he even know about you two? Well, I didn't exactly go out of my way to make my identity a secret. Luke admitted with a shrug. And all rich folk know one another. Danny answered. That's some Illuminati type shit right there. But he did know about us and didn't bother us until now. Luke stated. And Jess? If he knows about us, he definitely knows about you too. The investigator was silent at that statement as the thought had crossed her mind when she had met up with the two soon-to-be Avengers. Part of this revelation came to her when her best friend and foster sister, Trish, quickly called her about something that was quickly trending on social media. While she would ignore such a thing, Jessica had to double-check to see if Trish wasn't joking at all. While she was meeting with her two sets of clients, Luke and Danny were publicly inducted into the Avengers over at Harlem. And this made her contact Luke rather quickly for a meet-up. Speaking of Earth's mightiest heroes, she had learned that her two friends had not been the only new recruits that had been added to the ranks of the team. A few days ago, her intimidation tactic worked a little bit too much on the law firm co-workers who came to her for help in locating their missing friend. Turns out their wayward blind lawyer was the devil of Hell's Kitchen. That was both crazy and not as crazy as she thought due to her line of work and the world she inhabits right now. And as it turned out, he too became an Avenger before his disappearance. So he was an Avenger, and from what Luke and Danny told her, the Avengers were severely understaffed it seems. The individuals that comprised the team after the events of Sokovia had apparently gone missing, and this theory holds credence as multiple new networks in the past few weeks have become aware of the Avengers' overall absence from the public eye. It was easy to surmise why Stark and Barton would be going around seeking out other enhanced individuals to join up with them. Earth is severely underprotected, as Cage and Rand had told her, echoing what Stark had told them. That left the following questions: where does Peter fit in all this, and what else wasn't being told to them? While it would be easy to wrap up the case with Foggy and Karen, same can't be said for May Parker. Jessica could only deduce that since this revolves around the aspect of the Avengers, Peter Parker must be someone with a special set of abilities that caught the eye of Iron Man. Honestly, it was the only logical explanation in an illogical case. Either he was some up-and-coming masked hero, became someone in the chair, or some up-and-coming inventor placed at some black site. That last one might be a bit of a stretch, as May Parker was adamant she had a good boy. Then again, if he was indeed recruited into the ranks of the Avengers, he might be more than just a good boy. Even if we got the invitation, I doubt Stark and his ragtag group will fully take us in. You sure about that? We essentially got an interview, but we need to perform well on the audition to make the cut. What's this, theater school or something? Jessica joked aloud. No, I'm thinking more like a businessman, came Danny's response. Guys. Luke cut off their little rambling with a slightly annoyed tone. We gotta figure out what to do next. I know we agreed to this whole Avengers gig, but we have no idea what that entails. Danny found himself shrugging. World-ending events. That's reassuring. Jessica deadpanned. What? Danny said defensively. That's what they've been doing, right? But we ain't never done nothing like that in our lives. Luke pointed out. Yeah, I know, but they didn't do that themselves at one point. Rand said with a contemplative frown. We've been fighting criminals and gang leaders for the most part. We've had our share of people who can match us in a fight. But think of how things could change if we all became Avengers. If there are club jackets, I'm taking a pass. Jones remarked. Luke, however, gave his friend an intent gaze. You seem really on board with this. Yes, I am. Danny declared unashamedly. Think about it, Luke. If you're an Avenger, who in their right mind in Harlem wants to even consider messing with a hero that protects the planet, not just some small corner of the world? Cage was silent while Strand turned to Jessica. And with you, Jess, you can finally pay for your bills consistently. Luke snorted aloud whilst Jessica appeared unamused. I say it's just putting a damn target on your back. Jones snarked. Some up-and-comer may try to come to your home and make a name for themselves by attacking you and your loved ones. Well, more than usual. I don't need the reminder. Cage grumbled. Jessica then eyed the young CEO. I don't know about you, Rand, but I don't recall you had a cape and cowl when you decided to crack down on those secret ninja society schmucks. I didn't, exactly. And with what Stark did on you, he basically exposed you. If people didn't know what you did in your free time, they'll start questioning it now. Well. Luke rubbed his bald head. You do remember I basically outed myself to all of New York this year. And I kinda didn't hide my nightly activities. Danny added. Jessica groaned aloud. Oh my God, you two, are you not getting what I'm saying? The whole world knows your names and faces. Pretty sure they'll know everything about you soon enough. We know already. Luke said with a sigh. We accepted that choice after Tony came to us. Jones could only shake her head. Regardless, Stark did a piss-poor job in informing Murdoch's friends and Parker's aunt of the present issue. Before the trio could speak any further, they stopped upon hearing the sound of screams coming from the distance. A moment later, they heard the telltale signs of car crashes and glass shattering that came the same direction of the screams. Do you guys hear that? Luke asked, though he knew the question was pointless as they broke into a run towards the screaming. Sounds like trouble. Gee, you think? The trio then took off to find the source of the problem. Not knowing their lives will change even further than before. Scene cut. Hector Ayala once had a simple life. Or so he would like to think. Being a convenience store owner was one thing, being a wrestler was another. But becoming a vigilante superhero who has now been asked to become an Avenger? This felt rather too much to process or handle for a single father. So an Avenger seriously came up to recruit you. Hector sighed aloud, turning to his good friend who walked beside him. "Yes, Jack." "Who was it?" asked the cop. "Tell me it was the hot one." "No, it wasn't Black Widow. It was Hawkeye." Jack let out a wistful sigh. "Shame." Hector rolled his eyes before feeling his arm being tugged. "Are you really going to be working there, Papa?" Ava Ayala, his only daughter, asked in an innocent tone, pointing ahead to the Avengers Tower. He gave her a loving smile before gazing up at the building with an anxious look. "More or less. Will we see your wrestling matches anymore?" The father chortled, wrapping his arm around her shoulders and hugging her close. "We'll see about that. Nothing is really decided." "Still," Jack murmured, eyeing the tower. "An Avenger, are you sure about this, Hector? That's some big shoes to fill." "I know that, but think about it like this," Hector said. "If I do truly become an Avenger, then I could have a lot more legitimacy to use when patrolling Bronx. Think about it. An Avenger keeping our hometown safe. True, but it may cut off more time from your family. Let alone the fact they'll be heavily worried if you're gone longer than intended." Hector found himself in deep thought. "Yeah, I considered that as well, but..." "That's a lot buts coming out of your mouth today," Jack remarked, eliciting a giggle out of Hector's daughter. Ayala snorted at his daughter's reaction before looking back at his cop friend. "Barton told me he has a family as well. And so did another team member of his, someone called Ant-Man." "Ant-Man?" Jack repeated, laughing aloud. "There's seriously an Avenger called Ant-Man." "Yeah, and he's apparently a father, like me." Jack's amused expression fell away as it became a bit more serious now. "Sounds convenient." Hector blinked at the change in mood. "What?" "Just that he used those things to convince you." "It is a convincing argument," Hector admitted. "If a guy with no powers with a bow and arrow and an ant guy can be Avengers and fathers, who says I can't?" Jack was silent for a few moments as he thought about what his friend said. "Look, Hector," Jack said slowly. "It's not like I'm against this, I'm all for it actually. You being an Avenger would be insane and crazy and make your family proud. But I'm also looking at the logistics of it all. This is some big-time world-type she stuff. You're my brother, mi hermano. I just want you to consider all your options." The wrestler/hero gave his close friend an understanding and strained smile. He was glad to see such concern, and it was valid on many counts. This was a serious decision and not to be taken lightly. It was at this point did several things occur at once. First was seeing a number of civilians running away from somewhere or something. Second was the unnatural beastly sound emanating in the air. Third came the sound of people getting hurt, destruction and chaos less than a few blocks ahead. This got Hector to react accordingly. In an instant he picked Ava up and promptly placed her in his friend's arms. "Hector, what dash?" the wrestler said, already moving in the direction of where the sounds of fear and panic were coming from. "Jack, get Ava to safety." "But dash. Just do it." Without a second wasted, Hector took off, leaving his daughter behind to scream out of worry. "Papa!" Ava called out to her father in fear, tears already streaming down her face as Jack turned to run. "I'm sorry, Ava," the cop whispered into the girl's ear. Running to an alley, Hector started pulling off articles of clothing to reveal his white tiger attire underneath. And from around his neck, the mystical amulet started to glow. Scene cut. Tony Stark stood within the main meeting room of the Avengers, and to say that it was packed would be putting it mildly. Whereas this morning there were only 4 Avengers occupying this room, now there were over a dozen. There was himself along with Clint, Shuri, and Jennifer, being joined by Hank and Maria. Then there were the 4 scouted recruits of Luke Cage, Jessica Jones, Danny Rand, and Hector Ayala. And now there were 4 sorcerers, a man from the past that knew his father personally that wasn't named Steve Rogers, and a drifter who apparently had the spirit of a vengeance demon inside him. So suffice to say, yeah, he didn't have any proper words to convey just how he felt about this bizarre and crazy situation. Earth apparently has wizards now. Or they always had them. Many were just unaware. Boy, was that an eye-opener. Many of the enhanced heroes got hit with some serious vertigo when they came out of the living Escher painting that was the mirror dimension. Oh, did Tony talk about the fact that there was indeed a multiverse? Other realities on top of their own. This day just kept on getting better and crazier and better. And better is a term used somewhat loosely. He felt a bit of a migraine coming on, but he had to brush that aside as he had a more pressing matter on hand. Hearing a slight cough next to him, Stark glanced down at a seated Barton who shot him a look that said, "Well, get on with it." Tony silently sent a message back of his own and asked, "Why do I have to do it?" Clint simply responded with a face that yelled, "'Cause it's you we're talking about here. You love this sort of thing, so just do it already." Stark rolled his eyes and clapped his metal hands together, garnering everyone's undivided attention. "So boys and girls, we all had fun in our outing together. I'd like to give an A for effort and a D for overall lack of teamwork. Still, good job everyone. Could have gone better," Barton remarked, looking at the four robed individuals. "So then, mind telling us what you're all about? Did we not prior to our first encounter?" Mordo rhetorically asked. "That was a rushed meeting and you know it," Clint rebuked. "Now, talk, 'cause what we all just went through sure as hell wasn't in any Avengers instructions manual that we're all familiar with." Tony held an analytical gaze at the six-odd group of individuals that had been brought into the Avengers HQ. Dr. Stephen Strange, Carl Mordo, Wong, Celeste Morn, Robbie Reyes, and he still couldn't believe that he was looking at Bucky Barnes. He was well aware of the World War II veteran's history, both good and bad, and the fact that Steve had been searching for his friend for some time now after S.H.I.E.L.D's downfall. For him to just fall into his lap on top of being a part of an apparent magic cult. Well, Tony can't say it's not a boring place to wind up at. Magic exists. Hank Pym murmured aloud. Jesus, the quantum realm was one thing, but this. Bruce sure as hell would be having a field day if he were here, Jennifer remarked. Baba always spoke of the ancestral plane, but I wonder if he ever experienced anything like that before. Shuri said more to herself than the group. Only knew a small portion of the metaphysical iceberg, but seeing what we saw clearly blew things out of proportion, commented Hector. Welcome to my world, Stephen Strange wryly remarked. All right, so let's rewind here. Luke spoke up, standing up out of his seat. You guys are all wizards or something. Sorcerers, Mordo corrected. They are, Bucky added in, thumbing at the four magic users. Me and Robbie here are special cases. That kinda applies to us all, Danny quipped. Fair point, Luke went on, ignoring the comments. And what we all saw was something you call the mirror dimension, yes? The magic users all nodded. Mind giving us a better layout with what happened earlier? Cage requested. We only got a Cliff Notes back at that place over at Bleecker Street. Mordo was the first to speak. We were fighting against an individual known as Caecilius and his zealot followers who were fighting for an extra-dimensional entity called Dormammu. As we had told our four newest members of our order, whilst you Avengers protect the world from physical dangers, we safeguard the Earth from mystical ones. But it spilled out into the real world in case you didn't notice, Jessica couldn't help but say. Quite spectacularly, mind you, Wong said. But it has since been contained. And this doorman guy? She-Hulk warily asked. He's been taken care of, Strange stated with absolute certainty. He won't be bothering us ever again. You couldn't kill him? Tony asked. How can I? Strange retorted. He's an entity that rules over his own universe. I don't have the power to take him out. So what did you do? Danny asked, leaning forward with clear interest. Strange's shoulders went up and down. I made a bargain. That's not cryptic at all, Walters murmured aloud. Dormammu isn't a being who can be killed so easily, if at all, Wong stated firmly. He is a being beyond our universe, beyond time itself. There are perhaps ways of indeed defeating him, but they are beyond our understanding and capabilities. That doesn't really reassure us, Jones wryly said. Look, Strange said patiently. Just know that the threat of Dormammu has been dealt with. We don't need to worry about him at this time. Suffice to say, the world is safe, for now. For now, said several of the assembled heroes. We have a loose end that needs to be resolved, Bucky said in an enigmatic fashion. Okay, look, Manchurian Candidate, that's not really helping at all, Stark said with a roll of his eyes. Can ya just tell us straight? Do you recall the strange creatures that were attacking New York? Mordo asked the group straight away, having all either nod or murmur that they did indeed. They fought the damn things after all. Those monstrosities are called Rock Howl, Carl said. And they are not of this earth. Aliens, Barton said with a disgruntled look, Stark sharing the sentiment as he let out an annoyed groan. Are they by any chance related to the Chitauri? The billionaire asked. No, they're not, Morn said with certainty. Are you sure? Tony's voice was laced with humor now. They may have bigger chompers than the Chitauri, but they do look as ugly as them. The Jedi Shadow chortled at the comment and shook her head. So what are they then? Shuri asked. And we want the full story, Clint chimed in. None of that abridged shit. Are you sure? Bucky asked dryly. We've got enough for a few seasons of TV to fill. The medium-sized version then, Danny said, getting nods of agreement from the rest of the group. They are alien in nature, but they are no way related to Chitauri, Celeste began. Side note. Turning to Tony, Bucky asked the billionaire a question. I just gotta ask, but why have you been assuming everything, alien being related to them? Sounds rather biased if you ask me. Until you fly through a wormhole in space and see an alien armada coming straight for Earth, then come talk to me. Stark shot back, effectively silencing the Winter Soldier. Can we not right now? Clint spoke up, shooting an annoyed look at the two that several others mirrored. Continue, please. Celeste nodded and went on to give a brief overview of her story. She gave small explanations of the Jedi, the Sith, the Force, the history of conflict between both orders and the many wars that they had between them. She brought up several topics as to what she remembered last in the goings-on of what she called the Mandalorian Wars and how she wound up in a sarcophagus that kept her in stasis for an unknown period of time. The only time frame that she had to go on was Bucky's 70-year-long sleep cycles. So what does all that have to do with these ghoul bastards? Jones asked, a bit impatiently. I'm getting there, Morn said calmly. When the wars were going on, I came across a talisman that exuded power from the Force. We were at war with the Mandalorians and we needed any advantage we were able to scrounge up to stop their advance. And you just took it, Hector said in disbelief. Have you ever fought in a war, Mr. Ayala? The Jedi-turned-sorcerer rhetorically asked with a hard gaze directed at him. Few of you here have and even fewer understand what happens when only the drastic choices are the ones available to you. Many winced upon hearing that, and several individuals such as Tony, Bucky, Clint, and Mordo all held solemn and jaded expressions. To sum things up, we learned our enemy had a weapon which sought to turn the tide. I and several others infiltrated the ship carrying it and took it, not knowing what it was until it was too late. Scenario as old as time, Barton murmured. Celeste was silent for a moment, hand hovering over her neck as she felt a phantom weight of the talisman that had plagued her life for so long. What we found was something known as the Mu'ur talisman, the progenitor of the Rock Howl plague, Morn said in a low voice. The Rock Howl originated as a virus created through Sith sorcery. Sorcery, Luke repeated. Like what you guys do? Celeste shook her head. No, this was a different understanding and interpretation of magic, so to speak. It was a more raw and primal version of it, as it was an early point in our history in our understanding of the Force. This sounds more like genetic restructuring, Hank said aloud. Something I have seen others in my field try to tamper with. Mostly in my time in S.H.I.E.L.D. Not everything originates through science. Robbie Reyes spoke up for the first time in a while. How do you explain me? And don't bring the Asgardians into it, as they're complicated as hell. Tony grumbled aloud. Pym gazed upon the drifter with an open mouth before promptly shutting it and looking back towards Celeste. All right, can we please stop getting off topic? Hector said aloud now. I need to go home after this cause my sister and friend are waiting on me and I gotta tuck my daughter in bed. Right, my apologies. I'll start with who the creator of the plague is. His name is Karnas Mu'ur, said Celeste. He is an ancient Sith whose spirit possessed a talisman of his making that kept his spirit alive for thousands of years. A means of seeking immortality and gaining ultimate power. Mu'ur poured all his ambition, hatred, and malice into this talisman before sealing his own spirit within. So he's Sauron then. Danny, Hector, Shuri, and Tony all said at the same time. Yeah. Wong and Bucky said in sync with grins threatening to split their faces. Oh my god, are you all children? Jessica asked aloud. Can't deny I had the same thought. Hank admitted aloud, an amused and fond look in his eyes. Anyways. Morn said with a slight exasperated chuckle. Mu'ur lived on in his talisman for centuries, waiting for when he would rise. I get it, to take over the world. More like the galaxy, but yes. Galaxy. Stark muttered with a shake of his head. Only goes up from here. Morn went on. When I found him, he latched onto me and I became his host and vessel for a time. I retained my consciousness but the corruption of the dark side was all-consuming. I had unleashed the rock cowl plague a number of times until I begged my friends to seal me away. Fast forward to. I don't know how many years, Bucky found me and freed me from my stasis pod. I would explain more about the Force and the feeling I had here but that's for another time. Suffice to say, the two of us traveled around the world to find a way to help one another. Help one another how? Me with my brainwashing by Hydra and her with the evil, mass-murdering spirit trapped in her necklace. Bucky stated. Sweet Christmas. Luke remarked with a shake of his head. That statement feels a lot darker than it should be. That's because it is. Barnes said. Celeste sighed. Bucky. Ahem, right, sorry babe. Babe. Said several of the others. Oh my god, is this high school? Hank said with a raised voice. Ms. Morn, please, can you finish your story? And just shrink it down. Clint said. We'll hear the full story later. Morn nodded rapidly. Yes. Okay, so Cliff Notes, yeah, that'll work. Bucky and I traveled throughout Europe, met Odin Dash. What? Put a spell on my talisman to keep Mu'ur sealed tight, made it to Camartage, met the Ancient One, we got the talisman removed and now I'm a sorcerer and Mu'ur is loose on the world. Silence prevailed in the room as a whole as everyone stared at the Jedi. Well, that was disappointingly short. Shuri grumped out. So how did Mu'ur escape or, wait, was he still in his trinket you keep talking about? Rand inquired. Mordo nodded at the martial arts master. A traitor amongst our ranks took the talisman without knowing the implications of doing so. Mu'ur took possession of one of the followers of this traitor and fled to a location we were unaware of until recently. So wait, that other guy we saw with the emo eyeliner band, Barton spoke up. Was that person we more or less saw in that pocket dimension supposed to be Mu'ur, an illusion, or was it just a meat puppet? That was indeed Mu'ur. Morn confirmed. I take it he used some sort of dark magic type needs to bring himself back to life, yes. The Princess of Wakanda asked with a poignant look directed at the sorcerers. Wong nodded. Through unnatural means, Mu'ur revived himself to become flesh and bone once more. Wong said, and with a flourish of his hands created an ethereal image of the Sith Lord in question. He delved into the unstable and dangerous practice of absorption. Karnas summoned forth creatures and entities from other realms and dimensions, volatile ones at that. With the magic that he understood and of the student he took possession of, Mu'ur absorbed an unknown amount of these transdimensional beings into his body. A grave and dangerous ritual. What is it like, ripping him apart from the inside? Hector tentatively asked. In a manner of speaking / like you wouldn't believe. Wong and Morn said at the same time. His body is not meant to hold so many creatures like that in a single vessel. Mordo stated. And he recently tried his hand at Dormammu. Strange said in a grave tone. God knows the state that he's in now. We need to find this Cabron and scorch him alive. Robbie said in an emphatic fashion. Otherwise, a lot of people are gonna die. His talisman has been taken care of. Morn revealed. I destroyed it back in Hong Kong, so the source of the rock howl plague is gone. And his means of using it to escape death is no longer an option. There's some form of good news. Bucky muttered. So any ideas as to where he may have gone? Clint asked, now completely focused on the task at hand. Any sort of magic trick you can whip up to locate him. If only it were simple. Mordo said. A novice he may be, Muir appears to be able to cloud his presence here on Earth and keep a low profile that makes him difficult to track. I take it you'll be needing our assistance with this endeavor. It may help speed things along, if you had a means of somehow tracking him. Maybe Shuri and I can whip something up. Hank said, rising to his feet. Even if you call what you do magic, there is some science behind it. It's all a form of energy. And energy can be traced, analyzed, and located. I shall be staying here to assist you. Wong declared. It is best we coordinate with all our strength and fight in a united front. Muir is a ticking time bomb of deadly dimensional energy. Wherever he strikes, catastrophe is sure to follow. Right then. Stark said. Another possible world-ending event on our hands just after dealing with one 24 hours ago. Typical Tuesday, right guys? I hate how that's more reality than a joke now. Clint said. You guys spoke of 3 sanctums, yes. The sorcerers nodded. Good. The archer proclaimed. There's enough of us here to divide up and be on standby in these sanctums. Soon as we catch a whiff of this psycho-Sith, we all converge on the sanctum closest to him. He got statements and nods of agreement as the large group began dispersing. As the others made the means of departing in their own, respective fashions, Jessica Jones spoke to Tony Stark. Before we go anywhere, I gotta ask you a few questions. She said, standing before him in a manner that conveyed she had no intentions of going anywhere until she got what she came for. The billionaire blinked in confusion before complying with the request. Shoot. Mind telling us what you know with your wayward members? Jessica started off. Some progress reports would be nice. Tony shrugged. Don't see why not dash. Not to mention the whereabouts of Peter Parker. Tony's expression morphed into one of surprise before he became more solemn. And why exactly do you want to know about Peter Parker? Your reaction says it all, and it shouldn't come as a surprise that you know him. And why are you asking about him in particular? 'Cause I'm actually hired by his aunt to find him. Jones revealed, halting any thoughts of counters Tony had in their tracks. She along with Foggy Nelson and Karen Page came to me asking me to figure out what in the hell happened to their friend and nephew respectively. They all point to you. So talk. A number of eyes landed on Iron Man, waiting to see how he'd answer. So tell me now and we can get this over with. Or I can do this the fun way and beat it out of you. Regardless, I will get my answers. You really want to do this here? Stark stepped forward and got right in Jones' face. There are more serious problems that we have to deal with right now. I don't have time for this in case you're unaware. Just tell me what I want to know. It may be your job, but it's not your right to know who Peter is. Jessica's face turned into one of bristling rage. You better not have done something that would have hurt the kid. I'd rather die than let that happen. Stark shot back. Besides, what happened to Mr. Murdoch and Mr. Parker is something Princess Kitchenfire over there dash. Hey. Also has a stake in. Is it that hard for you to just tell me what I'm here for? Is it that hard for you to read the room and remember that there's a freak show on the loose threatening the world? I want to know what happened to our missing members as much as anyone else, but that doesn't mean I sideline protecting the Earth. It's an unfortunate flaw that my girlfriend loves to point out at every chance that she gets. Both adults glared heatedly at one another for a number of seconds until Jessica scoffed and backed away. All right, fine Stark, you win this time. Jones conceded. Got more serious shit on our plate, so we'll take care of it. Sooner or later, though, I will drag your ass to those 3 and you will spill the truth to them. Looking forward to seeing you try. I don't try. I do. Scene cut. The large group of 14 heroes were soon divided up amongst the 3 rebuilt sanctums of the Mystic Order. Tony, Shuri, Strange, Luke, Jessica and Danny remained in New York. Bucky, Celeste, Hector, and Mordo were sent to London. Wong, Walters, Robbie, and Clint resided in Hong Kong. The sorcerers opted to open up sling ring portals between all the sanctums as a means of being able to travel between the three of them with ease and to keep in contact with one another. Currently, in the room with the many windows that led to other parts of Earth in the New York sanctum, 2 portals were open that led to the other 2 sanctums. "This is just freaky," Luke remarked, looking back and forth between the portals that were instant doorways to London and Hong Kong. With him was Danny and Jessica, and in the London portal stood Hector, and in the Hong Kong one was Clint and Jennifer. "I know I've seen some crazy shit in my line of work," Clint commented, eyeing the ever-spinning edges of the portal he was in front of. "But this is a whole new ball game of crazy. Welcome to the new normal, I guess," Jennifer murmured, unsure of all this herself. "I don't like this new normal. Can't we go back to the old one?" "Too late. That train took off quite some time ago," Luke said. "Since 2012, after you Avengers up and changed everything. You do realize you're a part of that change?" Clint countered. "Don't remind us," Jones said, bottle of whiskey in hand. "How do you drink all that?" Hector found himself asking. "My abuelita didn't even drink like you do." Jones coughed slightly from her last swig, wiping her mouth with her sleeve. "I drink to forget, but I always remember. That is just severely depressing," Rand dryly stated. "Welcome to the real world, kid. I lost my mom and dad in a plane accident and saw them die." Danny deadpanned. "I've already seen how screwed up the world already is. And yet, you're still a chipper pain in the ass. Lay off already, Jess." Luke spoke up with an unamused gaze directed at her. "I know you're all pissed off at being in your job on Stark, but we're here for a more serious matter." Jones rolled her eyes though opted not to answer, instead taking another drink. "So, Ms. Walters," Danny said, looking towards the gamma-radiated Amazon. "You can just call me Jennifer, Danny," She-Hulk said kindly. "Right, Jennifer," Rand said with a smile. "I've been wondering, and I don't want to come across as rude, but how can I retain myself without going all Hulk out like my cousin is usually known for?" Jennifer asked the question for him before he was able to ask. "Yeah," Danny said in surprise. "How do you know I'd ask that?" "Because I often wonder that same question every day," Jen said with a contemplative look. "But if I were to guess, I had a different upbringing from Bruce. Meaning, sadly, I had a better childhood than him." She was met with silence for a few seconds. What does that mean?" Hector warily asked for the group. "Let's just say that. Well, you guys all know the story of Captain America, right?" She got nods from the group. "That's part of the equation with how the Hulk came to be," Jennifer revealed. "It was Bruce's attempt at replicating what they did to Steve, since the formula has been attempted in replicating it for decades. Granted, the military kept a number of specifics hidden from him and Betty Ross to make the project successful, thus." "Yeah, we get it. But you said part. Not to mention his upbringing." "I was getting to that," Jen said calmly. "Well, a story that I heard that I'm sure you guys may have heard of as well, though I'm not entirely sure, is what the super soldier serum does to people who get it. How good becomes great and bad becomes worse. For Bruce, it went both ways. How does that apply to the Hulk?" Danny asked in confusion. "I mean, even if some people see him as a monster, he is still an Avenger. He's a hero." Walters gave the young martial artist a beaming smile. "I'm happy to hear that. I only wish more people saw it that way." "So what's this about his upbringing that matters to the Hulk?" Jessica asked, voice more downplayed and somber. Jennifer had a faraway look in her eyes with a sad smile. "I remember him telling me about how he believes the Hulk came to be. To sum things up, the Hulk began as a result of a split personality that manifested from an abusive father due to him thinking his genius was a monstrosity and unnatural as a young child. And that super soldier experiment finally got it to awaken and manifest into the being we all know today." "What?" was the collective response from the group. "How'd he get to that conclusion?" Cage asked in utter bewilderment. It's what he remembers before and after he transforms. Jen said. He talks about all the memories that flash through his mind, and every time he went and became the other guy, he always pictured his father standing over him. His shadow always cast over him since the time he could crawl. Also didn't help the fact he witnessed his mother's murder by his father's hand, who tried protecting him one day. Overall, the group was quiet as the grave as they processed the tale they had just heard. It was hard honestly to put into words, knowing the kind of trauma an Avenger, a hero of Earth, endured, and his superhero persona being a manifestation of such a thing. No one ever came without some sort of baggage in their lives. When one takes a moment to think about it, that's all the Avengers seemed to be composed of. Individuals who in one way or another had been damaged and jaded by life, with them shouldering this burden. Eventually, Jessica Jones spoke first, and her words succinctly summarized the shared mood of the group. Well, fuck. Walters let out a derisive snort. Yeah. Fuck. In another part of the New York sanctum, Strange, Shuri and Stark stood around a newly installed holotable, and surrounding the table via portals were Mordo, Robbie, Celeste, Wong and Bucky. He is more than likely to be somewhere in China. Wong said, voice leveled and calm. Celeste encountered him in Hong Kong when Dormammu nearly breached our world and took it into the dark dimension. I sensed a disturbance, a change in him when I last laid eyes upon him. Celeste spoke in a deadly serious tone. The same power that Caecilius and his zealots drew upon from Dormammu. Karnas somehow got it as well. But I fear something went terribly wrong. Great, more ominous undertones. Tony quipped. All right, lay it on us. What do you think happened? Celeste contemplated on the question as she thought back to Hong Kong and the last time she saw Muir. He had captured one of Caecilius's zealots and he tried to absorb the power she had from the dark dimension. The Jedi recalled, visualizing the memory in her mind. Because of that, on top of his unorthodox means of growing stronger, he developed a hunger. Not just for power, but Dormammu's in particular. So what happened to him when he got this zealot? Shuri inquired. Celeste hummed in thought. Hard to tell. It was rather chaotic when it happened. I can only assume the possibilities. Right. But what happened when he went for the main course? He was screaming and talking about his soul being burned or something like that. Morn revealed. Right after I destroyed his talisman. Robbie let out a derisive snort. I take it he got too much that he bargained for. It backfired considerably. It was as if he was starting to erode. The Jedi said. And now he's out there, a ticking time bomb of dimensional energy threatening to explode and unleash all he has pent up upon the world. Strange said, tone doer. Not to mention having all those entities ready to break out at a moment's notice. Are they sentient? Tony asked. Very. Mordo grimly stated. And undoubtedly furious in being forcibly contained within a vessel and reality not of their own choosing. Muir will die, inevitably. Wong said, tone devoid of emotion. He'll try to delay his demise as much as possible. Not caring who or what will pay his price. Then what can we do to find him? Bucky Barnes inquired for the group as a whole. You guys mentioned you specialize in this magic crap, right? Tony asked in a rhetorical fashion. So doesn't that mean you guys have some kind of method in tracking him? The magical energy you spoke of is not of this reality. Shuri added on. So start with something like that. I tried tracking him earlier. Robbie stated, surprising the group slightly. No luck. He's either keeping his powers suppressed, found another way of keeping himself hidden, or something else. The first one is almost impossible. Guy like that with that much power would be impossible not to track. So it's either he's hiding in a place we can't detect or the something else. And what would this something else be? Stark asked. Reyes shrugged. It's some magic bullshit. Not something fully understood. Tony and Shuri shared a look and started working through the holotable. Got something to share, you two? Carl asked, gesturing for them to do so. Shuri brought out a holodisplay of the coloring of the magical energy the sorcerers use. I haven't had a lot of time in studying the magic you all use, but there are some certainties I've been able to deduce. Like most, if not nearly all things, they radiate energy. We just need to find the proper signal, wavelength, or anything out of the ordinary. Strange squinted slightly and looked over to Mordo and Wang. Got any ideas? The green-robed master frowned and crossed his arms in thought. I believe we are all in agreement that he is likely still in the Asian territories. Carl said with certainty. Going to any of the other sanctums would have alerted us in an instant considering how alert we all are right now. He fled away from the Hong Kong sanctum in the midst of our battle against Caecilius and his zealots whilst Stephen utilized the Eye of Agamotto in reverting the disaster that nearly claimed our world. Wang spoke next. The perfect cover for his escape. Celeste stared long and hard at the energy projection Shuri still had on display when her eyes widened slightly. It's all energy. Morn whispered to herself, remembering the voice of the Ancient One when she first learned of the greater aspect of the Force that she had yet to tap into. The power cosmic. The Force as she knows and understands it is only a small fraction of what this all-encompassing universal power is. But therein lay the connection. Like in her many lessons back in the Jedi temples on Coruscant and Ossus, the Force is all connecting. It surrounds all life, penetrates it and binds it together. Just as the power cosmic is supposed to be. And like Muir, she can tap into this power. Okay. She said to herself, gaining everyone's attention. Closing her eyes, she opened herself and reached out to the Force. Strange spoke up when Bucky held his hand up for him to stop, the super soldier staring intently at his girlfriend. She felt herself relax and in a word unlocked her body and she felt the familiar sensation that was the Force begin to flow through her being. Only this time, it was far, far more powerful. Morn nearly gasped at the feeling, letting out a strangled exhale as she attempted to steady herself. This was unbelievable. Was this the power cosmic, the full aspect of the FO? Celeste shook her head and remembered why she was doing this. She needed to focus. To find Muir. He was once a part of her. So with or without the talisman, she knew if she concentrated, she would be able to locate that deranged Sith Lord. The rest of her friends and allies all silently watched and the two most unfamiliar with magic at this time had their eyes widened slightly as a wind from seemingly nowhere kicked up around them and began swirling around Celeste. What's she doing? Tony asked. Finding our missing Sith Lord. Bucky said with complete confidence. Celeste had her eyes still closed in all this when. Gasp. She jolted slightly and nearly fell over had it not been for her lover being by her side. Hey, I got you. He spoke in a reassuring voice. She looked up at him, smiling widely before looking back to the others with her smile growing with a degree of confidence. What did you have for us? Strange asked straight away. Some good news, for starters. I may have found the general location Muir's presently at, said the Jedi Shadow. I saw a vision. A remote village away from major areas. Deep within a forest by the looks of it. Smart, in a sense. Mordo muttered, nodding to himself. A place as isolated as this village you're describing. Sooner or later, Muir will leave and reach those places. Strange declared. We need to corner him there and take him out. Go in fast before he takes off and we'd be searching all over again. Unanimous nods were delivered as Tony sent the message for everyone to quickly get ready to regroup for departure. Stark's helmet quickly snapped itself over his head. Grab your torches and pitchforks, people, we've got a Frankenstein's monster to hunt. Scene cut. A sling ring portal appeared from the outskirts of the village Celeste located in her search. From there, out stepped 14 individuals, marching out with a purpose. Though they all halted in their tracks upon seeing the sight that lay before them. Dios mío! Whispered Hector. Houses burnt, destroyed, on fire, in rubble and all sorts of other ways one would use to describe destruction. But above all else, the true horror lay in the shapes strewn about the ground. Dried husks of human beings. Corpses. Corpses of the men, women, and children Muir had killed and... What happened to them? Danny asked, voice barely above a whisper. Muir happened. Celeste said with a snarl. Wang stepped forward and crouched down to the nearest corpse. A young child. He closed his eyes momentarily, reciting a small prayer for her or him as he couldn't identify what gender they were. All he knew was that they had their life stolen from them. Clapping his hands together, he proceeded to hover them from the head to the toes of the body. As I feared, Wang said. He drained them of everything. Life essence and soul. Why do this? Shuri couldn't help but ask. Celeste glared ahead of them all. Hunger, for one. And I bet he's trying to regain what strength he lost back in Hong Kong. But to go this far? Luke uttered out softly. Tony's visage was as grim as the rest beneath his helmet. Friday. No signs of life detected, boss. His suit's AI said apologetically. Stark's fists clenched tightly upon hearing that, his suit whirring with power. The group began to walk forward, Hawkeye quickly instructing them to split into two groups to cover more ground. Tony led with Strange, Robbie, Celeste, Bucky, Wong and Jones. Clint had Shuri, Danny, Luke, Jennifer, Mordo and Hector. Both groups were on full alert, lightly twitching at the occasional sound of ash, wood, and pebbles beneath their feet. Barton was in front of his group when he paused and looked around. Seems to be clear, he murmured. Though maybe that's 'cause we can't see what we're looking for. This was heard by the rest of the team through the earpieces that had been distributed amongst them. Are we too late? Did Muir leave already? Rand asked. Unlikely, Robbie said, eyes aglow with hellfire. Then where is he? Luke asked, peeking around a burnt-down house, flinching at the sight of a mother husk clutching onto her children. Are you sure he's here? Hector inquired, specifically toward one person in the team. Celeste opened her mouth to respond when she paused, sensing something. No. He's here. Morn said, absolute conviction. I can feel his presence. Are you sure? Jones asked quietly. It's hard not to be able to pick up on an asshole that lived inside your head for a time. That's not creepy or depressing at all, Jennifer remarked, sadly reminiscing about someone else who filled her nightmares for a time as well. As they kept moving through the desolate village, an eerie wind began to blow through. This went unnoticed by them all. Clint inspected another corpse when he heard a slight stumble followed by a Wakandan curse. He glanced over at Shuri, who kicked away a piece of wood in aggravation. She appeared rather startled and a bit distraught. Wordlessly, the veteran Avenger walked right over to her and placed a hand on her shoulder. The Princess of Wakanda jolted at the sudden contact, though instantly sagged in relief when she saw who it was. Hey, he said in a low voice. You all right? W.H. Watt. Come on, stay focused, Barton said, leaning forward slightly. You got this. We're here, you've been training. You're ready for this. Shuri opened and closed her mouth for a few moments until she shakily nodded and shot the archer an appreciative smile. The two resumed their walk when the entire team halted in their tracks when the light breeze became a billowing wind. A glowing wind that made its way into all the corpses on the ground. Everyone froze as they watched this transpire. The corpses from all around started to twitch. Before long, they started to quake. Ah! Kaboom! What the hell? Came several shouts, all looking at the startled princess. What was that for? Luke practically exclaimed. What do you mean? What, you've never seen any zombie films? You don't just stand there and do nothing. Shuri quickly argued, hoping her action would be justified. Kaboom! The Avengers all jolted again and turned to see Iron Man firing his repulsor beams at the convulsing, twitching, and now dead rising corpses of the villagers. Several components popped out from Tony's suit and dozens of miniature missiles were launched forward. In a matter of seconds, all the corpses were swiftly destroyed. All right, Tony said with a satisfied tone. That takes care of them at least. Seriously, Shuri whined. I fire off and I get yelled at. He does it and no one says a thing. Well, you did give him the idea, Danny argued. So, nice work. Shuri gave the martial artist an unamused look. Okay, horrible as that was, Walters now spoke. Wasn't that a bit too easy? She was met with a collective groan from several of the Avengers. Now you've gone and done it. Robbie said as skin began flaking and burning off from his head. Here we go AAAH. Hector felt something grab his ankle and he looked down to see a rotten hand coming out from the ground. He yanked his leg back and stomped on it, breaking the arm with a sickening crunch. The Avengers then faced whichever corpses weren't destroyed by Stark and Shuri as they were joined by others rising up from the ground. More and more dead started to quake before unnatural sounds emanated off their forms. In mere moments, sounds of bones snapping, breaking, and carving could be heard among other things. Oh hell! Before their eyes, the dead started to convert into alien monstrosities. Rock howl! Celeste shouted. As this began, the assembled Avengers started to fire off at the reanimated masses. More rock howl! Iron Man said, blasting away at any and all he saw. I thought he couldn't make more without his talisman. Jones shouted, punting one away into a tree. After absorbing all that power, must come naturally to him by now. Celeste said, igniting her lightsaber. So he's basically cheating. Clint quipped, jabbing an arrow into the eye of a ghoul before Shuri quickly finished it off. Magic is always cheating. Wong said, conjuring forth the wand of Watum. Aren't you the same guy who told me not to mess with the natural order of things? Strange wryly asked. Doesn't mean I'm unaware. The former surgeon sighed in mock exasperation. Such hypocrisy here. Can we focus please? Hawkeye said, notching an arrow back and firing it directly into the mouth of a winged rock howl. A moment later, it blew up. Jesus! Luke said with a wince. What other kinds of arrows you got in there? One's more dangerous than that one. As soon as he said that, the trees surrounding the village began to violently sway and shake about. And from the trees came the sound of shrieks, roars and growls that came from all sides. Within his suit, Tony saw his HUD gave him a visual of the surrounding forest and what was moving around in there. "Ah shit," he said aloud. "They've got us surrounded. Form up," Hawkeye ordered instantly. "Back to back, watch each other's 6S. Time for some unwarranted protection spells," Strange said, looking to his fellow magic users, and they all clapped their hands together and threw them outward. Multiple eldritch symbols, runes, and marks all flew out from their hands and began surrounding the collection of heroes. "What's this?" Jennifer asked, holding up her hand with orange-yellow ethereal armor of some kind materializing around her. "Protection spell. I doubt any of you with much exposure will want to refrain yourself from going all out," Strange quickly answered. "Appreciate the gesture," Luke said, grabbing a rock howl by its neck and slamming its head down to the ground with all his might. "All right then Avengers," Iron Man said, flying up into the air. "Time to work for a living." As soon as he said that, the seemingly endless swarm of rock howl descended upon the 14 heroes. All ran straight for the assembled team as they all prepared themselves for what was undoubtedly going to be a long fight. The swarm came in close, and like that, the battle was underway. Iron Man was joined in the air by Strange and Jones as he fired off multiple repulsor rays, missiles, lasers, or just diving in head first to fight off the beasts. Jones for the most part flew about, punching, kicking, bashing and punting any rock howl she encountered. Strange continually cast the litany of spells, searing eldritch whips, energy blades, discs and shields as he fought off the swarm. Danny Rand called upon his power and had both his fists glowing with power. He knew that this was an instance that restraint was not to be, so he had to unleash the full power of the Iron Fist. Every punch he delivered sent out small yellow shockwaves that either sent a ghoul flying back or had his fist go right through them. Luke was using his invulnerable skin and super strength to bash and beat down the rock howls, occasionally using their bodies as blunt weapons to give him and the team space to work with. Celeste's lightsaber and magical blade served her well in being a hailstorm of movement that sliced apart the seemingly unending swarm of enemies. She-Hulk was simply plowing through any and all that got in her way, and that was as simple as that. Even though she wasn't as rage-fueled with her motions as her cousin usually was, she was still no less powerful, and the way she fought her way through the endless wave of rock howls proved it. Shuri and Hector teamed up and were exchanging a series of blows on their opponents. Black defended White and vice versa as they spun and twirled around each other. Hawkeye went back and forth between melee and long-ranged combat, Bucky covering his back whenever he had to notch an arrow into his bow. Ghost Rider was just a path of unrestrained fire that burnt through any ghoul unfortunate enough to be a target. Mordo and Wong played on the offensive and defensive, weaving themselves in and around the team to either protect a teammate, beat back several rock howl or utilize a support spell or portal for one of the others to use. Overall. Well now. Iron Man said aloud, voice brimming with approval as he flew overhead. Gotta admit, lovin' what I'm seein' right now. Gloat later. Strange said, though even he couldn't help but smirk at what was happening. Like history before, like poetry, it was happening once again. A day unlike any other that would require that a group of remarkable people would come together. Come together to fight the battles that no one else could. Scene cut. Muir slowly opened his eyes, his irises glowing a reddish-white color with wisps flowing out from the corners. They have come. The ones that would impede on his hunger. Carnus Muir was no longer what he once was. Thousands of years ago, he was once a proud member of the Jedi Order. For a time, Carnus adhered to the tenets of the Jedi and upheld the belief and practice in the light side of the Force. Then he found himself conflicted and questioning the limited teachings of his order. He wanted to know more about the Force. The aspects that had been prohibited. The study of the dark side of the Force. He, along with a number of other Jedi, wanted to learn and understand the dark side as their ancestors once did, but that practice was strictly forbidden. So came the schism. Otherwise known as the 100-Year Darkness. Jedi fought against Jedi, master against student, student against master. Brother against brother. In the end his side lost and they were promptly exiled from the known galaxy. It was strange. For the past few days, in his ravenous hunger, all Muir could think about were the old days. Really. This was the only thing that allowed Muir to keep any sort of semblance of his former self. By this point, he wasn't really Carnus. He was just a piece of his mind floating within the confines of his own body as it feasted on any living being it came across. Nostalgia was a comfort he now looked forward to if he wasn't trying to rein control of his very being. What he was doing was barely control. He was just holding back what would eventually consume even his own consciousness. It was so bizarre to feel conscious and unconscious at the same time. The Sith Lord was well aware of his action, but he felt so numb and hollow. An eternal emptiness with a radiating, endless hunger. In a sad way, during the brief moments that he was able to retain some form of his true self, Muir admitted to himself in his folly. He shouldn't have sought Dormammu's power. As a consequence, he can no longer seek further knowledge of the Force, nay the true secrets of the universe, after his mind was blown open ever since he woke up in this new galaxy. New paths, new possibilities to grow stronger. He wasted the opportunities when he sadly became too greedy for his own good. All he could do now was delay the inevitable. No longer did he have his precious talisman to help him evade death in its truest form. No longer will he be a spirit after he perishes like before. For the next time he dies will be the very last of his existence. Now he was an odd shadow of his former self. Instead of feasting on knowledge, he had to feast on not just literal power but lives as well. He felt nothing. Nothing but utter misery and pain. The body he inhabited was almost mindless by this point, running on instinct. It just wanted to consume life itself. And the things floating around inside said body were equally as ravenous as this body was. They simply feasted on any and all that were absorbed into this conglomerate of otherworldly entities. Who was I again? The question drifted through the mindscape. It was something that kept on repeating itself constantly in these past few days. My name. What is my name? He jolted in alarm. Carnus watched as serpent-like dragons flew by, roaring at him before soaring off into the distance. Damn these blasted entities he housed. Damn that. Jedi, who was that Jedi again? Muir forcibly strained himself in this fleeting moment of him retaining who he once was to recall the name of the Jedi he hated so much. Who was she again? It started with a C. Celeste. Yes, her. Muir felt the familiar sensation of rage towards Celeste and her companions. They made him resort to this madness, to this prison, to this. The Sith Lord freezes, eyes widening as he felt something. A presence that Muir was all too familiar with, even in this frazzled and unhinged state of mind. Mourn. Karnas managed out, and wordlessly, the demented Sith raised his hand and expunged a shockwave of magic. He knew the rock howl would have already engaged those that had just arrived here by the time he would have arrived. After all, even with the enhancement of all these entities inside, they played a role in creating the rock howl now. Their influences were always clear to see, so he always had to work in allowing just enough of their power to come out without losing himself. Or by this point, what was left of himself. So Muir took to slowly walking towards the deserted village he had just finished slaughtering. That strange voice and energy he detected beyond that bamboo forest ahead of him can wait. All the while, She-Hulk ran forward and kicked a rock howl right of White Tiger, who had been struggling to get it off of him. "You all right?" Walters asked, her offered hand being immediately accepted by Hector, whom she helped stand back up. "Hijo de puta. Ayala panted out. What the hell happened to all our momentum? Weren't we kicking these things' asses a minute ago? They're changing up." Hawkeye noted, firing an arrow at flying rock howl that had its wings blown off and was finished off by Shuri. "Wait." Luke grunted, punching back a rock howl that looked more lizard-like in appearance. "We've seen this sorta thing before. Back in Manhattan when we first ran into these freakos, remember? Then what's causing them to mutate and change like this?" Iron Man asked aloud, rapidly firing at multiple rock howls that were all making a beeline towards him. They all had different additions to their bodies, being horns, wings, tentacles, tails, and other limbs can only be assumed to have use in killing or maiming. "Wong!" Bucky called out in a grunt as his robotic arm ripped the head off a rock howl. "Mordo, you guys are more experienced in this than us. What's your take?" Mordo whipped the staff of the Living Tribunal forward and had it wrap around the neck of a ghoul with Ghost Rider's fire chain around the waist. The two tugged with all their might and split the Sith spawn in three. "These creatures are being affected by power not of this reality," Mordo stated for all to hear. "The entities within Muir." Wong now spoke. "They're influencing these creatures' transformations." "Well, how do we deal with that then?" Jessica asked, narrowly dodging a particularly large-jawed rock howl from biting her head off. "We find Muir and..." Celeste paused, both in thought and in making sure she wasn't whacked by a spiked tail. "We find Muir and what?" Luke asked, throwing a ghoul in the direction of Danny, who bashed it down with his chi-enhanced fists. "I'm not sure," Morn admitted sheepishly. "Dios mío," Ryder and Hector said at the same time. "Hey, leave me alone, I didn't study something like this," Celeste retorted peevishly. "Maybe we can pull some of those creatures out of Muir," Strange said aloud. "Some could even assist us. Depends on the entities in question," Wong quickly added. Strange, however, was resolute. "It's worth a try, if we get the opening. But there's still all those malicious spirits trapped inside," Celeste reminded them all. "How do we deal with them? They could escape from Muir's body after we take him down and wreak havoc on the world." "Don't worry," Ghost Rider's demonic voice echoed out in the area. "Leave Muir to me when we get the chance." Let's just go with that," Iron Man declared, firing off missiles that blew up dozens of rock howls surrounding him. "I think we should stop questioning everything at face value by this point." "Agreed," came the universal reply from all the rest of the heroes. The fighting dragged on, with rock howl now becoming lesser but far more deadlier. Newer, twisted, deformed and even more mutated versions of the ghouls began to appear. They sported mixed appearances from multiple species types and were now coming in with abilities that they had not had before. Some crackled with electricity, others spat globs of acid, whilst a group could breathe fire. They now resembled beasts of unadulterated chaos as time went on. The team was starting to feel a growing sense of exhaustion as the weaker rock howls were being replaced by their stronger variants. With a crash and quake, a number of the assembled team turned to the source. There they saw Muir in a recently made crater, who twitched as his body shifted every few moments. Multiple pairs of wings of varying appearances were visible to see on his back, on top of his skin color constantly changing from orangish to black to green, with multiple eyes opening and closing around his face. "Ew," the ladies all said at once upon seeing that. Yeah, that was disgusting. Iron Man said in agreement. Crazed eyes of the Eldritch Sith landed on the Jedi amongst them as recognition marred his features. You. His voice was virtually unrecognizable to Celeste with the sound of 1,000 other voices talking at once. I remember you. Huh. Is old age finally getting to you, Muir? The revived yet deteriorating Sith snarled in response. You. Is you all you can say now? Tony quipped. Talk about Alzheimer's hitting ya fast. Muir let out another growl which degenerated into a warbling mess. Opening his mouth, claw tentacles shot out and fired off lightning from their tips. Wah! Sweet Christmas, that is disturbing to look at. Mordo and Strange immediately shot forward to erect a barrier around them to block the torrent of lightning that arched around the entire shield. Ghost Rider was the first to engage, running straight for the deranged Sith Lord with his inflamed axe in one hand and his fiery chain in the other. Muir's head violently twitches, the tentacles receding back into his mouth as he looked to face the oncoming spirit of vengeance. The Sith felt the collective of spirits within him radiate pure terror and instinctively his arm shot out. It morphed into multiple squid-like tentacles that bashed Rider away. Strange, Wong and Mordo unleashed a power beam of magic energy that struck Muir in the chest. The being simply held his hand out a moment later and wrapped his fingers around the beam and forcibly took the energy that the three sorcerers were using, morphed it into a ball and swallowed it whole. Oakman. Stephen complained. Muir stepped forward only to incline his head back from the blue lightsaber of Morn. As she went for another swing, the Jedi was greeted with the unpleasant and terrifying sight of the thing that was once Muir casually grabbing her saber. She stared in wide-eyed horror as Karnas slowly regarded her. Without even realizing what she was doing, Celeste raised her other hand and horizontally crossed it over her face. She conjured an eldritch dagger and slashed it at Muir, who flinched at the scratch he had on his cheek, though it healed fairly quickly. Really? Morn couldn't help but whine out. That's not oof. She was promptly roughly smacked away by the Sith, her being caught by her lover. My hero. Celeste managed out despite her pain. Stand back everyone. Hector suddenly said, standing before the whole team with a green aura exuding off of him. Hector. Jennifer said aloud in confusion. Ayala glared at Muir beneath his white helm and reared his glowing fist back and struck the ground. The area around him cracked with the green aura that surrounded him bursting off his body. Rather than simply expanding in all directions, the aura concentrated itself in the direction of Karnas. It rocketed forward, and in the midst of its small journey to the Sith, the green energy visibly transformed before their eyes. Several green and black translucent tigers appeared before them all and pounced upon Muir, who tried swatting them away, but they stayed on him. Whoa! He can do that! Danny exclaimed in awe and shock. Huh, neat. Strange remarked. Incredible! Shuri said in awe. With a roar of agonizing pain, a powerful blast emanated from the Sith, dispelling the green tigers. From it, a tidal wave of eldritch tentacles rammed towards the group, crashing into them and sent them flying away. Most performed aerial recoveries, some performed their own landing strategies, while the rest merely crashed elsewhere, either at wayward homes or occasional trees. Jennifer. Wong called out to the Gamma-enhanced Amazon. Yeah. Dive. He said, summoning a portal. Dive. Dive. He reiterated once, gesturing his head to the portal. Jen took a second longer until something clicked in her mind. Running to the conjured portal, the incredible She-Hulk dived right through. She appeared far above the village, high in the air, and Jen plummeted downward with her fists held in front of her. From her descent, she went faster with her fists aimed at the mutated Sith. Yet before she met her target, another portal got into her path. Said portal was aimed right next to Muir, causing the Hulk's cousin to collide onto his side. The green missile was a powerful blow to the Sith, who fell to the ground. Less than a second later, the vessel convulsed, and from his back burst a winged, horned demon that appeared to be attempting to escape from the body. Hostile or dash? Hostile, definitely hostile. Mordo yelled in clarification. Patty cake. Luke shouted towards Danny, the bald man holding up both hands with his palm facing Iron Fist. Normally, Rand would be hesitant in this regard, as the two would wind up flying away from one another. But these weren't normal times. Danny performed a corkscrew spin over a rock cowl that tried to tackle him and slammed his glowing right fist into his friend's palm. The results were profound as a shockwave went off and stunned the demonic creature that was still trying to get out of the Sith's body. A second later, a fiery chain made its way around the creature. Though rather than its neck, the molten metal wrapped itself all around the head of the demon. The hellfire began burning the dimensional creature with a small opening making itself visible for the owner of the chain to see. Ghost Rider leapt forward, his axe in a blaze of fire and swiftly brought it down into the head of the demon. The demon twitched about for a few seconds. It then keeled over and as it fell, disintegrated into ash. That was overkill, Jones commented from the side. The red dot eyes momentarily looked over at her. Would you rather prefer I didn't? Jessica thought about it then shook her head. Nope. The two were then promptly struck by a snake tail that protruded out from Muir's lower back as the Sith Lord got back to his feet. His eyes were ablaze with uncontrollable hunger and rage, throwing out both hands that had black lightning infused with blue fire shoot out at them all. The four sorcerers were quick in calling forth shields for the whole team as the fire lightning rained down upon them all. They were protected for the most part, yet the visible signs of cracks appearing on the shields were unsettling to say the least. Hey guys! Luke called out to the sorcerers. How about we do another portal repeat? Coming right up. Strange said with Mordo and Celeste all summoning portals that practically surrounded Muir. The team went on the offensive. Jumping through the portal closest to him, Danny charged forward with his fists blaze in yellow energies. From the opposite side, Ayala did the same as his hands glowed green. At the last possible second, the Sith noticed their coming attack but wasn't quick enough to defend or evade the blows. Both sets of fists struck his body, resulting in shockwave blasts, leaving Muir stunned for several moments. Keep hitting him. Don't let him have a moment to think, roared the Iron Fist. The Sith was soon knocked off the ground in two fronts. The first was through a powerful lariat, courtesy of Luke on his upper half. The other was done through Jessica striking his lower half from the other side with a flying tackle. While airborne, he was continually struck on many fronts before Muir's body ever had the chance to land on the ground, let alone responding accordingly. Danny came in for a punch which was then followed up by Shuri unleashing a sonic vibranium sound wave. As he flew through the air, his face was grabbed by Bucky's metallic hand, who proceeded to throw him in the direction of an emerald tiger, courtesy of Hector. It clawed him down to the ground, and as Muir attempted to stand, he felt his back nearly break as She-Hulk had leapt up high into the air in the midst of these combo attacks and delivered her contribution in the form of her two knees crashing down onto the man's spine. Jen was abruptly blown back from an explosion of magic energy by Muir, who rose to his hand and unleashed another shockwave as the heroes ran at him. They were all flung back, though Celeste managed to recover quickly. She sprinted at full speed towards her age-old enemy, her lightsaber being magically enhanced as she cut through many tentacles sent her way. Has Celeste watched anything from Japan yet? Tony abruptly found himself asking. Several heroes who were close by looked at him strangely. What does that have to do with anything? Luke asked in bewilderment. So I'll take that as a no. Stark said, more to himself than the others. Good, don't want our Stargirl to be traumatized by that just yet. Celeste reached Muir and he met her saber with one of his own that he materialized. The duo engaged in a brief duel that Bucky joined in on a moment later. Muir was holding them back without much trouble, but he detected movement around him and the other Avengers were moving in to attack him. Karnas hissed in rage, swatting aside Celeste's saber, and grabbed both of his opponents and threw them towards the heroes running to join them. Iron Man then flew up above and thrust his chest out. His glowing centerpiece that was his arc reactor in his suit buzzed with energy until he fired off the pent-up power within for a resulting uni-beam. It was thick with energy as it struck Muir, who stumbled back with his hands raised. Karnas was about to do a repeat of this like he did earlier and moved to grasp the uni-beam when the sorcerers soon joined Tony in delivering additional beams of energy onto their foe. Muir visibly flinched in pain and stumbled back as he was buffeted by the combined efforts of Iron Man and the sorcerers. He was thus forced to defend himself from the offending beams from all sides. A second later, Shuri joined in with her Wakandan Greaves and Ghost Rider with a torrent of hellfire. Hawkeye was firing explosive arrows from afar that kept blinding Muir from the sparks and explosions that kept going off around his face. With a resisting roar, the Sith sent out a shockwave to knock his nearby opponents back. He then fired off force lightning from one hand and a powerful beam from the other. As they more or less missed their targets, they were redirected through conjured portals which had his attacks hit him instead. Muir fell to the ground on his knees as the assault was relentless. He was twitched, spasming and convulsing as the dimensional creatures within him were screaming to be released. His body spasmed more and more, energy crackling as his frustrations grew. No longer taking it anymore, the mutated Sith released everything he could muster under his control. "Why won't you all die already?" A shockwave exploded out from Muir's body with several of the entities managing to escape. The Avengers didn't have time to react to the newly escaped detainees as all were blown back by Muir's power. Karnas screeched in an unrecognizable fashion, shooting forward to grab the Avenger closest to him. "Shuri!" The Princess of Wakanda gasped in pain and fear as Muir appeared right before her and had his hand around her neck. "Hey!" Hawkeye fired off a multitude of arrows that blew up around him, making sure they were aimed away from Shuri's vicinity. He ran right at Karnas, ducking beneath a swipe of the Sith's arm and pulled out an arrow with a special metallic tip. Spinning it about in his hand, Clint proceeded to stab Muir right in his eye. Org! Muir let go of Shuri, who was swiftly grabbed by Clint, and they double backed away from the thrashing, demonic Sith Lord. "Take him down now!" Mordo yelled, using his vaulting boots of Voldhum to get in close and bash Muir with the staff of the Living Tribunal. The whole team went on the attack at once. Luke and Jessica delivered powerful uppercuts that sent Muir flying through a portal above him that Wong summoned. Rather than appearing higher, Karnas fell through a portal that was only a few feet off the ground. Just before touching the ground, White Tiger went in for a double-legged dropkick to the Sith's chest that sent him flying right into the spinning kick of Jennifer. His head flew out to the side and was then smashed down hard by Bucky's metal arm. Muir didn't have a chance to breathe as he felt two eldritch whips quickly ensnared his arms. The Sith was about to try to break free when an arrow that was shot at him burst into an electrified net that wrapped itself around him. It began shocking him repeatedly as Steven and Wong heft the deformed entity up and over them, with Celeste leaping up to give him a lightsaber slash right on his chest. Just before he hit the ground, Shuri fired off her gauntlets that painfully kept him airborne for the final blow of this 14-pronged attack by Iron Man. 3 fists to the face with one final unibeam sent the Sith flying back and crashing into a large rock that collapsed on top of him. Before the others could rush in or think ahead on a plan, the piece of earth exploded. "Kill you!" Muir whispered, though his insane voice was heard by all. "Kill you all!" Muir unleashed a powerful burst of dimensional energy, a multitude of limbs of the many creatures he had trapped within him sprouting out of his body. From this, various attacks went all at once from the mutated Sith. The protection spells everyone had on them started to wane more and more. Further cracks appeared as time went on. "I shall consume this entire world." The demented Sith Lord's voice was heard for miles on end. "All will be mine to devour and consume. Endless power. Endless expanse. I am the Sith Lord who has attained immortality." What followed was a series of attempts to bring the Sith Lord down, who was now using his full power with an unrestrained madness. The Avengers attacked as one again. Danny went for a punch but was caught and thrown away. Jessica delivered a flyby kick with Jen going in for a series of punches. Her fists were caught and she got a magic-infused headbutt that sent her sprawling. White Tiger leapt in with his claws out, digging into the flesh of Muir. Muir grabbed his left hand and slammed him into the ground hard before kicking him away into Shuri. Explosions went off around Muir, courtesy of Hawkeye continually firing arrows at him. Bucky ran in to deliver a wicked haymaker with his robot arm and shot the Sith point blank in the face with his side piece. Diving from above, Celeste brought down her lightsaber and cleaved through Muir right in the middle. His body stitched back together as the Sith used the Force to push them away. He spun round to grab Mordo's extended staff and pulled him in. Carl felt pain explode in his chest as he was clotheslined by Muir. He would have fallen to the ground had it not been for Wong summoning a portal beneath the green-robed master to get him to safety. Muir twitched and fell to his knees momentarily as vibranium sound waves assaulted his eardrums. Shuri was running around the Sith Lord, giving Jessica and She-Hulk the chance to try to get a few more hits in. They were unable to reach him as he had his snake tail strike them back. Sharp quills and feathers formed from the tips of his hands and he shot them at Shuri. The princess let out a cry of pain as she fell to ground, clutching her leg that had a sharpened quill jutting out. Muir pounced at her only to be roped in by Ghost Rider, who pulled him back and then was tackled down to the ground by Tony. Iron Man was thrown off a second later, though Muir didn't have time to get up with a green ethereal tiger pouncing on him to keep him there. Karnas developed draconic features and breathed out fire to burn the tiger away and spun around to give himself a buffer zone between him and the Avengers. Though in this attack, the Sith forgot about the one member with a fire immunity who ran right through the flames and swung his axe straight at his midsection. Muir screeched in pain and agony at the axe in his chest and punched Rider away with all his might. He pulled the axe out his chest and threw it on the ground. No sooner did he do that did Iron Fist come in for a powerful punch, yet the victory was short-lived. The blow Danny received to the gut overwhelmed his pain receptors and the next blow to the face knocked him out. "Danny!" Luke shouted, running at full speed towards him as Muir raised a clawed hand with the intent to kill the young billionaire. Luke made it just in time and used his own arms to defend him and Danny. The protector of Harlem let out a shout of pain and shock as he felt the clawed hands digging into his impenetrable skin. Jessica then flew in and struck Muir with her elbow, though she was smashed hard in the face, sending her hurtling to the ground. Luke took the chance to get Danny out of there whilst the rest of the Avengers resumed their offensive. Wong called forth the Wand of Watum and with a diagonal swipe sent a curved arch of razor-sharp wind towards the Sith. Muir threw his arms and hissed as they were cut open. His arms, rather than healing or having blood pour out, had something else come out. More interdimensional entities that were trying to get out. Mordo, Strange and Celeste threw out their energy whips, the tribunal staff for Carl, and had them wrap around the other reality creatures. The dimensional creatures thrashed about, trying to escape their bonds when those which held them in place were replaced with the Rider's whip, which started to burn right through them. "We can't keep pulling out one after another," Strange declared. "Should we assume that by this point, everything inside that freak show is hostile?" Hawkeye asked aloud. "Honestly, that seems to be the more reasonable choice," Celeste answered. "Well, all right then," Iron Man said, firing 2 fully powered repulse beams towards the Sith. In an act of brilliant improvisation, Strange shot a spell towards both beams and in a flash, the beams all multiplied 100-fold. Muir was barraged on all sides by a seemingly endless stream of repulsor beams, with him being visibly damaged and worn down. Go, bring him down," Hawkeye nearly shouted, firing several explosive arrows. Luke tossed a large boulder, White Tiger unleashed more ethereal tigers, Jones began throwing large branches and trees, She-Hulk clapped her hands together for a shockwave and the sorcerers fired off multiple spells. Despite her injured leg, Shuri managed to sit up and fired more blasts from her vibranium gauntlets. This continuous onslaught continued until Muir roared aloud, completely transforming now. Powerful magic exploded out from around and his size was noticeably different. Multiple limbs appeared on his back, with his face becoming a deformed face of horns and eyes. "Okay, that's real ugly," Clint commented. "What does it take to kill this bastard already?" Jennifer shouted in growing frustration. "We need an opening for Robbie," Celeste called out. "If he can get close to him, Robbie can take out Muir and all those inside of him at once." "And how is he supposed to do that?" Jones asked. "Don't question it, just try to restrain him," Mordo stated, only to get struck by Muir. "Mordo!" Wong shouted, running over to the downed sorcerer. "Strange!" Iron Man called out to him as he raised his hands. "Think you can make me hit him on all sides again? Is that question of the rhetorical variety?" Strange retorted, hands surrounded by eldritch symbols. Tony fired and, like before, Steven shot a replicating spell that multiplied the beams. Muir, however, was ready for it this time around and conjured shields that blocked the beams. Though he was keeping them back, the endless light of the beams made it difficult for Karnas to see. Needing to assist Robbie in finishing things off, Bucky gave the rider a look of acknowledgement before he charged forward towards Muir. As the man was distracted from keeping his shielding up, his attention would be heavily towards them rather than everything else. It was all he needed. Just one moment or two and Muir will be done. Weaving through the destruction, Bucky pushed his legs to the limit to find one spot to get in. After several moments, once getting within several feet, he found the opening. Sweeping towards his back inside, the Winter Soldier leapt and tackled his upper body. Grasping at a pair of wings, Bucky pulled and tugged and with all his might, ripped the wings right off his back. The Sith roared in pain, just long enough for him to pull down his shieldings to assault the very man who dared lay his hands on him. This proved to be his downfall, as Muir was then assaulted on all sides by all. Luke with a quick lariat. Jones with a flyby kick. She-Hulk landed a flying knee. Clint fired another explosive arrow. Shuri's vibranium gauntlet rattled his eardrums. Tony unleashed a concentrated laser. Hector delivered a green-enhanced dropkick. Strange trapped the legs with rocky tendrils. Celeste then came in for the last string of attacks. Her lightsaber was enhanced by magic and began to cut away the multitude of limbs that the Sith had. Karnus, in a last-ditch effort, expunged a powerful shockwave that sent all the heroes flying back and onto the ground. Kill. Muir rasped out, completely deranged and insane. You. All. Kill. You. A dash. The Sith Lord suddenly found himself being unable to move. He tugged himself forward a number of times only to be met with the same result. And what was this burning sensation? Karnus Muir blinked as he looked down at the molten fiery chain wrapped around his body, rendering him immobile. The Sith Lord looked back with his eyes widening in growing terror at just who caught him now. Nowhere left to run. Muir used what strength he could muster to throw the Ghost Rider away. As he saw him sail away, he was harshly knocked to the ground. Trying to rise, he was kept down to the earth when he was blasted by both the Sorcerers and Iron Man. Underneath his form, a giant, eldritch magic circle appeared to help restrain the mutated Sith. Ethereal chains appeared around his ensnared limbs. The other heroes quickly went to their own chains and pulled with all their might to further immobilize their opponent. These individuals struggled with their muscles straining with their present actions. With a thud not far away, the rider returned as he stalked towards Muir at a quick pace. Once near his target, the spirit of vengeance stepped over him before getting in close and personal. So many sins, so many souls to burn. Ghost Rider said, grasping the sides of Muir's face with his bony flaming hands burning the Sith's skin. Your soul in particular is stained by the blood of the innocent. Muir's eyes began glowing a reddish-orange hue with his mouth widening as he slowly began to whimper. Feel their pain. And like that, Muir felt himself plummeting face first into his psyche, into his past. And what he was met with was pain that was indescribable. He saw and he felt the agonizing torture, the sadistic cruelty, the vile actions and evil deeds he had committed against life itself. It wasn't done just once but several times over in rapid succession as the heat within him grew exponentially. Karnus saw them all. Every poor soul he ever killed, every unfortunate individual he ever experimented on. And then came the actions he had done when he had possessed Celeste. He could literally feel his bones and muscles breaking apart and reshaping themselves only to do it all again whenever someone was infected with the Rock Howl Plague. Just when he thought it couldn't get any worse, then came the sins of the interdimensional entities he had absorbed. There were things he couldn't process at all, only registering glimpses. The shred scraps could have dwarfed a number of his own, especially with the pieces of the tentacled monstrosity he consumed. All this went on within the confines of the Sith's body, mind, and soul. The Avengers only watched in enraptured attention as the man was screaming with fire coming from his mouth and eyes. From his body came the entities he had inside, and as they exited his body, hellfire engulfed their bodies and burned them away into ethereal ashes and were blown away in the wind. The unnatural, agonizing wail could be heard for miles. It seemed to last for hours, but in reality it was less than a minute. Karnus at long last ceased his screaming and had fallen to his knees. The man had reverted back to what he once looked like as the dead face of the Sith looked up upon his killer. Ghost Rider gazed down with his fiery eyes until he slowly reverted back into that of Robbie Reyes. Muir's regular eyes were replaced with a molten, burnt surface and his skin tone slowly turned into an ashen white hue. From any onlooker remotely close, they can see flecks of ash starting to come off Muir's body. By the second, more and more fell and was swept through the coming breeze. Before long, Muir's form started to collapse into nothingness. His dusty remains were blown away by a light breeze and left nothing behind. Karnas Mu'ur. One of the first ever true Dark Lords of the Sith, a Sith that has survived for thousands of years even as a Force spirit was dead at last. A strangled and disbelieving calm befell the Avengers as they realized what they had done. The silent moment was cut off by the sound of a loud groan and all looked to Luke helping a now conscious Danny ran up to his feet. What? What happened? Iron Fist asked, looking around as they were no longer fighting. Did we win? We wouldn't be having this conversation otherwise. Cage remarked with a wide grin now on his face, patting his friend on the back. Phew. Iron Man exhaled, helmet reclining back to reveal a slightly battered but grinning face. Well, I guess that's a win for the Avengers, right? Think this calls for a celebration. We can go celebrate later, Stark. Mordo stated. We need to inform the local government of this travesty. How's about you guys do that? Tony said, pointing to the sorcerers. And I start making preparations for a victory party, huh? That sound good. Before any further remark could be done, he felt Jones tightly grasp his arm. Brief sounds of metal groaning can be heard. Come on. She said drably. We got a distraught aunt to talk with. Along with a pair of lawyer buddies. Oh my god, we're on another continent. Can't it wait? Business before pleasure. We just saved the world. Yeah, come on Jess, lay off him. Danny said with a laugh. I want a party. Shuri piped up. We saved the world, right? As this bickering and banter went on, Celeste Morn stood over the spot as to where Mu'ur drew his last breath. She gazetted down on some ashes of the Sith that remained and found a strange numbing sensation. The Jedi always wanted him gone for the longest time. Many of her thoughts and worries revolved around him and his blasted talisman. Morn reached out through the Force and felt nothing. She didn't sense his presence. His soul, his Force signature was good and dead. He's finally gone. Celeste breathed out. She soon felt Bucky's right hand intertwining his fingers with her left hand. She then grasped it hard. Now that both were truly gone, the Jedi Shadow didn't know what to do with her overall purpose in life. Perhaps with Bucky by her side, she can find a new one. You all right? She heard him softly ask. Celeste slowly looked up at him and smiled lovingly at the man who had been with her since she first awoke on this planet. Yes. Morn whispered, leaning against her lover. I'm all right. Scene cut. We still good with that deal with Gargan? Yeah, we're all good to go on this end, Adrian. Adrian Toombs nodded in approval as he walked around the desk that belonged to his friend and associate Phineas Mason, or as he's known to the crew they work with, the Tinkerer. Anyone else we're supposed to have for this evening? Toombs asked, inspecting a piece of alien tech that belonged to the alien race known as the Chitauri. Mason picked up a clipboard and flipped over a few papers. Yeah, we got this. He narrowed his eyes. Baron Zemo? No, Zima that wants to meet with us. And apparently he isn't alone. Really a Baron? Like a legitimate one and not a gang leader wanting a fancy name. The former. Gonna wonder why some noble will want business with us. Mason only shrugged. All I know is that he's willing to pay a handsome sum. That got Toombs' interest. By handsome sum you mean? Phineas opted to show the amount rather than tell him. Adrian nearly choked on what he was looking at. This was just the down payment to get some samples in our audience. Tinkerer remarked with a wide grin. Holy. Toombs stared at the clipboard in disbelief. This can't be dash. Oh yeah. Mason surprised Adrian by lifting up a rather large briefcase and placing it down. He opened it up and revealed a huge sum of cash that nearly stopped Toombs' heart. This looked like it was enough to fund a small army. Set up a meeting with this Baron Zima. Toombs then smiled. Depending on how this goes, we may be set for a very long time. Elsewhere, a middle-aged European sat alone at a cafe with him on a phone call. His expression was stoic and unreadable, not even regarding the younger African-American that sat down in front of him. You this Zima guy who called me here? The younger man asked in a rude tone. Zima didn't even regard the man, still listening to whoever it was on the phone before he pressed the disconnect button and faced the person seated in front of him. "Apologies, Mr. Stevens." Zima spoke in a soft, controlled voice. "I was busy speaking with other associates of mine. Glad that you were able to make it." Eric Stevens, otherwise known as Killmonger, regarded the Baron that sat before him with a wary eye. "So what do you want?" Eric asked with a distrustful look. "A business proposition. Does it look like I run a business?" Zima stared at Killmonger before letting out a small laugh. "My boy, all men are businessmen in one way, shape or form. It's a matter of what and how they conduct said business." Withdrawing a laptop from a briefcase, Zima opened it up. He then handed a pair of Bluetooth earbuds to Killmonger. "What's this for?" "You'll see." Skeptically looking at the items, Eric placed them into his ears as he heard a voice in some European accent. "I believe you may be familiar with several of these individuals." Eric looked down at the screen, not regarding the voice at first as he believed it was Zima, and blinked upon seeing David North. Eric spoke aloud in surprise. "I thought that bastard was dead." "Quite alive, I might say," Zima stated. "Goes by a new call sign in the underground. Agent Zero." Stevens had his eyes narrowed at the Baron before looking back down at the laptop. It showed a quick series of videos displaying Agent Zero's combat effectiveness and lethality as an assassin. "And here is another person I know, who goes by the call sign Maverick." A photo appeared showing a man, Christopher Nord, who doesn't seem all that special at first. But like before, his fighting prowess was rather extraordinary that seemed to rival Agent Zero given what's being shown through another series of videos. "This here is an old associate and friend of mine," Zima spoke. "Christopher Nord and I have worked together on a number of operations in the past before my country was blown apart in the sky." Eric stared at the Baron now with a scrutinizing expression when realization dawned on him. "You're Sokovian. One of the last of my people," Zima said in a dead voice. "Don't let him fool you," an accented voice said with a dark chuckle through the Bluetooth earbud. My old friend himself spoke of the failed state in which Sokovia had become. Killmonger jolted slightly in his seat, looking up at Zima to see he was not the one who had spoken to him. "All right, who is this?" said Eric, regarding the voice he was hearing. The screen then went black as green lights started to appear. For some moments, Eric thought it was some fancy screensaver resembling a Matrix concept. That wasn't the case at all as the lights formed a digitized face. "Greetings, Eric Stevens," the accented voice said. "You may not know me, but I know of you." "Who are you?" Stevens asked, tensing up. "I was once a man like yourself until my body could no longer reside on this mortal plane," the voice said. "My body could not be saved, but my mind was able to be salvaged. Broken apart in two to be used for the means of Hydra's endgame." "Hydra's dead, fool," Eric retorted. "Died 2 years ago when Captain Rogers and his friends exposed you clowns. Cut off one head, 2 more shall take its place. And what exactly are you? Some sort of Hydra AI?" "In a way, yes. The first this world has ever seen, even from the shadows." "Arnim Zola," Zima revealed. "He was once Hydra's top scientist during the Second World War until he was recruited by S.H.I.E.L.D. Killmonger was processing what he had just been told. "And how'd you get him?" "From a Siberian bunker. But that's not important now. What is important is this meeting right here." Killmonger was a bit at a loss as to these two individuals, instead opting to resume watching the laptop, which was now displaying a man in an almost all-white suit with a pistol in both hands. "Charlie Custer," Zima said. "I know him by his ridiculous name of Phantom X." Eric snorted when the screen shifted again, and this time, Killmonger's eyes widened drastically. "Who in the foo dash?" "Emil Blinsky," Zima revealed. "Those that contain him call him an abomination. A name that has stuck with him. Fought against the Hulk in Harlem many years ago. Ever since, he's been blacklisted by the American government and military as an utter failure. And he's been on the run ever since, sharing the same shoes Dr. Bruce Banner has worn for far longer." Eric looked back and forth between Zima and the laptop he held that now showed separate displays of the 4 individuals the Baron and Zola had shown him. Is there a point of showing me these people? Them and more. Zima began. The purpose you seek answers for is simple in a way. I seek to liberate this world from the injustices done towards many. Eric glared in annoyance now. That's supposed to mean some stupid ideological bullshit. You don't seem to understand, my friend. Zima spoke candidly. I know you have more on your shoulders than you are willing to reveal. It's why I sought you out. Oh, surprise me? Armin Zola's voice then spoke into Eric's ear. You Eric Stevens are not entirely American. You are half Wakandan and third in line to its throne. Killmonger was surprised before glaring at the AI. How do you know that? Phone calls from your father and translations from the 1990s I still have in my database. Zola revealed. I am a being of pure data, Mr. Stevens. I have long since been aware of your existence. My programming requires insight for individuals like yourselves. Eric clenched his fists tightly as he gazed intently upon Zima, who held a calm demeanor. What do you want? Eric gritted out. The same thing that you do, was Zima's answer. You seek vengeance. Not just for your father, but for your people. Your ancestors. Oh yeah. Eric scoffed. And what the hell do they have to do with that bullshit? You tell me now or I'll soon kill you and your German program of yours. First off, I'm Swiss. Second, it doesn't take much to know from your physiological file. And after consulting with my associate, we came to an ample conclusion to your motives. Spoke the Hydra AI. Revenge can be a dangerous tool if not focused and directed properly. It may backfire and destroy you if you are not careful enough. I know what I want and who I am after. Killmonger darkly refuted. But it is a short-sighted and fool's errand that will fall apart sooner than later. Helmut, Zima said with a shake of his head. What the hell do you know? Eric's voice raised an octave. What the hell have you lost? The clicking of a pistol was heard and Killmonger froze as he now stared down a darker and more deadlier expression from Zima. Do not mistake my charity out of the kindness of my heart. Zima's tone conveyed a warning. I have lost more than you care to believe. And I recognize a man on the path to self-destruction. Killmonger silently sat there with a heated glare that clashed with Zima's cold one. Eventually, he heard the click of Zima's gun and the man shifted to hide the pistol away. Instead of going down that path, tread on another. Zola spoke up. Oh yeah? And what dumbass path would that be? We know, in a sense, where your cousin and his companions went, said the AI. Stark and his Avengers are nowhere close to finding a source to their whereabouts, given they are no longer on Earth. They could perhaps be dead or lost forever for all we know. Because of their abrupt departure, we surmise your plans for vengeance have more or less been derailed. The man who killed your father still lives, Eric. Zima stated. You still have a chance to get your revenge if you are willing to accept our aid. Eric was silent for the most part until he stared up at Zima again. And what's your stake in all this? Eric asked with Zima leaning back into his seat. I knew I couldn't kill them. More powerful people than me have tried. But an idea came to me. United, the Avengers are basically impossible to kill, let alone defeat. Shattered, they are easier to be rid of. The Baron's voice shifted into a more sinister tone. An empire that is beaten and falls from an outside force can rebuild itself better and stronger. But an empire that crumbles within itself, that's dead. Very poetic. Killmonger said with a roll of his eyes. But you still didn't answer my question. I can understand the Tron knockoff. But why do you want to kill the Avengers, Baron? I have my reasons as you do yours. Zima said enigmatically. All you need to know is that we are on the same page in wanting revenge against those that have wronged us. And what did they do? Kill your family? The way he saw Zima's jaw clench up made Killmonger grin. Well, what ya know, they did, didn't they? Eric said with a dark laugh. And what did you and your kin do to get them to do that? Absolutely nothing. Zima said, voice broken. The Avengers, in their displays of heroics and bullheaded paranoia, created a being that wished to bring about the end of all life on this planet. They succeeded in averting this disaster, but, instead of staying to help the survivors, they fled to their ivory tower to celebrate. It took me 2 days to find the bodies of my family, crushed beneath the weight of the Avengers' failures. Killmonger didn't know how to respond to that as he thought back to the day he found his father dead in their home. He thought of the man that killed his father, his own brother, and the nation of Wakanda that hoarded itself and its innovations away from the rest of the world that always fought against itself. By this point, Eric already knew his answer now. When do we start? Check the description for the links to the author.